said that into the microphone without it muted. Oh, man. Good morning, everybody. I hope nobody heard me being gay. I was being gay before the show. I hope nobody heard it. That would ruin my reputation. How you guys doing? Oh, we got a great show for you today. I learned some interesting things. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Hi. There we go. Sorry, we don't have face paint on. My apologies.
Many apologies.
I didn't know people wanted to see me so bad. Oh, we can't see you. We can't see you. I'm sorry. That computer's going to drive me nuts today, but I have a feeling after like 7 or 8 minutes, I'm going to get used to it, and it's going to stop bothering me.
We're going to clean it today.
But right now, it's bugging the shit out of me. Right now, I don't know what it is. I think we got a dust. I restarted it. I shut it down and started it up again today. But the fan, should we say it's the fan?
Yes, it's the fan.
I'm going to diagnose it as the fan of our computer is making a disgusting whirring noise. WHIRRING. Terrible whirring noise. If I take my headphones off, yeah, you know what? It's not that bad with the headphones off. When I put my headphones on, I can hear it faintly. When there's noise in the headphones, I can't hear it.
It worked. It's less noisy than when I came down this morning.
Yeah.
I will say I was worried.
Yeah, so Kane B says, clean your shit, dust piggy. Yeah, it definitely needs to be dusted. It's been on our list. I did give it the old sweeperoo.
Good.
You know,
Okay.
it's not very, it's not good to give it, the sweeperoo is not sufficient.
I actually think that's bad because aren't you supposed to blow the dust off so you don't push it in there?
You are correct.
Yeah.
I did my best, but I guess my best wasn't good enough. Stevie J says fans are cheap and easy to replace. You can do it. I don't think I need to replace the fan. It's made this noise before. It's usually meaning it's a dirty, dusty, filthy object.
It's crying for help.
Yes, and what's nice about this computer is I can just open, you can open the back there.
I've cleaned it before.
Oh, well then you know.
Yeah.
All right. Well then you're well aware of I'm well aware of these things' maneuvering capabilities, sir. I'm going to make the ruling, hold on a minute, April, that we're probably going to the gym this morning.
Oh.
Rather than tonight. Why?
I need a break.
Well, I need to go this morning rather than tonight. It's not going to be tonight.
Okay.
Were you looking forward to going tonight?
Yeah.
It's always so busy there, though.
I know.
On Thursday nights.
That's true. Okay, I'll stop complaining.
Yeah, we've got, so the reason I'm skipping Thursday, the ribs it doesn't hurt, but I can also feel that it probably shouldn't be smacked tonight.
Okay.
And we have a big sparring day on Saturday, so I don't feel bad if I miss tonight.
So you're just going to feel like a piece of shit on Saturday.
No, Saturday I'll feel
show.
good. It'll be rested.
No, for the show.
No, the only reason I had any soreness whatsoever is because I wasn't allowed to throw both hands. Like, if I can throw, I'm going to have to hold back quite a bit against the young guys. Mm-hmm. But I do need they're at the point now where I need the two hands to keep them away. But I can't go full on two-handed with them. I just need the right to,
back them off.
To back them off a little bit. That's it. Gatlinburg Bears starting things off today with $5. Says Crowder's obsessed with trannies, yet he is obsessed with playing dress up with costumes constantly. Look, that's something we've said for a long time. That the pastors who, gay people are the devil and gayness is the devil's work and hurricanes are because of Satan or God's mad at the gays, so he sends hurricanes. Those are always the guys who end up like plowing male hookers in hotel rooms.
Usually.
And with Crowder, like his obsession with the trans thing and then his constant need to wear dresses and be a girl, those seem to be at odds with each other.
He's also very emotional at all times.
Oh boy. I don't think April knows yet. We're going to do the whole thing for overtime. But holy shit. I don't know how Crowder keeps doing it, but he keeps humiliating himself by I don't understand. Like, he works on the internet, so he has to know the internet exists, right?
He has to, yeah.
He also, does he understand that when someone sends you a copy of a contract, that they are not sending you the master copy, that there are other copies of said contract that could be used against you?
I don't know if he knows that one.
I'm not sure he knows that because The Daily Wire released a nearly 1 hour video last night.
Ouch.
Detailing what they sent Crowder. Oh, by the way, they admitted, they're like, yeah, Crowder's not being like sneaky or sly or like, oh, look out, Crowder might name names. Daily Wire went, yeah, that was us. We sent him that offer.
Me.
So, like, Crowder's whole thing of him going, and you better look out or I'm going to start naming names. Daily Wire's like, okay, you can name names if you want, but yeah, that was we sent that contract to you. We have a copy right here.
Actually, a good move by them, I think, to come out and just say, no, that was me.
Right. It's like when Penn Jillette said this years ago. He said, when someone tries to blackmail you, just out yourself.
Yes.
And then they have nothing. Penn Jillette said that somebody had like photos or videos of him and his wife. So Penn Jillette just went, yeah, my wife and I do this, that, and the other thing that this guy's accusing us of. I'm not giving him any fucking money.
Wear it like armor and no one can use it against you.
Exactly. So Win by 2 Radio says, thought it was Big Glenn Beck. No. What I was saying was that Glenn Beck must have had him on a similar deal because Crowder said, I can't do it like this. It's exhausting. I don't enjoy doing this anymore. Blah, 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 blah. So clearly Glenn had him on a similar deal where, well, and obviously because he was begging people for their emails so he could get them signed up for Mug Club. So clearly he didn't have access to his mailing lists and everything.
No, not at all.
So Crowder, let's set this up and then we'll do it for overtime today. We'll actually go through the offer itself. I'm not going to play the 50-minute video. I'm going to play a clip of it here. Daily Wire offered Crowder, according to like the way the deal breaks down, I've heard people say 4 years, $50 million.
So a shitload of money.
$12.5 million a year. And then I've heard other people say it was 2 years, $50 million.
Even more money.
Even more money. So,
oh man.
And all Daily Wire, now it makes sense. You know how Crowder was saying, oh, big conservative is in bed with big tech. 2 years, $50 million, then $25 million for 2 more. Okay, so 4 years, $75 million fuck dollars. And this dickbag asshole Canadian grifting psychopath had the nerve to go on YouTube, wave that contract around, and go, Big Con is a lie. They're in bed with big tech. They're killing this industry. I don't want anyone else to sign this deal. Now, look, we have our own little mom and pop business here with a goal of 305 this morning. We have our own little mom and pop establishment here. That's mom. This is pop. This is our little thing, and we make a living, and we give a couple other people a little bit of money, you know?
We sound so small.
Yes. If, like, Crowder was being offered $50 million, now does it not make sense that the people who offered him that deal, in this case, Daily Wire, wanted to control his YouTube and his Facebook and his Twitter and his everything else and say, hey, if you get banned from any of these places, if you get knocked around by any of these places, you get strikes from any of these places, we're docking you $250,000.
It would make sense because it's coming out of a huge chunk of money.
Right. It's they're buying the Crowder brand. They want the 6 million people on YouTube. If you get banned from YouTube, you're no good to the Daily Wire anymore.
So essentially with those fines, they're protecting their purchase.
They're protecting their investment. They're saying, hey, asshole, we're giving you $75 million. Fucking behave. We want your 6 million people to watch Daily Wire stuff. So we're going to give you more money than you've ever seen in your life. And all you have to do is not get banned from these places.
Simple enough.
And then they said, well, you can't get your channel demonetized or anything like this. Or I think they were taking away $1 million.
Yes.
If his channel gets demonetized.
If it's demonetized.
So you're going to get $74 million and have a demonetized. You don't need a monetized YouTube if you're making $20 million a year.
You wouldn't think so unless you're greedy and a complainer.
I mean,
unless his YouTube is truly making that much money, that he's gonna miss it. I don't know how you miss it with all the other money coming in, but
Tim Down says you sound like sellouts. You give me $75 million. What is that enough? Now, I didn't sell out. Tim says we sound like sellouts. I've been through this position in a much smaller situation. I did not give up my name. I did not give up my social media. I did what I wanted to do. But there is a price. And you're not a sellout if you say there's a price for buying my brand. Mm-hmm. That's called being an adult.
It's realistic.
If Ben Shapiro came to you and I, now obviously we'd have to make this decision together, but if Ben Shapiro said to you and I, Aaron, April, we're going to control your YouTube, we're going to control your mailing list, your VIPs, your audience, we're going to get access to everything, and if you fuck up, we're going to dock you a few bucks. What's the number you'd say yes to?
Oh, God.
5 years, how much money? How much a year?
I mean, we're too small to be making these decisions.
Okay, let me make it easier on you.
I've got to have some options here.
Let's say
I don't know what to throw out.
Let's say we're Crowder's size. And he says...
Crowder's size?
Let's say we're Crowder's size, and he says, 4 years, $70 million.
That sounds reasonable to me.
Okay, sold.
Yeah.
Sold. You got it. And then they said, they won't let me do Change My Minds. They want me to do shows instead of Change My Minds. Imagine that. The place that's hosting your content wants you making daily shows and fresh content rather than taking 3 weeks to a month to make a Change My Mind.
Yeah. I mean, when you make like such sparse shows like that, like nobody's going to keep sticking around. You need the fresh stuff.
Yes. So they want 192 shows a year. I guarantee we do more than 192 shows a year. We do that in a month.
We have to.
We do about 30 shows.
Eight shows a week?
I believe we do 30 shows a month, 30 to 35 shows a month. So, I mean, 192, a show every other day, one on, one off. That doesn't seem
fine.
That bad. You know what that basically is? A Monday through Thursday schedule.
That's super easy, guys.
And you're getting offered potentially $75 million.
And we're complaining.
I mean, and I know we have Crowder fans in the chat right now, and we'll get to you guys, but if you're going to defend Crowder on this little stunt he pulled, you're either being disingenuous or you're brainwashed. I can't imagine. Daily Wire came out and said, here's what this lying sack of shit didn't tell you. This guy's making it look like it's a big con. He's calling it the big con. This has been Crowder's grift forever, you guys, and you don't see it. He creates an enemy, tells you and him are in the same fight. Let's fight it together. Now send me mug money, you stupid pay piggy. No. I have no problem with people taking money from their audience for providing a service. That's normal. But do it like the rest of us do it. Hey guys, we're doing a fun show. You want to throw us a couple bucks? Cool. Yeah. Don't sit there and go, my enemy is your enemy, and you and I need to fight this enemy together, and the only way you can fight that enemy is by giving me money and buying a piece of ceramic.
Okay, well, no, none of us have the same life as Steven Crowder, by the way, so none of us are fighting the same fight.
I mean, he's been doing this for years, and you Crowder fans act like he's on your side. He's on Steven's side, which is fine, but just be honest. I may not like some of the things Ben Shapiro says, but at least Ben Shapiro is very honest about what he is, what he wants, what he's looking to get out of this thing.
Yeah.
Glenn Beck. Same thing.
Always seems like a red flag when someone says, let's fight the good fight together.
Yeah.
I mean, just buy this first.
Yeah, but buy this first. So we'll talk about it later in the show, but Crowder went and showed the pieces of the contract he wanted you to see. And this is where he's a dishonest sack of shit, and I'll fight with the Crowder fans on this one. He never told us how much money he was offered and for how much time. He just saw, you guys, did you see that? Big conservative is in bed with big tech. Ben Shapiro is not in bed with YouTube. He was protecting his investment in that deal. And also, that bag of shit Canadian psycho never sent them a counter offer.
Nope.
So this offer they sent him was an opening salvo.
Can you imagine being somebody who, instead of wanting to negotiate, you just kind of throw a hissy fit?
Publicly. You throw it. This is the equivalent. Really, you guys, this is the equivalent of your mom offering to buy you cereal, but it's not the exact cereal you want, so you throw a temper tantrum in the cereal aisle. Well, guess what, asshole? You're not going to get any more cereal offers.
No, nobody wants to work with that.
Nobody will want to work with that guy.
So bitchy.
So, Mr. You know what this was? And I'm sorry, Crowder fans, you're not gonna like this. In my humble opinion, this was Steven Crowder knowing he's going to start his own thing and rallying as many troops as he could to jack the money tree up a little bit higher for when he starts his own thing. He was never going to Daily Wire.
No.
He was never going. And
yeah, I mean, the shopping around, I don't know, because he's clearly signed a contract with the Blaze before, so he knows what a contract looks like. I don't know if he was just out there looking for another one to go out and complain about and make it look truly ugly.
Right.
You know?
And by the way, you can't indict Blaze in this because, as someone said in the chat, a lot of Blaze's people are independent contractors. They can go take outside work. Alex Stein said that when he was on the show.
Not putting all his eggs in one basket.
Right, exactly. Nobody's alt but mine says, you guys sound salty as fuck about this and are being highly disingenuous. I love your show, but come on. Disingenuous? Are we the ones waving around a contract without giving the full context of it? All I'm doing, nobody's alt, is I'm saying, here's the actual things that lying grifter left out. So, salty? No, I don't like it when people go online, make this big declarative statement, and they're at war and this and that, and they lie. He lied openly. And the problem is we called it. We said, this asshole's grifting right now. Mm-hmm. And then the facts come out, and he totally is. 100%. If he would have said, I mean, if you're a Crowder fan, you can give him the benefit of the doubt and say, oh, he just forgot to mention the money part.
How do you forget that much money?
Yes.
That's a lot of money.
In my opinion, he was being dishonest and disingenuous with you because he knows that if he mentioned the $50 to $75 million, people wouldn't have seen the other parts as egregious and terrible and awful. They wouldn't have clutched their pearls for Steven, and they wouldn't have bought a mug. No working class person who's not brainwashed by this idiot is going to look at 75 million and go, oh, you poor thing.
No. I mean, that's awesome. That is life-changing.
That is an incredible amount of money. So let's go to, let's see what they're saying. Nobody's alt but mine says, you guys are throwing one right now. No, I'm being entertaining. I'm being charismatic.
I don't feel like I'm throwing a hissy fit.
No, we're not. The only thing we're throwing a fit, we're calling Crowder out for lying. And you know what I'm actually upset about, though?
What?
Now I'm defending the Daily Wire.
That is kind of gross.
That's the only thing that makes me feel gross. But who made me do that?
Steven
Crowder made me defend Ben Shapiro and Daily Wire. Look at Aaron teaming up with the Jews.
They're good friends to have.
Siding up next to my new buddy, Ben. Honestly, the only problems I have with Ben, I have very small problems with Ben Shapiro, and they're with his opinions. They're not with him. I find Ben Shapiro to actually be very honest about what he is. Mm-hmm. You know, okay. To me, Ben Shapiro, the big issue I have with him is, I don't think we should be giving Israel $3.8 billion a year. He thinks Israel's the greatest thing. I understand why we disagree on that. Like, it makes sense that he and I'm a Northern European descending white guy. He's a Jew. I mean, I understand why we disagree on Israel. The German and the Jew disagree on giving Israel money.
Oh, my God.
Weird.
I disagree with his sex takes.
Yeah. Yeah, right. You're right.
It should be dry.
His pussy takes are horrendous.
You're diseased if you're anything but dry. Who told him that? His wife? His wife.
Yeah, they weren't literally saying mop and bucket. Look, I'm not going to revisit the pussy debate. Look, we look. That's one of those agree to disagree things. I want to get my 75 million.
I get it.
Talk nice. Sage says, "Yep, it was typical Crowder bullshit. I'm the victim. Buy a mug." Did you see that cunt the Quarterings tweet? Yeah, I retweeted Jeremy. Jeremy from the Quartering. It seems weird when you have an impulse, when you have a first take on somebody, a first impression, because your first impressions you always kind of hold back on because you're like, well, there's got to be more to this. Mm-hmm. Jeremy from the Quartering is one of those guys where you have your first opinion of him, of like, oh, this guy's a grifting sack of shit who sucks anybody's dick to try and get ahead. And then you see him doing it and you're like, oh, well, I wanted to hold back on that opinion because there's got to be more to him. And there never ends up being more to the guy.
No.
The only thing he did good was change my mind, says the mood. but even those got stale. Yeah, I put those on the same end as when we talked to Alex about his City Hall stuff. Yeah, that was good for a little while, but now you've grown past that.
Well, yeah, you get found out, move on to something better.
Yeah. I was thinking about this in the shower the other day. I'm not going to tell Alex that I was thinking about him in the shower.
Alex.
But I was thinking about the World Economic Forum, because I like to jack off in the shower. I was thinking about the World Economic Forum, and I'm like, how badass would it be if Alex went there and started some shit? Brought Don Terrius to the World Economic Forum and somehow got in touch with Klaus Schwab.
Would you get him in there, though?
No, not in a million years.
I don't think Don Terrius is getting in there.
I would love to see Don Terrius get into the World Economic Forum. Let's go to Veldrain. He says, watching Crowder is as entertaining as watching a progressive. Just shut off your brain and assume everything you are told is true. Don't think about it, Crowder says. You'll ruin it. Aaron, that's not true at all. Crowder is terrified of going independent. He was literally on the brink of an asthma attack during that video. Maybe fair, Citizen M, but could he have also been acting?
I don't know. I was torn on that too. I was trying to decide between what was an act and what was actual panic, because he did seem a little nervous, like, oh, either this has to stop or I've got to go.
Yeah, I think
it did seem a little panicky.
I hear you. I never know what's an act with that guy. Citizen M says, you called nothing. You were wrong about everything outside the fact that Crowder is a grifter. No, I said he wasn't giving us the whole deal, that there was more to this. He probably got offered a lot of money, and that's why they were asking for control. And that ended up being what the case was.
Boy, Crowder always seems to be contentious for you. There's actually some people in the chat, like, I don't know if they're actual Crowder fans.
We have some Crowder fans who watch us. They'll be reformed. Cameron says he's completely demonetized on YouTube. That's why he does the Mug Club. Well, he goes through these phases. He gets his monetization back. He gets demonetized. He gets it. I don't know where he is right now. He might be demonetized. But, well, that's fine. Then shut up and do your Mug Club. But when you say, I'm demonetized, big tech, this and that, and then someone throws you a $75 million lifeline, don't make a video shitting on them and calling them the enemy.
Maybe not. And then, does anyone know what the Blaze was paying him?
No idea.
For apparently a similar contract?
He came in on a buyout deal because he had started something with Mark Levin, and the Blaze bought it out. So he was on a different type of deal. I don't know what that deal was. But notice he won't tell us what that deal was.
No.
But he'll wave the Daily Wire one in front of everybody's face and go, they're the enemy, they're terrible. Hey, Steven, how much is the enemy offering to pay you? Shut up!
Well, he also insinuated time and time again that the Blaze basically had a very similar contract because, I think what he said is, look, I haven't been happy in a long time, okay, because of this shit.
Right. Oh, Crowder has real white people problems, says my dog barks. That's pretty accurate. Quarter pounder needs to be beaten and have his phone taken away forever. I don't know who that is.
The quartering.
Oh, the quarter. God, am I stupid?
A little bit.
Serial killer says Jeremy is a sack of shit. His drunken sack washing of Elon Musk was hilarious. Oh, yeah, we played that one. Oh, that was so... He's like, all you conservatives, lend me your ears. If you love free speech, vote in my Elon Musk poll. Although we did kind of give Jeremy a little credit because he released a whole video talking about what a douche he was for doing that.
I always think that guy's a douche. I don't like him.
He is an unlikable douche. Did you guys comment on Gavin's fake FBI raid? Yes, we have videos of it on our channel here. We got a whole series. Gordy says, exactly, I have been fighting your daddy and you're ignoring my fight for you. Farfik Nugan says, do you guys think the New Zealand Prime Minister step down was because of Davos? I haven't heard about it yet. We'll check it out. Nobody's alt but mine says, I'm a Crowder fan and a Steel Toe fan. It's ridiculous you're trying to demonize fans of his. I'm not trying to demonize you. I'm saying you're being had if you think that Crowder is a victim of it. I can't see an offer for $75 million and see him being the victim of Big Con. There is no Big Con.
I think you have to stop feeling sorry for somebody when you sign something. If they signed it, you got to stop feeling sorry for them.
Right.
And you got paid for it.
And not only that, the shitty business acumen of Steven Crowder. Daily Wire sends you an opening offer. Do you know how many copies of contracts there are before somebody signs something? At least
Multiple.
4 or 5 offers. At least they go back and forth 4 or 5 times. The Vikings just started negotiating with Justin Jefferson for an extension.
Yep.
Justin Jefferson's agent is upset at the initial offer. And Vikings fans are going, oh no, there's animosity. This happens every time. They're going to be mad at each other. They're negotiating. The one guy wants as much as he can get. The other side wants to get away with paying as little as they can. That's how these things work.
Alex Stein told us, too, that he's been negotiating with the Blaze for a while now.
Right.
It doesn't happen overnight.
Crowder is wiping his tears away with $100 bills. Crowder will be just fine, sure of it. Yeah, he'll be fine. But, like, he's trying to drag these people down with him that did nothing wrong. They made an offer to a guy. And he's like, they're the enemy. You need to sign up for Mug Club. How are they the enemy? They made you an offer. They offered to put more money in your pocket than you've ever seen before. And you're going to do a 30-minute video talking about how you need to sign up for Mug Club or you can't fight these guys. Boy. Here's the CEO of the Daily Wire. And by the way, this is how you do business. Not to say that, Ben comes from a certain tribe that knows how to do business.
What?
But this is how you do business. Do you ever see this guy on Daily Wire stuff? Do you ever see him on Ben Shapiro's show?
No.
Because I don't.
No.
He's the fucking CEO. He's not an on-air guy. He doesn't give a shit about on-air things. He sits in an office, which is probably this one.
He does the shit he's good at.
He does the shit he's good at. He has a book on his desk, so you know he's smart because he's got a book. And look, April, it's got a bookmark in it.
Oh, right in the middle. He's reading. He's
reading the book. This is a smart guy. But hey, he's also kind of chill. He hasn't buttoned this jacket.
He's got a little bomber coat on.
This guy, he might ride a bike.
He's got a key around his neck. What is that for?
That's
not for any wooden doors, is it? Sorry, was that Rich?
It's not where I planned on going with that. This is so this is the Daily Wire making so you know how your boy Crowder he went out and he started shit talking this offer, but I might name names. You guys look out, to show you how big Daily Wire is and what an amateur they think Steven Crowder is. When he made a video going, I'll name names, within 24 hours, the Daily Wire went, okay, pissant, it was us.
This little dude that never goes on camera says, hi, that was I'm the name.
Yes.
It's me.
That was me, Mr. Crowder. Here's what you didn't tell your fans.
And this is where you guys, look, you can say that I'm being unfair to Crowder, whatever. But use your ears and you'll hear me, because I know you're just trying to defend your boy right now. And maybe April disagrees with me. He purposely did not tell you the amount of that contract because he knew you wouldn't accept the grift if he did. Fair or unfair?
I think that is fair because most of us would appreciate $75 million.
And most people would look at him and go, why the fuck are you complaining? And why, if this is the first offer, why are you sitting here burning them publicly? Why aren't you counter-offering?
Yeah, it's almost like he got the first offer and he's just that insulted.
Yeah. Well, then you're dumb.
That is dumb.
So we'll watch a little bit of this. It's 52 minutes long. There's no way. There's no way I can go through this. And it just came out overnight, so I didn't have time to timestamp it or anything.
To get him over to the Daily Wire, this at the same time that we're investing very heavily in kids' entertainment content and making real television content, streaming scripted fiction like the Pendragon Cycle and Atlas Shrugged and other projects that we've taken on. Would we have the resources? We weren't sure, but again, you have to have the conversation, and we were happy to have it. So we reach out to the agent, and we say that. We'd like to have a conversation with Steven, kind of get into the details of what's he looking for, what's he looking for financially, what's he looking for in terms of structure, what would make his life better, what would make him happy. He's got this opportunity now to have a next chapter. What's he want that next chapter to be?
What a bunch of assholes.
This guy sounds reasonable so far.
I mean, this big con needs to be stopped. They're sitting there. They see a big talent hit the free agent pool. They ask his agent what he would like, what would make him happy, what would make his life better, how much money he's looking for. I tell you what, guys, these guys who are clearly on YouTube's side and not Crowder's, they need to be stopped immediately. Immediately.
And Steven's agent candidly just wasn't interested in any aspect of that conversation. He only wanted to know about the money. He said, we're not going to have a conversation. We're not going to have some abstract talk. We're going to send us an offer. Tell us how much money you're willing to pay. And he gave us an indication of what the minimum number would have to be in order to even have a discussion with Steven.
That sounds a lot different than what we heard from Steven Crowder, doesn't it?
Yes. Steven didn't even care to mention the money part.
No.
He just wanted to know all about the little details that, previously had at least been making his life a living hell.
Oh, yes, and I'm so tired all the time, and I don't feel good, and I don't... Well, these guys, they were going to make you less tired. They weren't going to have you doing all those change my minds, which have to be exhausting. They just wanted you cranking out shows.
Seems like this guy was paying attention. He'd done his homework, and hey, what can I do to make Steven's life better? How can I make him happy?
I'm just watching this video and comparing it to the Crowder video, and again, you Crowder fans can jump down my throat all you want. Just appreciate that, unlike your other host, this one's honest with you. I had that guy say, I'm done with your show because I wanted you to interview Crowder, and then you were mean to him when you watched his video. It's like, I'm not Jeremy from the Quartering, motherfucker. I'm not going to sit here and suck a guy's dick and kiss his ass unless I really like the guy and he think he's doing the right thing. I'm not just going to kiss his ass and suck his dick because, Mr. Crowder might come on my show and talk to me. I don't give a fuck. I got this far without Steven Crowder. I'm sure we'll keep growing without Steven Crowder. I'd rather be honest. I'd rather tell you what I think. So far, Crowder, Mr. I just want to be happy and I'm new fan and they're all big con. Daily Wire's like, yeah, we asked the guy, what can we do for you? What would make you happy? I don't give a fuck about all that. How much money, you asshole?
Oh, how weird.
And it's a big number. So we talked about it internally, and we decided, yeah, we should do that. We should send over an opening offer, a non-binding term sheet that takes a stab at what we think that minimum number is going to be to get the conversation started so that we can sit down with Steven so that we can see if there's a deal that'd be good for him and good for us. And that's what we did. We put together the term sheet, we sent it over, and we asked if we could get on the phone and have a conversation with Steven. I'm going to walk you through that document, what it says, what it doesn't say, some of how Steven represented it. I'm sure he feels like he was being accurate, but some of the things that he said are simply not true.
Weird. Can you believe that?
Can you believe there's a spin and a twist to things?
But Crowder wouldn't lie to me.
Based on the text, and Steven's a very passionate guy. I think that he's
gay,
doing his level best to stand against what he sees as an injustice, but there is no injustice in this document, as I think you'll see. And then I'll tell you what happened right after we sent the document when I finally did get on the phone with Steven. So first, here's the document, the non-binding...
April, what kind of paper is that printed on?
That sounds like cardstock.
That sounds like cardstock. The only kind of paper one should be using. Nice, heavy card. You send someone a contract in cardstock, they know you're serious. Mm-hmm. And they know you got cardstock money.
None of that flimsy shit.
That's right. If Daily Wire sent me a contract and it was on regular printer paper, I'd go, I'm worried about Ben's finances. But if Ben sent me a contract and it was on cardstock, I'd go, I'm getting every dime of this $75 million. These guys got some cash. Now, if they etched it in a tablet, I'd go, holy fuck, I'm going to get a bonus.
You were trusting.
Yes.
Confidential term sheet. And I'm just going to walk you through it. Full transparency. This non-binding term sheet sets forth the basic deal points of a proposed content production and distribution agreement between the Daily Wire, LLC, a Texas limited liability company, and Steven Crowder via his loan out, so that if and when the parties elect to move forward with a long-form agreement, they can move quickly in preparing a definitive and binding agreement.
Okay. Notice Crowder's was full of black lines and black marks and, redacting things and shit like that. Mm. Daily Wire's just going, yeah, we're not setting up a mug club hustle here, so we'll just show you what the deal is.
Well, they also very clearly state that this is non-binding.
Right.
This is like an opening.
This is an opening offer
to a conversation here.
God, that piece of shit. He was going off on his own the entire time, and he needed some kind of big enemy, some kind of big publicity stunt to get it off the ground.
I will say this, though. I do think that he wants to be part of a bigger
think so?
Company. I do. I don't think he wants to be by himself. Really? I actually do think that he wants to be part of a company like this.
I mean, then if
he's
you
just
want
fussy about it.
Right, if you want to be part of a company, you can't also get pissed that they want a percentage of your YouTube and they want to punish you if you lose you. They only want Crowder. Do you think Ben Shapiro wants you because he thinks you're such a swell guy and he wants to hang out with you? No. He's Jewish. He wants you to sign this deal and then he never wants to see your fucking face again.
I think if you're...
I'm sorry to finish up here. He wants the YouTube reach. That's what Shapiro wants. Mm-hmm. So if you get banned from that, yes, he's going to take money away from you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think when you're as big as Steven is, I think going off on your own actually might be terrifying. You're going to want somebody else to help you handle all this shit.
I mean, then hire internally, but like, don't bitch when other people go, oh, you want to play for our team? Well, here's our terms. It's like when the Yankees hire someone, if they have a big beard, they go, well, we're the Yankees. You don't have a big fucking beard here. You shave that beard.
To me, it kind of feels a little bit like wanting to have your cake and eat it too.
Yes.
Like you want all this control of everything, but then you want to be part of the larger company.
Oh, by the way, we're not doing Crowder for overtime anymore. We're just kind of into it because it got the people talking. So then that got me talking, and might as well just go through the thing. Oh, and then I picked out a few good stories for April today. Tits at the gym. I've got tits complaining at the gym. And I've got some thoughts.
I certainly will too then.
THOTS and THOUGHTS.
Fun.
That's just legalese. That means this is just a conversation starter. Right. And we're obviously going to have a negotiation if we move forward, and a lot of these points are going to get beat.
Obviously. So in their mind, they're going, this is just an initial offer sheet. Obviously, we're going to negotiate. Nobody's going to blow up and act like a retard over this.
Fingers crossed.
Well, guess what? They underestimated one Steven Crowder because he indeed will act retarded over an offer sheet.
How insulting did it have to feel to be them seeing him go over this the way that he did?
And then also to watch them watch the video and go, Steven, nobody is fooled about who you're talking about. Like everybody talking about this they're talking about Daily Wire.
Yeah.
Yep. And for those of you who've never been through a contract negotiation, well, that's how it works. When you send someone an offer, you don't send them everything that you're willing to say yes to, because there is going to be a negotiation, because agents and lawyers are going to get involved, because you can't read their mind. You don't know everything that will be important to them and everything that they'll want. You don't know even...
You understand this motherfucker's having to explain basic contract shit that most of us know from watching movies because Crowder's such a dumb fuck.
Dude, I've been through this before. I've worked for a union before where we have to negotiate our contract every so often. And it is true. Like one side will send you like, oh, this is what we would like to propose to you.
Yeah.
And then our stewards go through it and like either write notes in there and strike shit and add shit. And you go back and forth for a while until you figure it out.
You basically insult each other in tiny parts until you go, all right, that sucks, but it sucks equally for both of us. I agree.
I can agree to this.
And, some of their sort of non-negotiable points. And so you send over a loose offer, and then they're going to beat it up a little bit. They're going to say, well, this should be higher and this should be lower. And you're going to come back and say, no.
They're going to make a YouTube video calling you the enemy and a big con and a piece of shit and in the back pocket of YouTube. And it's not being in the back pocket of YouTube if you want to have a presence on the largest video sharing and streaming site in the world. That if you go to Target and wear a shirt, that's not you being in the pocket of Big Target. You want to shop at Target. You want to be a Target customer. God, everyone's got this.
That's not what I think when I go there.
Everyone's got this 12-year-old punk rock idea of, I'm not selling out, man. Do you wear a shirt at a store, you stupid asshole? Then you want to do business with a big play. You want access to a big playground, so you follow the rules of the playground. If that's selling out, then we were all sold out in kindergarten, and we haven't stopped since.
I only wear non-Target shirts in Target to show them.
I wear Costco shit at Target. Fuck them.
Ew.
Fuck Big Target.
You wear Costco shirts?
No, I can't wear Costco shirts.
The fuck?
Fabric makes me itchy.
Stand firm here, but we're willing to compromise there. And over time, you either get to a deal or you don't get to a deal. But that's how a good faith negotiation always works. 100% of every interaction I've ever had with any talent, that's the process.
I love how this guy's passively going, this guy's a crazy asshole.
Exceptionally bad.
Except he is the worst guy I've ever spoken to. Literally every talent I've ever spoken with does business this way.
Yeah. Steven, while maybe not a bad guy, is definitely bad at business.
He's a drama queen who needs to cut back on the Adderall.
Sure.
That might be the case.
Maybe.
The hillbilly heroin is Oxy. I don't know what you'd call Adderall. College cocaine. There you go.
And so here we go.
I want to know what
here was our
key
offer.
Is to.
A 4-year initial term with 2-year renewal at DW's sole discretion. That just means Steven's going to work for DW for 4 years. And if it's going really well, DW can retain him for an additional 2 years. 2, the fee. And remember, this is the minimum number that we thought would get the conversation started with Stephen. $50 million for the initial term, plus $25 million for the renewal term, if extended, paid in monthly installments.
Oh my God, dude.
50,
First off, that's a ton of money.
it's $12 million.
That's a ton.
$12.5 million a year.
That's a ton of money for an initial offer.
Right. And that's just
That's
what
an
he said.
initial offer.
He goes, this is the minimum amount we thought would get the conversation started. If Dickbag would have shut the fuck up, he shouldn't even have read this deal, by the way. It should have been his agent. Because the agent won't go and make a dumb YouTube video blowing up the whole thing.
No, it sounded like the agent was going to get the money thing covered for him anyways. That's where he started.
They could have got that deal up to $70 million.
Guaranteed, yeah.
They could have got that to $70 million.
If they want him that bad.
And remember, Crowder was waving around that paper going, they said if I got demonetized or anything that it would cost me $250,000. That little piece of shit didn't say, oh, by the way, that $250,000 is out of $50 million.
So it's something you might not notice.
You could get demonetized quarterly and you'd lose $1 million a year out of your $12.5 million. You could not meet your, because remember, there was a $1 million penalty if he didn't do 192 shows a year.
Yep.
You could do 175 shows a year and still make $11.5 million. Those punishments from the Daily Wire were incredibly fair.
I think by the grace of God, you'll be okay.
Remember, if he got banned on Spotify, it was like a 10% dock and pay. Oh, you still make $11 million, do you?
What?
You can get banned from an entire platform. They'll still give you millions of dollars every year.
Yeah, what was all the I'm tired comments and stuff like that about it? I feel like the amount of shows they're asking of him, I feel like we, like obviously for a much smaller crowd and stuff, but
Again,
we do that and then some.
I'm going to say, I don't believe a word he said. I don't think he meant a single word of it. This man he has the mentality of a Ted Bundy when it comes to talking to people. He says what he needs to say to get people to do the things he needs them to do. He may in fact be a sociopath because this guy creates an enemy. He doesn't even lie. He tells lies of omission. And then he tells people, here's what you can do for me to help me, but it's us. You're in it with me. And what is he going to pour you a cup of coffee in that mug? You've been had. You've been took.
I kind of feel like the more I learn about him and the way he portrays things and stuff, I feel like he's just like super ultra insecure and stuff. And he needs everyone to be right there with him or something's going wrong.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
It's, like I say, a pretty big number, but we thought for a talent like Steven, this is probably the minimum number that's going to get us in the door so that we can sit down and talk to him. 3, production costs. This is important. We've never made a deal quite like the offer that we put in front of Steven because Steven, very independent guy. I mean, all of our talent have very independent voices. Obviously, we can't tell them what to say. Candace says what she wants and Jordan Peterson says what he wants, Ben, Michael. But Steven has always built in this protection for himself that he wants to actually produce his content. He doesn't want, most of our guys, they come to the studio and we turn on the cameras. We point the cameras, we point the lights. Steven likes to do that with his own team to just make doubly sure that no one's interfering with his content, not that we would. And so we anticipated that and we said, Crowder will bear the burden of production, including all costs associated therewith, on all the content contemplated herein, except on the quarterly and annual content contemplated below. We'll get to that part a little bit later. It's kind of a novel concept. The quality of the production will be as good as or better than is currently existing content.
So that basically means you're going to make the same show you've been making. Mm-hmm. And it's going to cost you the same amount it's been costing you.
Sure.
I wonder if that part didn't get him because that might cost him like $2 million a year. And I'm sure it wouldn't. It wouldn't cost him $2 million a year.
To produce a show?
To have 4 guys, I mean, those 4 guys combined will probably make $250,000 a year. Combined. So your production costs are going to be absolutely balls out $500,000 a year. I'm saying it would cost him to produce his own show.
You've got 4 of them, at least $1 million.
Okay, well, let's say $1 million. $11.5 million a year for you. Let's say you get banned off of YouTube. Now you're down to $8 million a year.
I'm sure he sees that though as like, oh look, you're taking more money away from me. Like you're starting me here, but you keep chipping away at it. Where does it stop?
when you either say no or say yes. But you go and make a YouTube video, now you've just made sure nobody... Who's going to send this guy an offer if he's going to go on YouTube and wave it around for everybody?
I've wondered that many times about celebrities of any kind. Like, when you throw a fit publicly, nobody's going to want to deal with your level of bullshit.
This just, again, Steven's going to produce his own content. It has to be as good as the stuff that Steven's audience has come to expect from him. And that'll come out of the $50 million. So it's not like all of that $50 million goes right in Steven's pocket. He's going to use some of it to pay for producers and studio space and camera equipment and operators and lights. Just like we're going to use some of the money that we make to pay for the infrastructure and the technology and the marketing and the legal and all the other parts that go into making a successful business. Revenue collection that says we'll have the exclusive right to realize revenue in connection with all of his content and brand.
We're giving you $50 million. Any money you make, we're taking. We need to make back our $50 million. That's sounds totally fair to me.
We're paying you this guaranteed significant amount of money, $50 million. And for that, one of the things we're buying is the content, but we're also buying the right to monetize the content so that we can have a chance of making some money and not just spending money.
Right.
What is the content? First, we broke this into daily, monthly, quarterly, and annual content. The daily content is going to be very obvious to you. He'll deliver a 1.5 hour Louder with Crowder audio video show of a quality and kind consistent with the shows that he's currently producing 4 days a week. That's 192 original episodes a year if you factor in 4 weeks of vacation.
You guys, the guys, those of you who like Crowder, you were right and I was wrong. They're going to make him work an hour and a half a day. And he's going to have to do it 4 days a week. He's only going to have 3-day weekends. You're going to make him work, you guys. I'm sorry.
What are you doing?
Fuck Big Con and fuck Ben Shapiro. They're going to make April, you don't understand.
No, I guess not.
They're going to make Crowder work for 90 minutes.
Are you going to be okay?
No, because Big Con is fucking Crowder, and if you don't buy a muck, you're a piece of shit.
I guess I'm about a piece of shit.
4 days a week, an hour and a half. Steven Crowder, fuck you.
Dude, no matter how tired I was from anything, I would never complain about an hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
When we do a 4.5 hour show, an hour and a half would just fly by.
If you're doing a conservative talk show like Crowder does, if I go on the Blaze once a day, I've got an hour and a half show prepped. Done.
Vacation, including all ad reads and promotions as requested by us. So he's going to continue to produce his show, his Louder with Crowder show, 4 days a week, 192 times a year. And that'll include us being able to put ads in it and promotions in it. They'll be filmed in studio daily, Monday through Thursday. At least 1 hour of them will be outside the paywall. That's much how Steven already operates. That's the part that goes out on podcasting. It's the part that goes out on YouTube. It's the part that goes out on Rumble. And at least 30 minutes inside the DW Plus paywall.
Fair enough.
In the same way that right now he has his Piss Off YouTube segment that has historically been at Blaze, well, he would still do that same kind of concept. 30 minutes.
Ben Shapiro does the same thing. He does like a half hour of his show, and then he goes, if you want more, sign up for dailywire.com.
So he's keeping shit simple for him. He's keeping it basically the same format.
Yeah, I mean, you couple this with what Crowder told us about the punishment, because he only showed you the punishments and this and that and the other thing. This sounds like an incredibly good start to a negotiation. Mm-hmm. There's no reason for anyone to be pissed at each other over this.
I do think you're right, and maybe Crowder should not have read the first one, and it should have been the agent.
This wasn't even an official contract offer. There's nothing Crowder could have signed here.
Nothing binding, yeah.
They just said it's an offer sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And the show would now be behind our paywall. Crowder can bank or pre-record a limited number of episodes upon our approval and reasonable discretion. Days without new original episodes will be scheduled in advance, subject to our reasonable approval. What's this about? Well, a guy like Crowder, in addition to his 4 weeks of vacation, there's just also going to be times where he, for whatever reason, maybe he's got a speech, maybe he's got a stand-up comedy gig somewhere around the country.
Something that 3-day weekend can't accommodate.
That is weird. I feel like I can shove most things into a 3-day weekend.
If he were to come to us and say, hey, I can't really shoot a show on Thursday because I'm going to be doing this stand-up gig, that's fine. Let's shoot 2 episodes on Tuesday and we'll roll one of them out on Thursday. It's just giving us all the...
First of all, if you're paying me $50 million over 4 years, stand-up can go fuck itself right in the ass.
Yeah, I don't know how much stand-up really makes you in that realm, I guess. Like maybe when you're bigger like he is, maybe it does.
That's very nice of Daily Wire to provide him that accommodation. They're sitting there going, if you have a stand-up gig, we'll let you do a pre-recorded show. If I'm the Daily Wire and I'm paying you $50 million, I'm like, no, you're doing a show for me. You're not doing that stand-up gig.
You haven't considered taking tomorrow's show off because you have stand-up on Saturday?
No, I don't feel it's necessary.
What?
Fuck this guy.
The maximum flexibility to still make the episodes, but for Stephen to be able to live the other important parts of his life. 192 episodes. Obviously, there are 260 work days in a year. Most Americans work 260 days a year minus 10. That's 2 weeks of vacation. So they work about 250 work days a year. And we're telling Stephen, you've got to produce 192. So
this is the CEO being very passive aggressive going, Steven's kind of being a whiny cunt, isn't he, boys and girls?
A little bit.
Do you know how confident this guy is in the ground they're standing on publicly? He doesn't even need to bash the guy. He's just laying out he's reading the deal to you. Crowder had to go on this big diatribe about how tired he is and how the big conservative is in bed with YouTube. They're not in bed with YouTube. They like the reach that YouTube provides them, so they play the game. That's not them. They're not sitting there meeting with YouTube going, Crowder doesn't know we're here, so don't tell him. Well, this guy's just going, hey, if I read the deal, people will see what an asshole this guy is.
Well, and this little guy also knows that whatever.
That key unlocks the locker that holds his stilts.
No, he knows that it's not a good business move to go out and trash people either.
Right.
That's never going to help you.
Already, even to say 4 weeks of vacation, that is probably above average, but it doesn't really capture the reality of this, which is there are going to be, 60 days basically of the year where Fridays, we call them, where Stephen basically doesn't have to produce a show.
Fridays, we call them.
And you may say, well, that's still a lot. And I know Stephen says that's more than even, network TV would ask for. No, these are points that can be negotiated. I still think most people feel like, if you're only working 4 days a week and you get 4 weeks off every year and you can pre-schedule even additional time to be traveling by banking.
I'm actually getting a boner listening to the terms of this deal.
No, I am too, because I'm thinking back to days where I actually had vacation offered to me. And I start, like most people start at 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Or you have to earn the hours like weekly to take off like a whole day or something.
Episodes, you would at least say, you may think, well, he needed to negotiate that and get it down to 170 or something. Sure, I thought he would, but it's certainly not unfair to expect someone that is making $50 million over the next 4 years to, work 192 days a year.
I kind of like how passive aggressive
I do too. I like this guy. I like the way he's just calmly taking Steven Crowder apart. He's like, well, Steven could have negotiated these points with us. That would have been fine. But, 192 days a year, I don't really see why that would be
and listen,
such a problem for someone.
It sounds like he would have been willing to get down to 170-ish shows a year too.
I'm telling you, Crowder could have got 60 million and 150 days a year. He could have gotten that. Daily Wire clearly, he's the biggest free agent, or was the biggest free agent in conservative media. They wanted the guy.
Now he's tainted.
Now he's just hissy fitted himself into independence.
That brings us to monthly content. What is monthly content? Well, at Daily Wire, our members are entitled to an all access once a month with most of our talent. And that's where our members get to interact with them, sort of one-on-one, ask them questions. So we're saying once a month, he would have to do a 90-minute all access and any promotions and ad reads that would go in that. Right now, there are no ad reads in all access. But again, you're giving yourself, it's a 4, possibly 6-year deal.
We talk to you assholes completely free of charge. What the fuck?
For an hour and a half, though, like all of month. One time a month, all of your shows are only an hour and a half long. That to me does not seem like you're asking a lot.
I might have to do a show on a Friday once a month.
Like I will say
fucking pussy.
When I first came around to this whole thing back in 2020, I was starting to think like, those evening shows I started with could be like 2.5 hours long. And I'm like, oh, I don't know how I'm going to get through that. And then you start working your way up, and like an hour and a half seems like nothing.
I know, that doesn't seem like, it seems like you're getting warmed up.
Like when we do our members only shows on Sunday nights, they're only an hour long, and it just kind of flies by. So no matter what we've done that day, no matter how tired you are, you can do that.
If you're any good at broadcasting, you can do an hour without prep.
You should be able to.
You're giving yourself a little latitude for things to change. Quarterly content. We asked that Stephen would produce one major promo video and photo shoot coordinated by us for his content at the company. You know, we would want him to.
All right. Look, I'm getting to the point now where I feel like we've heard enough of this deal.
It is.
That we can kind of. I like him. I kind of want to. I'm going to watch the rest of this myself later.
Sure.
Because I like this guy. I like the CEO that Benny Boy's got. Mm-hmm. But, there's, got to thank a few people here. Thank you, Elias. He says this is just like the Napster episode of South Park where Master P's son doesn't get the island he wants. And Hulkamash says at 192 1.5-hour shows, Crowder is making $43,402 an hour. Fuck Crowder. Indeed.
See, that's why, like, we're sitting here, like, why are you complaining?
Right.
And I'm so confused by anyone who is in the chat saying, you guys sound like sellouts. Like,
Pontiva says, I can't believe you're making me stick up for Crowder. I'm not making you do anything. I'm showing you what this asshole lied about and didn't tell the truth about, and what Daily Wire did provide the actual receipts for this. And if you're going to stick up for Crowder after that, feel free.
Man, there's always two sides to that story.
It's also the fact that he didn't renegotiate.
Right. This was the start of a conversation.
Right. This was an offer sheet. This wasn't even a contract offer. Oh, man.
Nothing binding.
I'm pretty much only reading the pro Crowder ones because, like, I don't want to do a pile on, and like I don't need everybody to agree with me. I'm glad a lot of you do. I think we kind of see through this asshole for what he is. But I am interested in the people who actually think Crowder did something noble and decent with what he did. First of all, I need you to resolve the fact for me. Help me with this part, because this is the part I can't get through. No matter, Daily Wire may be scummy, Ben Shapiro's garbage, whatever, you don't like him. Mm-hmm. Help me square this circle if you're a Crowder fan. He lied. Like, whether you like him or you don't like him, whether, no matter what my opinion of him was, when he did that video, he told a big fat lie. He didn't tell you how much money he was making. He didn't tell you that he was only working 4 days a week. He didn't tell you it was an hour and a half a day. He didn't tell you any of the things because he knew it would make him look bad and it wouldn't be good for the grift.
So to clarify, lies by omission.
So please tell me why Crowder's this. Okay, let me accept your premise that Daily Wire is pro-censorship and Ben Shapiro's a piece of shit. Tell me how Crowder is any different when he censored himself because he was worried it might look bad. Please, tell me. And if he's this beacon of honesty, why didn't he name names right off the jump? Because he wanted you to pay for it in the mug club.
That's true.
I'm sorry, but he's as big a liar as anybody else in this business, if not more. Daniel says, bro's so jealous over Crowder. No. I'm jealous over the deal he got offered at Daily Wire that he blew up.
I do feel like even being like offered that amount of money for what you have to do should be more of an honor than he's making it.
You're going to charge these working stiffs for a mug, and then you're not going to tell them that you got offered 90 minutes a day, 4 days a week, and $50 million, and you're going to rile them up and make them think there's this new enemy?
No offense, because obviously we enjoy doing this show, but do you know how thrilled I'd be if I only had to do camera time for an hour and a half a day? That's not even our evening show numbers.
I feel like I was stealing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to say thank you to the people who are writing nice things because I do want to acknowledge them. I just don't want this to seem like a pile-on. My Dog Barks, Dave, I agree with you guys. Baza, I agree with you. It's not fucking about Crowder, you fucks. Oh, yeah. Crowder really made that seem like it was about everyone but him, sure.
What if it's not about Crowder, what is it about? I would like you to tell me, because I'm not pot committed to any of this shit because it's not my life. I'm not being offered that. Tell me what it's about then.
My Monk, I agree with you. Toastmaster says, sounds like a good offer on principle. Coltrane, I agree with you. What part of opening offer do these people not understand? Chill with the all caps, homie. People want Tim to call him his tits. Pontiva says, Crowder sucks, but Daily Wire is evil. Look, now that's okay. I have no problem with that take.
Sure.
Crowder sucks, Daily Wire is evil. Sure, fine.
I don't work with either of them, so.
Yeah. I hope no one here likes Crowder, says Yuichi.
Somebody does.
I'm trying to read only Crowder people, but there's not many of them. There are not many Crowder people, I'll be very honest. Crowder's show is boring. Styx Hexenhammer made a pro Crowder video. I don't know anything about Styx Hexenhammer.
The quality of his show is not the thing at stake here, by the way.
Yeah.
So.
To settle this, the Crowder should wrestle with Ben's doctor wife. She knows right where to put her thumb in your ass, though, so you come. Crowder would love that. I don't know if she's a prostate doctor or not. He's a disgrace to Michigan. Daniel says we're jealous. Yep. They want to know who pissed in Tim's Cheerios.
I feel like this Daniel guy would be pretty jealous too. Like if he had the opportunity to get $75 million a year and work an hour and a half a day. Yeah, I think he'd be jealous too.
I thought Aaron's internal processor couldn't notice lies of omission. No, I've just always thought lies of omission were a good workaround. They're a good what's that word I'm looking for?
No, workaround was
kind of a workaround. I've always said lies of omission are not, you're not telling a lie, but you are being dishonest. Let's be very clear about that.
Right. To me, when he was going over that initial offer, which he never really put it out there as such, by the way, he just made it seem like the binding offer was like what he said wasn't necessarily a lie. It's just he didn't tell us the whole story. I'm
trying to find Crowder's defenders in here, and I'm not finding. I don't want this to be a pile-on, but it's kind of a pile-on. Evan says Crowder never mentioned money, just the fact DW wanted complete ownership. Brian says, I respect Shapiro because he doesn't misrepresent who or what he is, unlike Crowder. That's true. The problems I have with Ben Shapiro are purely what comes out of his mouth and that he's very open with. Mm-hmm. So there is that part.
Yeah, I feel like when you mentioned that the Daily Wire wanted complete ownership of everything, you should probably follow that up with, but, for complete ownership, they want to give me an ass load of money.
Yeah.
So.
All right. That's our Crowder coverage. So to people like Kraken who are whining and complaining, move on now, please. Yeah. Did you kind of sense that we were bringing it in for a landing a little bit? Just a little. I will tell people like Kraken, because Kraken's been around for a while. Be patient, all right? Or if you can't be patient, check back later. It's okay. I don't want anyone throwing a fit. Like Blues Mama, move on. He said it like a cow too, which is perfect. Guys, relax, all right? How about this? We'll do the show that we want to do. And if the thing that we're doing at the time is not for you, just check back later. Simple enough. See, now I kind of want to do more Crowder shit, even though I'm kind of done with it.
I was pretty
just because of that. You know me.
Your show.
All right, guys, we are $2.95 away from this morning's goal. Thank you very much. If you feel like chipping in, Streamlabs, PayPal, there's the links in the chat. We are a listener-supported show. We do need to hit that goal in order to do 30 minutes of overtime today. Kraken says, no, you repeated yourself 6 times. That's not a counter to what I said. What I said was, if you don't like it, come back in a little while. Your response was literally that of a 4-year-old. No! I didn't say that. I didn't repeat myself. No. Now I got to stop because now people are calling Kraken a woman and this. I certainly don't want Kraken to be misgendered. That's not what I'm going for here.
Okay.
I don't want to see anybody get misgendered on this program.
Thank God.
I'm sorry, Kraken.
I was getting nervous.
Kraken, I don't want to hurt your soul. I apologize. Now people in the chat are just going, no! I don't wanna. All right, so at any rate, let's get, where are we at likewise? See, now we can do something else for overtime today if we hit it. We got our Crowder stuff. I like
Is there more, though?
Is there more Crowder stuff?
Yeah.
That's kind of the big news today, is that Daily Wire came out and said, look, we offered him this much money. I don't know. Literally, it's like one guy's screaming and yelling, and then the other guy's going, here's what happened. I have no idea why he's losing his fucking mind.
Because I think, honestly, because he was insulted, it wasn't like his dream deal.
People right now are writing in the chat just, no. Jesus. Little Lemmy says we're at 120 likes. All right, let's get to 200 by 7:30. How's that? Everybody hit the like button, and we will get to 200 by 7:30. Blues Mama doesn't like our show, by the way. He says, Aaron just likes chat fights every day. I don't like it. I'm just good at it. So once in a while, when people try to step to us, I'll go, off with you. Just
Are there chat fights every day?
No, I like when people like Blues Mama act up, I set them straight. It's like running a daycare. I set them in, not even time out. I just go, now stop. Now, come on. I think somebody needs a nap. And they don't like that. They're used to going to shows and they say shitty things and the person loses their mind. They come here, they say shitty things, and we make fun of them. And the chat turns on them. They don't like that. Can we talk about how much Steel Toe makes? Yes, we can. Probably less than what Crowder would be fined for if he got demonetized on YouTube by the Daily Wire.
Way less than one of those fines. What are you talking about?
Perfect.
Are we talking like before or after taxes?
Yeah. See, now when guys like Kraken and stuff do that, then we go away from the chat for a while and our poor listeners don't get to be heard as much. You gotta be nice to these guys. All right, so we've got 295 away from today's goal, looking to get to 200 in likes. Hit the like button. That was a wonderful segment we just did. Thank you to the 99.8% of the audience that loved it. To the other 0.2, there's so many shows out there for a little bit. Let's talk about the models I wanted to discuss today.
Okay.
There are some girlies that don't like going to the gym because the guys do the gawking. Now, April and I work out. We don't always work out together. I'm downstairs doing the boxing stuff. She's upstairs doing the gym stuff.
I will amend that. We almost never work out together.
Okay.
We're at the same gym, but
that sounded personal.
No, I'm just saying we don't work out together. We're just at a gym.
So, and April she'll tell me things about her gym experience where I'll be like, yeah, April, I think that guy was just a low-key creeper. But, from the stories she tells me, April just kind of does her stuff so she doesn't notice a lot of things.
I don't usually have any problems at the gym, like, of a gawker or somebody bothering me. It's more like, could you quit being a grunter? And, I'm working out in one corner and then you kind of move to that corner and you start grunting and huffing while you're working out. So I move to the other end of the gym and you end up over there too. And it's like, that's maybe the worst I get.
Now, let's say you were a single woman and a guy kept following you around the gym and grunting. Would that be an attractive thing to you?
No, there's nothing cool about it. I don't know if you think that makes you sound tough. I'm asking for everybody in my shoes. Just don't do that.
Most places ban grunting and dropping the weights.
There's literal gyms that will have no grunt zones, like painted on their walls, just a reminder like, hey, could you quit grunting? Quit dropping your weights. It's not cool.
There's something about these guys where when they get confronted on the grunting, they go, what? I can't help it. I can tell you as someone who, like, when you hit a heavy bag, sometimes, especially when you're getting tired, if you want to throw a big punch, a sound might come out of you. Mm-hmm. But it's a sound you're pushing out for the effort. It's not an accident. Look, if I'm doing, like, for example, water bag, and I'm like on round 8 and I'm exhausted and I want to just do the kind of the little tap, 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 and then like a big overhand right kind of thing, or, kind of round off the right, you will go like tap, tap, and you go, you kind of make that noise. But that's a concerted effort. That's not an accident. You're just like, I'm fucking exhausted and I'm going to kind of give her here one time. But you're doing it. And I don't do it if there's a bunch of people working out down there.
For me, when it's towards the end of my workout, and let's say I'm doing squats or something just really exhausting, and it's like towards the end, like you said, sure, I'll make a noise when I'm like doing my last one, but it's never loud. It's not loud enough for somebody next to me to hear it. I would hope that somebody wearing headphones next to me would never hear a sound I make.
Back off the mic if you need to. Give us an as accurate, volume-wise, as loud as this person's grunt is. Like, As loud as it is in the gym.
I'd be embarrassed to even do that. It's a yell, like as loud as you can imagine a man yelling. It's a yell.
You tell me if it's this loud or quieter.
Louder than that.
Really?
Yeah, it's a loud ass grunt. Like,
because what I just did, you'd be able to hear through the whole room.
You can hear these people through the entire upper level of the gym, or it doesn't usually happen downstairs because that's none of the intense weightlifting shit. But
see, that is clearly like an intentional thing to make people notice you and notice, oh man, I'm ripped. I can lift, bro. Because if you're actually making that noise involuntarily, I think any trainer would tell you, bro, you need to drop some weight on there. You can't handle that much weight.
No, it's always the guys who are clearly lifting too much weight, and they drop the shit too. They'll sit on a squat rack and they'll fucking lift this big ass thing up like 4 inches because that's as far as they can go, and they'll grunt their way through it, and then they'll drop it on the racks.
Yeah. So that grunt. So
it's severely unattractive.
But you don't deal with a lot of like creeping people. You don't deal with really any creeping people.
No, I would say most people are very respectful.
Yeah. You know who I kind of felt bad for yesterday after you told me the story and then we walked by him? Let's Go guy.
Why?
Because you felt bad and I felt bad that he like thought he was bothering you. And then we were leaving and you said goodbye to Let's Go guy. He goes, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm like, oh, Let's Go guy. It's all right.
There's some guy that works out at our gym that's like, there's something a little off upstairs, I think, but he's a nice guy. He's just weird. Yeah. But whenever he works out by me, and he is kind of a noisemaker too.
Probably mid to late 40s.
Yeah.
He's he's a short, but he's beefy.
He seems like some guy who's probably had like bad run-ins with women before, because like he'll work out next to me and like he's asked me before, like, oh, am I bothering you? Like, is it okay if I work out over here? I didn't mean to say hello to you. You know, like he's like scared that he was even around me, or that I'm going to go report him for harassment or something.
I always say hi to Let's Go guy because it just winds him up. Like
he's fine.
He's there, and he's always got like a cutoff shirt on, and he's got big arms, and he's kind of thick throughout, but he's like 5'7".
And he wears socks though in the gym, which I don't recommend. Wear some damn shoes in case you drop something.
He walks around after sets. And he goes, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. So I call him Let's Go guy. And every time I see him, I'm like, hey, man, how's it going? He goes, hey, baby. Hey, how's it? What are we doing today? What are you doing? I'm like, oh, same stuff as every other day. All right, that's okay. That's okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And like, I'm walking away as he's Let's Going. Like, you saying hi to Let's Go guy just fires him up.
Being part of the weightlifting community upstairs as I am, like that I will say is annoying for me. Like when I work out, I don't want to talk to anybody. I've got my headphones in. I'm there to do my work and go home, and I want to feel good doing my shit. So when you've got somebody like him, like he's not,
I get that,
somebody that I consider harassing me, but I do see him walk in and I'm like, oh shit, this guy's here now and he's gonna talk and all this stuff. I don't want to be bothered.
I get that. You don't want to be bothered when you're working out. I guess I can understand that. Like my sparring buddy and I, Charles, we'll work out at the same time. We don't say a word to each other.
Well, that's sometimes
like
even
you're doing something.
Sometimes even I feel like Aaron will approach me at the gym and I give the eye roll, like, okay, great. Now I've got to pause whatever I'm listening to, and like I don't understand why you're talking to me right now. I'm working.
I'm checking in with April. Like I'll be done with my boxing stuff and I got to do some light lifting stuff, and I'll go to April. I'll be like, about how, like, I'm checking in to see like what she's doing, how much time do I have, this and that, and I'm about to ask her how much time I've got, and it's what?
It's not always asking about time, if that's not completely honest.
It's always, I'm always asking, where are you at? How much time do I have? This and that. And then sometimes it ends with me going, you know, I'm just going to go fuck myself. I'll be over here.
See, but that's fine. And to me, that's fine, because I don't go to you and be like, oh, you know, how much time before I can go hit with you or something? Like, I really don't approach you until I can see that you're
asking you how much time so I know what I can do. I'm trying to figure out what it's called. There's a word for it. It's called, I'm giving you a courtesy.
Sure.
Especially on days where we're going to do something together.
Catch me then in the, like when I'm between things.
I always do.
Doing a thing.
You're never sitting there lifting something and I'm like, hey, stop lifting. Fucking drop that. I need to ask you something. I think you just get in the zone sometimes, and then I'm like,
I think people are at the gym to be in the zone.
Oh man, I'm in and out of the zone.
I'm not.
I'm in the zone, and
I
then
don't wanna
someone
talk to
goes,
anybody.
"Hey, man, what's going on a bit?"
Hyundai Tucson versus
What the
Nissan
fuck?
Rogue. Look what Tucson has.
Guys, Daily Mail just won't stop doing ads. There we go. Just sitting here on the story we're going to do next. But this woman did an article with Daily Mail. Her name's Monica Holt. And she went mini viral because there's these women out there who they think they're going to get the entire internet on their side by being like subtle bragging hot chick, but can't be left alone at the gym.
I don't like guys or girls that are like, oh my God, I just can't stop getting attention at the gym. I can't even work out anymore.
I'm telling you, I fucking hate it. Because you see right through what it is. It's like, how insecure are you about your own looks that you have to dress like you do at the gym?
Yeah.
Like, to me, when you're dressing in like skin tight clothes at the gym, you're not allowed. If you notice a guy going like this and then looking back, you can't get mad at that.
No.
Why is your ass out? Why is your ass out? Why do you have your tits bursting out of a sports bra? You can wear a shirt. You can wear regular pants. You can wear shorts if you want to. I go in, I'm wearing an Under Armour shirt and a pair of shorts. That's it. A woman can wear this same exact thing. You'll never get looked at. You'll never get eyeballed. You'll be comfortable, the whole deal. There's an element of these women that want to get looked at, but then they also want the poor me thing of saying, I can't stop getting looked at.
That I don't like, and I never wanted to be that person. And I will disagree with you on this. I think there are some women that no matter what they wore to the gym that day, they're getting looked at. I think it's more on them to be like, okay, is that person like being obnoxious, or is it not worth talking about? You know what I mean? Like you can just kind of assume sometimes like, okay, I might get some looks today, but I'm not going to think about it. I'm just going to do my workout. That's what I do because I wear skin tight clothes to the gym in the winter. I religiously every day, I don't wear sweatpants. I wear tight leggings, and usually I always wear a shirt, of course. It's never just a sports bra until I'm boxing because that's unbearably hot.
Yeah.
But even when I'm doing that, I don't look around and think, oh, some guy's going to walk by and look at me. I'm working out.
Yeah, you're working out. And like the people who complain about being looked at, if they're like, oh, I get gawked at, I get looked at the gym, you know, it's, here, I'll give you something. If it's while you're doing like squats or something, hit the fucking guy with a dumbbell. Absolutely, 100%. But if some guy's just walking around and you got your tits out, you've got your ass out and everything else, and you catch him doing one of these, that's the cost of doing business.
It is. It really is. And I don't really think about that at the gym anymore because I'm not like looking
right
or anything. Like
girls like her look.
Girls like her are paying attention for guys that are looking.
Yes. I just want to be left alone. Model says men won't stop hitting on her at the gym because she's so hot. Okay, does anyone else see the humble brag here?
Yes. That seems very obvious.
I'm too hot for the gym.
Well then work out at home.
Yeah, exactly. And claims she's willing to pay $3,000 a month for a bodyguard so she can work out in peace. I got bad news for you. That bodyguard is going to be staring at your ass.
How about for $3,000 a month, you can get your own gym at home?
Right. $3,000 a month. I mean, shit.
Seems, you know.
A model who says she is so hot, men won't stop hitting on her at the gym, is now considering hiring a very expensive bodyguard to accompany her so that she can work out in peace. The amount of mental illness in someone like this. You know what you could do? Every time a guy at the gym, I'll go to this gym for a week. I'll be like a consultant. And I'll go to this gym and I'll bring with me copies of this article.
Okay.
And every time a guy stares at this chick, I'll go, dude, read up. And he'll go, oh, fuck her. Now I don't even like her as much anymore. She kind of looks like an ogre now at this point. Oh, we get it. You're fucking hot. Oh, is that why we're staring? Sorry, I wanted to take a look at the tits you have out for everybody.
I don't even think that's a humble brag anymore. You're just bragging.
That is just a brag, yeah. Monica Holt, 37, lives in Scottsdale, Arizona, where she hits the gym at least 5 times a week and is chatted up by men every time. Although the Polish native, who has 305,000 followers on Instagram, finds it flattering that men find her attractive, she's fed up with having to bypass unwanted advances while working on her fitness routine. All right.
Ooh.
Should we take a look?
Yes.
Let's take a look and see.
She's 37.
All right. I mean,
you could put a shirt on.
You could put a fucking shirt on.
Like, here's the thing. I I have maybe half to a third the tits she does, and like my tits would still look big in a sports bra. Okay, that's why I wear shirts over them.
Right. You could like
anything looks good when you're wearing tiny, tiny, skimpy clothes.
I'm sorry, but like it's at some point when the tits are out that much, it's not even a sexual thing that you're looking at them every time.
No.
Some of the time you're just going, holy shit, her fucking tits are right there. Don't see that every day.
Big tits in my face, and I don't see that every day. You're right.
You always look at things you don't see every day. That's why I always stare too long at black people. I need to stop. No, I'm laugh at that. I'm fucking around. They're going to think I'm serious.
I don't know. That came out pretty quick.
It did. That's just because I'm such a funny guy.
Oh.
But yeah, when your tits are just...
Dude.
Right there. I mean, not every time a guy goes... that's staring at the tits. But if a guy goes, fuck, okay, sometimes that's just, Jesus
dude, that's
Christ,
with
there's
anyone.
Tits in my face at the gym.
There's a human nature level to shit sometimes. Like if there's really big beefy dudes at the gym and doesn't have a shirt on too, people just look at that because you don't see that very often.
Let's go.
Oh, he wears a shirt.
He does. It's like a towel kind of a shirt.
But you know what I mean? Like you see things that aren't just like normal in your everyday and you have to look at it.
Bro's bitch skipping calves, April?
No, the rest of her is just that big.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I mean...
When you're inviting... Here's another thing. Like, there's part of me that thinks that I don't get a... Ew. See, like, stop taking videos of yourself like this.
Yeah.
To me, like,
why
I
are you taking an upward video of you at your ass?
You clearly are inviting this conversation to happen daily. Like, make yourself less approachable if you don't like this. Like, I really feel like the motion of me putting my headphones in and turning music on or a show on or something and not looking at anybody. I don't look at people when I work out. Yeah. That is making yourself unapproachable, and she's probably not doing any of that.
There is a level of, like, how do you put this? Like, when it comes to being a woman with tits and an ass at a gym, there is a level there is a level of stares and eyeballs that's kind of baked into the pie, unfortunately. Like
yes, that's just the way it is.
And you just
no matter
don't
what
look,
you wear.
Don't look at it, don't notice it.
Yeah.
You know? Don't look at it, don't notice it. Now, if they come up to you and they're talking, that's when you can be like, hey, can you fuck off? I'm trying to work out. Mm-hmm. You know? Like, could you not?
Yeah, but like, offense to her with what I'm going to say, she's specifically wearing clothes that invite that type of attention. Like these specific leggings, I don't own a single pair of leggings like that have like the ruching and shit that goes in your ass crack.
You don't have a pair of pants that goes into your ass crack and divides your cheeks?
We were on Chrissy Mayer's show one day and she was like, oh, I found this pair of leggings that specifically makes your ass cheeks look like bubbles and shit. That's what those are.
I mean, what is that other than you want people to notice your ass looks
asking.
nice? Yeah.
Yes.
The gym is also her safe space, and having experienced sexual harassment in the past, the constant attention can at times leave her feeling uneasy. Monica, who first revealed her plans to hire a bodyguard to stand by her side in 2022, is willing to splash the cash for the right person. Now, first off, don't tell us you're going to do it. Just do it.
Well, and like a bodyguard's not going to attract attention, by the way.
Well, and not only
at the
that,
gym.
And like you said, like you can't buy your own home gym for what it would cost to hire a bodyguard for 1 quarter.
Okay, but then the problem is she can't look like a big old slut in front of everybody and get the attention she craves.
No, now it's even better. Now you can film it and put it on Instagram and YouTube. So people aren't in there hitting on you and you can still show the crack of your ass. We can almost see your asshole while you're doing squats. That's a big asshole. I'm sorry. I should have really snugged that up, shouldn't I? An asshole. Not like that. If your asshole's like that, that's like rabbit asshole where they don't have a sphincter and they just...
Rabbit asshole?
Isn't that what you told me, that rabbits don't have sphincters?
I don't know. Ducks don't.
Ducks, that's what it was. Thank you. Yeah, ducks don't have sphincters. April taught me this. Their shit falls out.
That's why they shit everywhere.
Everywhere. Working out and exercising is super important to me, as I do it not just for my physical health, but my mental well-being.
Yes, okay? And I'm sure part of that mental well-being is you getting attention at the gym.
Right. She added...
I bet that's a bunch of endorphins.
Right. I get hit on at the gym at least once every time I go, and I work out at minimum 5 times a week, so it can get a bit draining. Monica then detailed an instance a man asked for her phone number. For instance, once I was looking at my phone one day, and this older guy came up to me and said, "Stop trying to text me. I didn't bring my phone." Oh, that is kind of a gross
It's a
line.
bad pickup line, But again, if you've made yourself look approachable in this way, do you know what I'm saying?
Like, I feel bad for her because you can tell she really doesn't want the attention.
I know.
I mean, this poor woman, April, is just trying to work out.
I mean, no offense to her, but she is making men think that they can go talk to her like that.
April, she's just trying to do the dishes.
Oh, God, I like her kitchen, except for the pink stuff.
April, she's just trying to wash the countertops and people are bothering her.
Yeah, but if I come up to her in the right way, maybe I could get behind her and plow her on her countertop.
That's what that pose is for. See, April, she's just trying to wrangle rattlesnakes in the outback.
With her underboob?
Yeah, with her under tit. Fuck.
I think the difference between me and her is like when I have underboob hanging out around home here, I expect a certain amount of attention.
You expect to be groped. Right. Yes. If April has under tit around the house, that's what do you think marriage is for? I get to grope those now. I get to go. Ooh, very nice. You have underboob.
But also notice I don't have underboob pictures.
No, she does. Those are just for her until I see them, and then I go, excuse me, I will. Now I'm happy. It's like a collection.
Gay.
It's like when the mob comes by and goes, like when Mike won all that money in rounders and Grandma went, all right, I'll take. He does that. He goes, I'll take what's ours. That's like when I see April with underboob, I'm like, oh, that looks really nice today. And then I go, excuse me, I'll take what's ours. All right, go watch your movie. We're fine. So I replied saying I wasn't texting him, and he then asked if I wanted to. Oh, she fell right into the pickup line, April. She walked right into it. I'm not texting you. Do you want to?
She could have just said no thanks.
Yeah. Or she could have just said, oh, sorry. No, here's how you, ready? If you ever encounter that, you go, oh, sorry, I was just trying to send you pictures of my cock.
You know what? That could have came in handy.
Yeah, he would have walked away. He would have, what the fuck?
What if he's into it?
Then, okay, now you've dug yourself a hole.
Because now she's a really hot person with a dick. That could be fun.
Right. I know some people. And while she appreciates the compliments and finds it all flattering, the 37-year-old noted that she wants to be able to have some time to herself without feeling uncomfortable. Then you know what? I would continue wearing the pants that go up your ass crack and separate your butt cheeks. That's what I would do.
I'm trying to think really hard. And I'm trying to go over the amount of times I've been hit on, like actually that I can confirm at that gym.
Yeah.
And I think it's maybe been 3 times in 2 years.
You give me their fucking names.
No,
right
I would
now.
never do that because
I kill them.
I'm sure it's just an innocent, like they don't know. Like,
right.
if they're new to the gym, they don't know I'm with anybody.
Yeah.
But, that's just normal.
Plus, let's be very honest. Sometimes, regardless of your status, getting hit on to a degree, no, not every time, to a degree can be a confidence boost.
Well, you don't have to be shy about that. Of course it is.
Well, not every time. I'm saying like if it's
a total
super
creep.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Unless it's a total creep, then it's like, oh, is that what I attract?
Right. If someone comes up and they're like, hey, how are you doing?
Yeah, no, but I think it's absolutely human nature, by the way. If you look like her in a gym, people will look at you and they will try to see if they can get one in,
Yeah. Get one in? What do you mean?
I don't know.
What,
well,
like one
I
of these?
literally mean that.
Like a thumb?
Oh, she looks sexually attractive. I'm going to go see if I can get an in with her. So, I don't know. And then, people it does feel good to be hit on, and I'm sure that's part of her mental health.
Sure. But then she also wants to hire a bodyguard because she doesn't want people staring at her tits that she has out.
No, can I tell you something? She doesn't want to hire a bodyguard. She wants to be dramatic and write a HuffPo article.
Exactly, because if she wanted to hire a bodyguard, guess what she'd do?
She'd hire one.
She'd hire a bodyguard. She wouldn't write about it on social media.
I can think, if I were in her shoes, I can think of like a list of 20 things I could do first before hiring a bodyguard.
With $3,000 a month? Yeah.
God.
Just coming with me to the gym and some photo shoots. I wouldn't want to have him around 24/7. That would be too much. April, she just wants to have her morning coffee. April, stop it.
She's making me feel like I need to be taking more pictures.
Stop objectifying and sexualizing this woman. She's just trying to have her coffee. Yes,
Oh,
April.
there's a coffee cup in that picture?
Yep.
I mean, I hadn't seen it yet.
Yes, April, you should take more pictures if you want to be an obnoxious slag like her. There you go.
This really does bother me as women. Like, you can be a hot, beautiful woman like her and not get this level of attention by just toning it down a little bit.
This is the most conservative picture we've seen of her so far.
I'm not even asking you to put everything away. I'm just saying you could behave.
April, she just wants to be left alone at the gym, for Christ's sake.
Look, I would say, I would, just... She's hot. She's hot, but this level of crazy is such a turnoff.
Can I tell you this? I'm already seeing you take a wet rag to this, and that 37 starts to show.
I don't know. I think she's pretty good looking.
I'm not saying she's not. Oh, no. Is that the start of her nipple?
Yeah, of course it is.
Jesus Christ. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's like a Gorbachev Port Weinstein nipple.
What does that even mean?
No, like that doesn't look like it's going to end up being a very large areola.
In my humble experience, that doesn't look like an alarming one to me.
I feel like it's the start.
I'm not scared of that one.
See, I'm visualizing that it goes down around and
no,
like
they're
that.
not Cardi B nipples.
You don't think so?
The pepperonis.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying, April, is this woman's just trying to work out and be left alone. She doesn't want all this attention for being attractive, all right?
I'm starting to believe you. I'm going to need more evidence.
But my Tommy gun don't. The unwanted attention at the gym reminds the model of several scary and traumatic encounters that nearly ended in very dangerous situations. I have a stalker. I've had a stalker before who somehow found my number. This guy would text me pretending to be other people, like the lady that does my eyelashes, a photographer I've worked with, and even a doctor. All right, let's go to Marquise. Marquise, what's going on, buddy?
What? You got a problem with big areolas now, you fucking Nazi?
Look, man, I prefer them nice and tight.
Oh, God.
So what do you like?
Me.
What do you like? Big gravy stained messes with giant bulbous asses? Good Lord, man, you like train wrecks.
Okay, first off, sir, I don't always like big fucking women. I like them with meat on their bones. Secondly, there's nothing wrong with a nice, juicy, delicious chocolate chip areola tit, sir.
Chocolate chips are small.
No, they're not. Chocolate chip cookie is what I meant to say.
Oh, chocolate chip cookies. I don't know. You can miss me with the chocolate chip cookie nipples.
Well, hold on for a second. As the woman sitting here, like, are areolas like a big deal to men? Like, is that either a big turn on or turn off?
I like my areolas at a certain diameter, and after that, you can miss me.
Oh my God! I'm gonna throw something at him.
I like them nice and tight.
This makes me wonder what you've seen in your life that's like turned you off of some things.
Look, man, I just like those big Cardi B nipples are not for me, my friend.
She does have some big ones.
Those are offensive.
I'm not even into Cardi B. I don't even think she's attractive, but those titties, those nipples. Oh.
This lady on the screen here, hers are fine.
Get out of her.
I don't know this woman's nipples, so I'm not going to sit here and judge.
Yeah, but we can see the start of it clearly.
I know, but it kind of looks like, have you ever seen like the edge, like the pictures of the Milky Way galaxy from the Hubble telescope?
Of course.
Where like the edges are very like frayed and like it looks like the start of the Milky Way galaxy picture from Hubble.
No, it doesn't. She's beautiful. She's just obnoxious. She's fine.
She's mid.
Well, yeah. I mean, those
Jesus
giant
Christ.
fake tits are kind of tricking you.
Do you know how much I start sweating sometimes when I hear somebody like Marquise call this beautiful? Put her up on the screen again. They call her mid. Do you know how worried for myself that makes me?
Here's what you don't understand. You're not looking at the whole picture. You're being mesmerized by her tits and building outward from there. I
certainly am.
Yeah, you're building outward from there. That's what fake tits are supposed to do. They're supposed to trick you. It's supposed to improve the rest of the picture. And it is, because like I told you, April, you take a wet washcloth to that face and you're going to start to see some shit.
Okay.
She's got some fucking caked on makeup.
Yeah.
But you have to understand what I'm personally attracted to. Women like this,
dudes
who are drop dead gorgeous bombshells, I'm not attracted to. I like middle. I like something in the middle. You feel what I'm saying?
Sure.
She's not. She's
biracial.
To me.
Yeah.
She's a basic fit. Oh, thanks. Yeah.
See, like,
All right,
I'm
guys,
looking. All right, talk to you later, buddy.
Oh,
Thank
no.
you. There's Marquise. He doesn't like my take on nipples either.
I was just gonna ask him since
April, she doesn't want to be bothered at the gym.
Yeah, I don't think so. Somebody who's so self-absorbed they're taking like posed pictures like that at the gym too. I'm sure that doesn't send out any messages.
She just wants to go swimming for Christ's sake. She doesn't want to be bothered.
No, she wants a man to pull that shit out of her ass crack. That's what she wants.
Do you know who hates her more than anyone else at the beach?
Her dad.
No. Okay. That's fair. Women with boyfriends or husbands hate her at the beach. Like wearing shit like that. Women get that way
I'm sure, yeah.
about women like that.
I kind of see something like that and I'm like, well, of course.
Of course she's wearing that. Why wouldn't she?
You know what? Because if I looked that good, maybe I'd do that too.
I'm telling you, you've got more going on than that chick does. You're being mesmerized by her giant fake tits.
I don't know. I was going to ask Marquise, and I'm sure he's still in the chat here. Like, he always has opinions, which I like. Well, what is like a dream woman to him then? If he calls her a mid, like, what's a dream woman? I don't know. Because that seems to me, like, in my head, that chick that we were just looking at is most men's dream girl.
Yeah. I don't, again, I look at her as how, like, the attitude she has about herself at the gym. My response would be, how fucking dare you? How dare you?
You said as a woman or a man?
At me as a man.
You as a man.
The way
say
she's
that?
talking about being at the gym, I would really take pride in making her cry.
She would, yeah, but if she was working out next to you, like if she was working a bag next to you, she'd probably like take one half-ass glance from you and be like, oh, he's hitting on me.
No. Oh, no,
you know
I
mean?
see what you mean. I would say if she was next to me at the gym, though, like, honest to God, I would probably go, ugh. Like, just stop.
That's what I think most people, it's an attention grabber. It's kind of like guys that grunt and stuff or guys that work out with their shirt off. Like, that is one thing I've said to you before. If I'm downstairs by all the bags and stuff like that and another guy walks in, just automatically rips his shirt off and just starts punching next to me or something. You know, to me, that's just a cry for attention. Like, you don't need to do that.
I mean, the smile lets on that you go, but, also, hey, you fucking cry for attention. Like, look, it's like me. If I were standing next to her, I'd be like, holy shit, her fucking tits are out. But I'd also go, you bag of shit.
Basically, for me, I don't even get mad about it. I just say, I see what you're doing there.
Yeah, like, come on, dude. Like,
you're pretty see-through.
Yeah. The Art of Roy cover says fake boobs are just silly looking, especially when women lie down. They just sit there stupidly. Yeah, fake tits are like retarded dogs in a way.
Yeah, but aren't you a guy who's always stood up for them, like you like them? Yeah.
No,
I feel like back in radio, Aaron was all about the fake tits.
I'll tell you where I'm okay with fake tits. If they're coming down and it's going south and you want to pick them back up. I don't like the cartoonish fucking, like, I can tell. If I can tell, I don't like them. It's like pro wrestling. If you're throwing it in my face that it's fake, I'm going to resent it.
Okay.
But if you're like, hey, you put together a good storyline, I'll suspend my disbelief.
I would be too scared to get a tit job because I don't want it to go wrong, because I know so many images of fake tits that I've seen that are awful.
Yeah.
Like those weird ones that are like super round and like just sit there. That freaks me out, actually. Like, they can't feel good.
But it doesn't even have to go wrong. There's also just like what you think they'll look like in your head. And then they could give you what you're kind of talking about. And then you look at them and you go, shit. And now it's too late.
I will live with my remarkably average sized tits. Thank you.
You have remarkably remarkable tits. Thank you very much. I promise to grope them and grab them forever and ever. How's that? There, they feel much better. Don't sarcastically yay. That should be exciting news.
Did we ever see who Marquise's dream girl was?
No, he did not give us a dream girl. $280 away from today's goal. Let's go to work on that as we're approaching the halfway mark in today's show. There's the PayPal, there's the Streamlabs, Super Chats and memberships count as well. If we hit that goal, we are good. If we don't, it rolls over into tomorrow. And if we hit that goal, we do an extra half hour of show. We go until 10:30 rather than 10 o'clock. So there you go. There's the PayPal and the Streamlabs. It's also pinned to the top of the page. This is a listener-supported program if you feel like helping us knock down that goal a bit.
Marquise says Kat Dennings is his dream chick. How
See,
do you feel about it?
This is where, look, Marquise and I just have a fundamental disagreement on women. Am I going to sit here and say that Kat Dennings is gross? No,
You
of
can't,
course not.
You can't say she's
Of
gross.
course not. A little too thick for me.
I've heard that take before.
Too
the
much
same
thickness
one,
for
but
Kat Dennings.
Most men I've known would do a lot of things for a night with her. She's very pretty.
I like a good Margot Robbie.
Me too.
To
me, that's like, I would love to look like her.
Ava Mendes in her prime was...
Ew.
Oh.
I don't like her.
It's interesting because usually most people on my list are white women. So that's, one of the few Latinas on my list. But no, Kat Dennings wouldn't crack the top echelon.
Hold on. Before I stand firm on my ew, is she the one from Modern Family?
No, you're thinking of Sofia Vergara.
Okay, that's the one I
Eva
don't
Mendes
like.
was Hitch.
Ava Mendes, okay, she's fine.
Yeah.
It's the Sofia Vergara one. I can't stand her.
I feel like your objection towards Sofia Vergara, though, is more due to personality.
Her personality and her voice, they're like repulsive to me.
King Kong Dong says Gal Gadot.
Very hot, yes.
She's good, but she's another one. She's kind of like April just said about Sofia Vergara. I hear her talk and I go, shut the fuck up.
Well, you got to stop listening to them talk.
I know,
They
and
have
I'm
to stay quiet.
usually really good at that. But
oh, Brittany's with me. She hates Sophia too. Thank you. Most people hate my take on that. I really can't stand her.
yeah, see, N-word. I didn't want to say it, but thank you. Says you, an Israeli.
I think Gal Gadot is pretty hot. I prefer blondes like Margot. I think she's very pretty.
Ryan the Garbage Man says, I may regret this take, but Kate Blanchett. Here's my take on Kate Blanchett. Ready?
Oh, God.
Ready? Here's my take on Kate Blanchett. And you'll know what I think of her looks by me saying this. I think she's a wonderful actress, and I respect her talent.
I can't even say that much. Oh, God.
Oh, she's a good actress.
Look, I like Ryan. I respect Ryan usually. I'll even stand by his Buffalo Wild Wings burger take.
Wow.
They're delicious.
So this one is that bad.
This is that bad that oh my God. Like Kate Blanchett is nothing. She's a big old nothing burger to me.
Gordy with 199 says Marquise's dream lady is RuPaul, chicks with dicks. Yeah, that kind of satisfies both.
Chicks with dicks.
Yeah. Many people agreeing with you about Sofia Vergara. Yeah, easy to say that now when she's past her day.
I don't even think she's hot because when I see her smile, I can just hear her voice coming out of her face, and it really bothers me.
Gal Gadot is gorgeous. Kate Beckinsale and Elizabeth Hurley, says Coltrane.
Elizabeth Hurley, I'd get on board with.
I grade her on a curve, though. It's because of her age. Salvatore M says current age Kennedy. She looks great on Fox. Jessica Alba. Okay, I always confuse them. Which one is the one in Sin City and which one's the one in Good Luck Chuck? Beale is in Good Luck Chuck.
Is Alba.
Is Alba. Mm-hmm. I always thought she was Beale.
No.
Okay, Beale is the smaller one.
I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry is Beale.
That's what I meant. What did I say?
Good Luck Chuck.
Oh, God. No, I meant Chuck and Larry.
Chuck and Larry is Beale. Good Luck Chuck.
So I did
is
have it.
Alba.
Okay. So in my head, I was getting right.
Yes.
Good Luck Chuck is Alba. I
think Beale's hotter.
I'm a Jessica Alba guy. However, you and I rewatched Chuck and Larry recently, and I go, you know what? I didn't give Jessica Biel enough credit. But I still got to go Jessica Alba. I think I just like the smaller ones.
Her ass in Chuck and Larry is just like astounding. Like her whole package. Like I don't think she's young either.
No.
I think she looks super great for her age.
Douglas Shannon says Christina Hendricks, too much tits, man. And I never thought I'd say that, but just too much.
I wouldn't know what to do with them.
It looks like I just want to take a nap when I see her tits.
You just want to just rest your head on them.
I get really sleepy when I see Christina Hendricks' tits.
He wants to nurse and pass out. That's it.
Worried I'd suffocate if I fell asleep between her cleavage.
Somebody that I've been on a kick with lately is Amy Adams. I think I know she's a redhead, and that's probably like where you draw a line.
If I may quote Marquise, mid.
Why?
Mid. I think in that movie you like because there's so much sexiness in it.
Yes.
American Hustle.
American
I'm
Hustle.
more of a Jennifer Lawrence guy in that movie. than an Amy Adams guy.
No.
There's something about that alien, freakish, disgusting
Aaron likes
red
like
hair.
the crazy chick in that movie.
I'm not judging her personality. Which, by the way, I think the real life Jennifer Lawrence is a lot closer to that character than she would admit.
That's troubling.
Yeah. I think Katniss is a little crazy. Betty White was one piece of ass. Jesus.
When she was young, maybe.
Amy Adams fucks hard. I don't think
Amy Adams is gorgeous.
I don't think she's bad, but I don't think she's in the league of the other people we're talking about.
God, I would disagree.
Rachel McAdams. Rachel McAdams is fine.
That's where I'd put her too. She's just fine.
Yeah, she's fine.
If you give me
there's nothing wrong with Rachel McAdams. Rachel McAdams would fit in much better, like if you were like she just lived in your neighborhood, than like one of these other women we're talking about. Like she looks just like regular beautiful.
If you throw me like a Scarlett Johansson though,
that's unfair.
Even today, it's unfair to have her in any room.
Scarlett Johansson's a cheat code. Kate Upton in her prime. Yes, I would say Kate Upton in her prime.
I never liked Kate Upton's body. There's something weird about it.
I say Megan Fox before the work.
Megan Fox still. Before the work was better, but still she could get it.
Just can't, that Machine Gun Kelly stink don't wash off, my friend. It just does not wash off. I'm sorry. All right, let's go to, we got one more model story.
Okay.
This is from the New York Post. Again, it's another just mindless fucking thirst trap whore. Writing a woe is me article. I'm this, I'm that. Oh, you know, there's this thing the last 10 years that started happening where instead of like improving yourself or like doing something about the thing that bothers you, just write a diarrhea of the mouth blog and include a few photos and just bitch about what life is like for you and then expect the world around you to change. That's the gym lady. That's this lady we're about to talk about now. And like you said, there's a humble brag in it where they're complaining, but deep down there must be something they like about it because they like telling people about it and they don't change.
No, I do promise you that they like it. It's part of their identity now.
This woman, Brooke Steinberg, wrote an article titled, "I have M-cup breasts. Americans treat me like a piece of meat."
Well, literally, we all are pieces of meat. You're just a really big one.
Not only that, I'm sorry, but your brain isn't worn on the outside, so we certainly can't respect your intelligence from a distance. But we can see those M-cup breasts coming like the fucking Mayflower.
That is interesting. People tend to forget.
Oh, my God.
That's gross.
That's
People tend to forget that, like, first impression is always going to be visual first.
Well,
you know, like I'm going to take a look at you and have some preconceived notions, and then I hear you talk.
Save a little for your ass there, honey. Jesus. I mean,
those aren't natural.
You think?
Well, no, I'm just saying she's complaining like, oh, I've got M-cup breasts. I would feel a little sympathetic if you had like obnoxiously large tits.
But you did that to
God
yourself.
given to you, but you did this.
Now, those look like they're put in with an air pump.
I don't know why people do this. I don't. You'll never be able to explain this to me enough.
Well, they're mentally ill. They do it for the attention, and then they bemoan the attention they get. Because they do it so like a certain guy will look at them. But what they don't realize is that this is a sledgehammer. Every guy's going to look at it.
Yeah, but
not the one you want.
I'm not a guy, but like as a woman, I can appreciate a nice set of tits. I do it all the time. But you look at that and I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, most guys look at it like, oh my God, ew. That's not attractive, is it?
A model with size M-cup boobs is opening up about how people treat her differently all over the world, calling out Americans in particular. Jasmine Day claims people stare at her and harass her over her large breasts. Well, I'm sorry. They're cartoonishly large. I'm not even looking at your tits because they're hot. I'm looking at your tits because I refuse to believe they're real. Not real like in natural breasts. I mean like they exist.
I kind of look at tits like that and wonder like, if you just bump into something, you can poke those and pop them, right?
You'd have to
They'll just deflate.
You'd have to hit them with some force, but yes,
but
it's
still,
possible.
like there's something I could do that would deflate those.
I could fucking powerbomb this chick and pop her tits.
That's what I mean. They're like airbags. It's weird.
I'm doing this for all the juggalos and juggalettes. Fuck this shit. And then watch her jump and the barbed wire just pops her titties. Her and Superhuman could do a video together.
I forget that we did that last night.
That guy was funny.
We were different people last night.
We were juggalos and juggalettes. The 29-year-old from Wales told News.com that people in the U.S. are very openly react to her appearance and are very forward about it. They will laugh and point or stop and stare. They don't make an effort to hide what they are doing. Oh, no. Like you're hiding your effort to have giant tits?
Right.
I mean, one good turn deserves another.
What is wrong with these women? They have no brain cells or something. It's, oh my God, let me do this thing so I get all the attention.
Those don't even look like their tits.
Gets the attention. That looks like it hurts, man.
Those look like, those aren't hers. They don't tan the same way as the rest of her body.
That has to hurt.
Oh.
Doesn't it? Like your skin is so stretched. How do you buy clothes? I don't know.
Yeah, I know. It's not even attractive. And her face is awful, too. So, like, she's got no ass. She's got no face.
She looks like she was going for Khloe Kardashian in the face at one point and then just gave up.
God, I mean, stuff like that, to me, is just...
I just don't know what...
It's begging for... I don't know if you're begging for attention and then, you know, once you beg for the attention and you get it, you then get upset. Or if she's not upset about the attention at all and she's just showing off for a news article in the camera so she can get more hits on Instagram.
Well, it's that one. But what drives you? Like, I can appreciate, like, some women want to just have some bigger tits and they get a nice, respectable boob job done. I don't get that. I don't get the big old beach ball tits.
Yeah.
They don't look comfortable. That can't be fun.
The giant tits and then complaining about it is remarkable to me. It's just like, you know, I got them so people would notice me, and now people are noticing me, and it's not the people I want noticing me. So I'm going to write an article about. Again, either write the article and do something about it, or don't write the article. Like, if you're not going to do something about it, if you're just complaining, who gives a shit? That
should give you all the answers you need. She's not writing it to complain. She's writing it for attention.
Right. We are 280 away from today's goal. We have not missed in over 6 weeks. We're pushing 2 months. I think we're over 2 months since we last met that goal. So if you feel like chipping into the program, we started today at about 310. We've knocked it down to 280. We're about at the halfway point. Super chats, memberships, but there's the Streamlabs and PayPal. We take over 90% of that, 70% of the super chats. So 280 away from today's goal. All right, Kraken, you've written it 3 times. I'm trying to have a little fun with the audience here. I've seen it 3 times. I haven't read it any time you've written it. So it probably means that it's kind of boring and not good. We got it. Chill out. I don't want to have to, you know, this is like being in a club and it's like, I don't want to have to bring the bouncers over and make you calm down. But if you don't relax, like, I know that you think the line you came up with is really funny and really good. I can promise you, if I haven't read it after seeing it 3 times, you should subtly take the hint that it's probably not your best work.
I missed it altogether.
Yeah, let's talk about Kaukauna. This should be in Hawaii. This should not be a city in Wisconsin.
Ooh, no.
Kaukauna High School has a galloping ghost mascot.
We've talked about this one before.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it seems like every year they have this issue at Kaukauna High School where they have to explain their mascot. But unlike other schools, they're not getting rid of their mascot and just being done with it. They're actively trying to explain to people why it is the way it is.
They're standing by it.
Yeah, I like that. You know, I like that they're not going, oh, people are upset and offended. Oh God, let's change it. They're going, oh, people are upset or offended. Let's try to explain to them why we have things the way we do.
It's refreshing.
They have a mascot called the Galloping Ghost. I want you guys to take a look at it. And you tell me possibly what they might be explaining. Let's bring up some photos before we play the video. There it is. Here's the picture. It is that's a ghost.
There it is.
On a horse. And he's leading the charge. You know, he's a galloping ghost.
Yeah, but before you say the things that we all know we want to say, look, the horse is missing his mask and all that shit. It can't be that, right?
Right. I mean, the ghost's arm is raised in the air a little awkwardly for the mascot he's supposed to be.
It's troublesome, but there's no point to anything.
By the way, no saddle on that horse. That's going to hurt this guy's cock and balls for sure.
Well, he's got ghost cock and balls, so he's fine.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You know what? It might be. Yeah, see, like, I can maybe see why people need an explanation as to why this By the way, this statue is out front of a high school.
Fun.
Just
Great
sitting out
photo
there.
op.
Yes, but do you understand why maybe they have to,
No, what'd you tell me?
Oh, my God.
This is good.
That's the mascot who goes out during the football games.
Look, I don't see any armbands. I don't see any logos. I think it's fine.
That is, but again.
How does Shaka feel about it?
Oh, Lord, how does people not understand that that's just simply a galloping ghost? Scares the living hell out of me, that's for sure, Miss April. Oh, my Lordy. If I saw that ghost riding towards me, I'd be like, hell no, ghost. You ain't getting no shocking, not today, and I run for my life. You understand me? Oh, boy, that ghost ain't gonna get old Shaka. Not never.
So Shaka's scared.
Shaka very scared.
Oh.
All right, let's see how this high school is handling the latest controversy with their Galloping Ghost mascot.
Ghost, Aaron.
Kaukauna High School has added a new sign, hoping to provide a bit more context regarding the school's mascot. Several students voiced their concerns last spring, saying they were worried that people may see similarities between the hooded figure and members of the Ku Klux Klan.
What? Where would you get that idea?
Like I said, there's too many items missing for me.
Yeah.
Like, I know very well what that looks like, and this ain't that.
Your principal starts acting sus, and you wonder about his, like, daytime activities where he's like, guys, it is not a Klansman. First of all, he would have to have the symbol of the Grand Dragon right here on his lapel.
Oh, yeah.
He would also need an arm badge showing what rank and level of the Klan he is. And also, everyone knows that there is a bright, pure whiteness to the Klan robe versus the very wrinkly concept we see exercised here. And they're like, Principal Martin, why do you know so much about what Klan robes are supposed to look like?
Don't worry about it, kids. But also, there's no pointy hood. There's no mask on the horse. There's no sheets on the horse.
Exactly. If this were a Klansman, he would be shamed and he would be denigrated and he would be kicked out of the group.
For not being fresh.
It's sloppy, is what it is. Be funny. It's they're like, okay, we're gonna put a sign in front of the mascot so that people understand what this is. And the sign they put a plaque in front of the horse that goes, we know what this looks like. I promise it's a ghost. The end.
I feel like the sloppiest Klansmen type people we've ever seen are those ones in Django, where it's like they had the little sheets over their faces. Who the hell cut these holes? I can't see shit.
Yeah, they're not super professional like the Oh Brother, Where Art Thou Klansmen.
No.
Those guys
keep it fresh, for sure.
Dude, that Oh Death song is so fucking good. I'm sorry, but in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, that fucking song they sing, that's a catchy ass song. That song's gonna be in your head, by the way. Hold on.
Can you play that?
Hold on. Here. We're this, my friends, is a catchy ass song. I'm not gonna play it.
Oh, death.
I mean,
oh, death.
if it wasn't a Klansman singing it.
Won't you spare me over till another year?
Jesus Christ.
Better than the
I
Django.
am death, none can excel. I'll open the door to heaven or hell.
You putting this on your phone today?
Oh,
No.
death, someone would pray. Could you wait to call me another day?
It's a fucking banger, my friend.
I don't know. I don't get into that one.
You don't get into that one? Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second here. Let me go to my Amazon Music.
Is it in your library?
I don't know if it's in there yet, but it's about to be. Ralph Stanley. Oh, there we go. It's one of the first ones that pops up. And it's officially on my phone. And
Imagine being somebody who wants to go out of their way to listen to that song.
Oh, death.
All right, I'm not going to play too much of that, but.
See, I feel like that's the gay shit you listen to while you box.
Oh, no, I listen to podcasts while I box. Don't you worry. Fair and Balanced with $9.99 says, just walked into the chat and a blackface puppet is dancing with Aaron commentating. Should I take off my hood or not? Should I keep the eye holes or not? Oh, brother, where art thou? Yeah, that's pretty much what we're going for today.
Thank you, Farron.
Yes, thank you very much. 270 away from today. So anyway, first of all, the kids complaining, like the high school student, they're so nauseating. The high school students complaining about the
mascot?
galloping ghost mascot. They're only doing that because they feel like they're supposed to.
I agree. Like, okay, for me, if that was my high school back in the day, I feel like I would have thought it was a cool mascot. Okay.
The high school kids are like, oh, it's the Obama thing. You know, Obama nailed this when he said a lot of these young people, they go on Twitter, they tweet, and they take a picture of stuff that they think they're supposed to be upset about, and then they pat themselves on the back and say, look, I did something. And that's what these high school kids are doing. I don't think they have any problem with this mascot deep down. I think they know what it is. It's a galloping ghost. First of all, if the name of the school was like the Ramblin' Renegades and that was their mascot, okay, we can explain it. But if your name is the Galloping Ghosts, the mascot is self-explanatory.
It is.
You
It's
don't.
fine.
Yeah, this is just people. It's just people, the high school kids, trying to go, oh, yeah, look at me. Oh, look, I called this out. It's that call-out culture bullshit. It doesn't change or fix anything.
I never feel the need to call something out. Somebody else does it for me.
Brittany Martini says the Green Inferno effect. Yeah, send them to the rainforest. Tell them there's important shit going on. KF gave us $5 too and informed me that I had Wednesday evening's goal written down on there. That was my mistake.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Thursday morning. I apologize. We're down to 265 though, guys. Thank you very, very much. There's the
Thanks,
Streamlabs
guys.
and the PayPal link in the chat. Let's finish up this story. Then I want to talk about the comedy show and a couple of other things. Back to Wisconsin, which I thought I'd never say.
Rather than suggesting the statue be completely removed, the students proposed relocating it to the back of the school or adding signage explaining the mascot's origins.
Okay, the sign or the little inscription thing, that's fine. But moving it to the back of the school?
That's so shitty. Like, look at all the shame you have in just yourself.
Well, and
just
either
the insecurities.
Well, it's also this stupid middle ground solution these dumb kids would think of. Either the statue's offensive or it's not.
Right, moving it to the back doesn't help anything.
Yeah, the actual location of the statue means nothing in terms of, I mean, if it's an offensive statue, then by God, moving it to the back just shows you're sweeping it under the rug and but you still want to keep it.
You want to hide how offensive you are?
Yeah.
This is so dumb.
I don't mind the sign because I feel like the sign is for dumb shits anyway.
The sign is fine to me. Like, if I were visiting this school, I would be somebody interested in, like, oh, how did you become the Galloping Ghost?
Right.
It says on your chart that you're fucked up.
But after sign options were estimated to cost between $20,000 and $32,000, the project stalled until some alumni stepped in.
How about this? How about I just get a nice piece of cardstock paper and I write in Sharpie, it's not what you think it is. Boom. We're done.
We are not racist.
Yes. Totally not a Klansman.
Yeah, you might as well just paint that on the statue, not a Klansman.
We know what you're thinking. Keep moving along.
Yeah, so the sign ended up being a big collaboration of the school and then Team Industries and our Alumni Foundation. So it started off last spring where we were looking at possibly doing something with the front. Part of it was just our statue, too, of just trying to better tell the story of what that statue represents.
First of all, if I may ask a question, why are you the Galloping Ghosts in the first place? Like, what?
That's what I said. The signage would be kind of nice to, like, explain to me how you got there. Like, if there was some kind of, like, maybe even in Litchfield, there's, like, lore and, like, ghost stories about certain places like Ness Church and shit like that around town. So maybe they have one of those there.
Yeah, they've got a sign up that says, look, we're just fucking dumb and we believe in ghosts. So that's our mascot.
Well, no offense, but, like, how did my high school become the Dragons? Was there a dragon around?
See, there was a blonde woman and she had 3 dragons and she came in from Wilmer and she conquered Litchfield. And that's how you guys got your name, the Litchfield Dragons.
I can understand wanting to leave Wilmer.
In fact, the Ness Church was formed out of sand, but the dragons blew on it and it turned to glass from the dragon fire. So
The new sign simply states home of the Galloping Ghosts in large orange lettering. An older side provides more detail about the mascot, explaining that the Galloping Ghost reference is to the football's speedy running backs.
So it is about black people. No, it's not a Klansman. It's a reference to all the healthy black horses we got running for us. Galloping Ghosts.
All the steeds.
It's all the steeds that we've got working for us. You see, the Galloping Ghost was made in the slave days when they would take the big black and breed them with the big woman. And that's how you got the big, strong running backs with the high tailbones that would go up into the upper thigh there. Jesus. Thank you very much to Farron again. Man of Constant Sorrow is the song of Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? And you call yourself a Klan member. No, Oh Death. Things. Oh Death is the Klan song, though. That's the Klan song.
I didn't know any of this. I wouldn't have been a good Klansman.
Farron with another $4.99 says, Galloping Ghosts, how did we get here? The documentary? Funding starts now. Yeah, I want a whole documentary about it.
You know what I mean, though? Like, you could ask that about most mascots. Oh, why are you the Dragons? Why are you the Renegades? Why are you the anything? Why are you the Tigers? There's no tigers here.
Why are you the clamoring Klansman?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, there was a Klansman one time, and he was just clamoring all over the place. And we had to name a school after that guy. You see, I got my name from Benjamin Buford Forrest. Mama says we was related to him somehow, and what he did was he started up this group called the Ku Klux Klan, and they used to dress up in their robes and their bed sheets and ride around on horses like a bunch of ghosts or spooks or something. They would even put bed sheets on their horses. Anyway, Mama said that the Forrest part was to remind me that sometimes we all do things that, well, just don't make no sense. Sorry.
Abominable.
I took a trip into. I only reference movies with Klan presence in them.
Yes,
that's all.
He has a requirement for his references.
By the way, I don't even know if I can say the racial slur that Don Johnson uses in Django when he's referencing Django on that hill, and he's like, "And I will castrate that Django myself." I want to write it down. I don't know if I'm spelling it right. But it instantly became my favorite racial slur.
I wouldn't use that one.
I wouldn't either.
That's not my favorite. God, I'd have to spend some time thinking about which one's my favorite.
Marquise,
There's a lot.
Marquise, can I send you... Marquise, I want you to DM me. And then I want to DM you the word so you can call in and say it for me.
No. Don't have him say that. Now you're encouraging. It's just as bad as you saying it.
Well, Marquise is black.
Yeah, but you encouraged him to say it.
Oh, no, it's with an R. I'm sorry. Hold on. I want to see meaning
I don't like this one very much.
It's an Urban Dictionary. In Texas, they call... you can always count on Urban Dictionary for a good definition.
That is awful.
Oh, I see. So it's a conversation. It's a combination between the N-word, the end of the N-word, hard R, and the end of baboon.
Yeah, okay, so here, the first section of it is like something that you can fish for.
A gar. Shh. It's what a pirate would say. Gar. And then if you find a lot of something, it's a boon. You know, I found this boon of treasure.
You just have to, don't you? He just has to get it out.
I could go gar fishing, but then after that, I might hunt baboons.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if you should do that, but...
No, I think it's terrible. I think
they're very noisy.
Yeah.
They yell a lot.
Yes, Farron, you got it right. Farron gets very proud of herself when she gets racial slurs correct.
She should.
Yeah.
But by the way, like Marquise said, like, how did you get to be the Vikings? There's no Vikings in Minnesota. I don't think...
That's all we are.
Yeah. There's a lot of, like, what do you want to call it? Swedish doesn't cover it, but like Scandinavian people here, such as myself.
Viking is probably one of the most fitting sports nicknames of any team.
Or, you know what? Cornhuskers. That one makes sense.
Yeah. You know what? Minnesota is probably pretty famous for having the most accurate sports names. For example, the Los Angeles Lakers. It makes no fucking sense that a team from Los Angeles would be called the Lakers. Well, they came from Minneapolis. They were the Minneapolis Lakers. It makes sense. Yep. We got a shitload of lakes. Minnesota Vikings, Minnesota Twins.
Twin Cities, for anyone who doesn't get that.
Yeah, Minnesota Timberwolves.
That one doesn't make sense. Wolves are not native here. They're not supposed to be
No, but we were known for having a massive wolf population at one time.
Sure.
We don't anymore.
Gophers make sense to me.
Gophers were the Gopher State. I mean, by the way,
there are gophers everywhere.
How fucking gay, though. Like when they were handing out state names. Hey, you're the Empire State. Hey, you're the Live Free or Die State. Oh, Minnesota, you're the the Gopher State. What?
What do they call Nebraska? Because that's got to
be... The Cornhusker State.
Yeah, the Cornhusker State. That one's pretty gay, too.
That one makes a lot of sense, though. Like, you go, hey, Nebraska, what do you guys got? And they're like, got a shitload of corn. Well, I guess you got to husk that, right? I like the way you're thinking.
What do they call the Dakotas?
Why
pretty boring.
Why aren't we the one state? Like, why is there a North and South? Is there that much cultural difference between the North?
Yeah.
Like, here's a split I understand. Virginia and West Virginia.
Okay.
Because if you go to those two states, there's a big difference. Virginia's more cosmopolitan, whatever. West Virginia is frightening mountain people. It's like a Red Dead Redemption city come to life.
What about the Carolinas?
North and South?
I've never been there.
Northern North Carolina is a lot more like Virginia, and then South Carolina is a lot more like Florida.
Okay.
So that one makes sense too. But the Dakotas, there's 5 people between those two places, and they all act exactly the same. So why are we splitting them up? You guys could be pooling your resources, as it were.
Because government and shit.
Government and shit. All right, guys, still 255 away from today's goal, and we are halfway through today's show. I saw we were in the 600s. I tell you what, why don't we get a quick like check? And where are we at on likes? If you know what, let's try to get to 300 by 9 o'clock. Where are we at right now? Give me a quick like update. Let's knock out that goal today, and let's see where things stand, and we'll do an extra half hour at the end of things. Where is 208? Okay, so let's round it up. Everybody hit that old like button. We'll knock that out in the next 50 minutes here, 5-0, and we'll get that up to 300. We'll also knock out that $255. I think we'll get inside of 200 by 9 o'clock, and I think we'll be in a good spot. So if you guys feel like chipping in today, there's all the links in the chat. Feel free to support what I think is a lovely program. Don't forget to subscribe as well. We're cruising towards 8,100. Things are moving along very quickly for this program. Hey, Saturday, we've got a comedy show. Get your tickets. There's about 30 of them left. The Eventbrite link will be up in the chat in just a moment. Eventbrite.com, Steel Toe Comedy Show. Farron, I do it in $5 chunks. I'm sorry. She says it should be $253 after my $199. Thank you for the $199. I knock them down in $5 increments. So don't worry. Otherwise I'd be sitting here typing all day. So at any rate, we got a show coming up. There's all the Eventbrite links there in the chat. Get your tickets. If you're a VIP, you get 2 free tickets if you'd like to. So feel free to claim those by contacting April or myself. We'll put you on the guest list. But Eventbrite.com, $15 a person. We've never changed that price. So we're very proud of that. It's going to be Tom Chilstrom, Jonah Maddox, Johnny K, and myself on stage. We'll all be there. It's a great party. It's a fun hang. Come out, drink, have a good time with us at Partners Pub in Sartell this Saturday. And let's sell that thing out. Only 30 left, so I'm pretty confident we'll fill that place up. Very, very excited to see you all there. You know what? April's out for a second. I got to catch up on a few things here. They got that gun show coming up January 28th and 29th, the Minnesota Weapons Collectors Association Gun and Knife Show. The 28th and 29th at the Mayo Civic Center in Rochester. Buy, sell, and trade firearms, weapons, vintage sporting collectibles, and more. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 3, the Minnesota Weapons Collectors Association Gun and Knife Show, January 28th and 29th. At the Mayo Civic Center in Rochester. And if you want to have some fun this weekend, you want to see some live music, enjoy a great pizza, some beers, some cocktails, party at the best dive bar in central Minnesota, it's our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. That's Stoney's Bar. Again, live music, live bands every single weekend. Great place to go watch playoff football as well and have a great time with your pals. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's Bar. Enjoy yourself. Farron with $4.99 says, this bish. My $1.99 said Aaron is Forrest Gump. I thought I read that one. Changed my mind. Also, moving to Montana. Might drive through. Let's connect. Oh, we're networking is what they call that in the business. 250 away from today. The Ugly Fuckling says, I'm sure April gets her own personal gun show every day. Oh, of course. Right here, brother. Right here. I just, it's mostly body shots, though. It's not really a show more than it's a demonstration.
A lot of body shots, a lot of bruises.
A lot of just, I can't really, this week, though, I've had sore ribs, so I can't really turn into them, so she's kind of gotten a break today.
I'm sore as shit today. I don't know if I can go.
Really? You're that sore?
Maybe go in sauna or something.
All right, well, we'll see. You could coach me. I'm working on my ass.
Yes, he went to me finally yesterday, and he's like, I see what you're doing over there. How do I do that?
Yeah. I look at April's ass every day while she's lifting. That's why April always says, she's like, I don't really get bothered by guys at the gym. That's because I'm just staring all the time.
Everyone sees Erin staring, and they're like, oh, clearly she already has a problem.
I think about that sometimes because, like, how are people supposed to know we're married? You know, we're just working out.
He marks his territory.
Like, if fuck off. Like, I'll go over there, and I'll just, like, to be funny, I'll be like, oh, that looks nice. Like, I'm just kind of having fun. And I'm like, sometimes I do think, I'm like, oh, if people see this, they probably think I'm just being a creep.
I've wondered that before. That's another reason, like, I give you little bits of attitude sometime at the gym, like, oh, buddy, I'm working out. Let me just work out. Because there might be some people there that think you're creeping hard.
Yeah, I don't give a shit because I'm just having a little fun. So I don't really care what other people think.
I'm just working out, man.
While I'm just having a good old time with my wife at the gym. Let's continue on here. This funeral home story is remarkably troubling. It has a happy ending, but it doesn't have a very happy beginning. It's got a dark ending, but it's a happy ending. Let's check this one out from Escambia County, Florida. It's you Floridians being fucking goofy as hell again.
It's every time.
Here we go.
Sue, the sheriff's office tells us an employee walked in on a coworker sexually abusing a corpse inside this funeral home.
How hot was this person?
Now, why would anyone lie about that?
Oh,
like that's one of those accusations where you're like, that's probably true. Like, who's gonna walk in, scream, walk out, and go, he was fucking a corpse?
Yeah, I don't think that happens very often.
No, I'm pretty sure this person's telling the truth. I would definitely believe them.
So I went inside to try to get some answers.
Hello, hi, I'm from the news. Yes, I'd like to talk to you about the corpse fucking accusations.
Why do they always have to show them knocking?
They always have that B-roll footage of them knocking on the door.
And then, oh, nobody would answer. Oh, why do you think?
Here's where I will allow the B-roll footage of knocking on the door. If a crazy hillbilly answers and actually talks to them.
Okay.
Then it's fine. If he's like, well, what the hell do you want? Like the sheriff from Big Money Rustlers that went and got the chili. If he answers, you put that shit on the news.
Employees inside Oak Lawn Funeral Home wouldn't comment publicly on the case.
Well, they were too busy scooping cum out of a corpse vagina.
Oh, God.
They were too busy fetching a cream pie out of a dead woman's reproductive system.
Seriously, though, if somebody's dead, how do you get aren't they all, rigor sets in and stuff like that? Like, how do you fuck it?
I got to be honest with you, April. I'd love to be able to answer your question, but I've never fucked a corpse.
I feel like we shouldn't do that. It's cold.
Yeah.
Who wants to fuck something cold?
Yeah.
It's not fun when it's cold.
You got to warm it up. Yeah.
They can put it in the microwave real quick.
Yeah, you can put them in.
They put it next to the cremation.
Yeah, they put it in the incinerator for like 3 seconds. And then
3 seconds.
She's a little crisp.
She's warm enough.
I caused some moisture to build up around the outside of the pussy, so now I can get in there.
No, but you smell like formaldehyde.
Yeah, well, look, it's a trade-off, April. They also, they smell a little like formaldehyde. They also can't object. You got to take the good with the bad.
I really do hope this is like the hottest corpse of all time, though.
Yeah,
if you're gonna fuck one, I at least make it sexy.
You'd hate to think he settled, And I would hope they died from I hope they died from like a back stab wound, so their tits and vagina and face aren't in any kind of,
You're
any
right.
kind of bad shape.
Okay, so you don't want like a closed casket situation.
Yeah,
you want it like presentable.
I'm not gonna fuck a gross dead chick.
Or just her vagina was left after the car wreck.
They had to identify her from her pussy. Her husband and 3 other guys could identify her, and they're like, hey, what the hell's going on here?
Oh, my God.
This isn't okay.
Why do you know what that looks like?
If you fuck a corpse, where do you come?
If she's got a nice set on.
Okay, all right. I'm just,
you know.
Because again, she doesn't have that
she
natural.
Can't swallow, so don't go there.
And she doesn't have that natural system that will get it all out of there. So you gotta,
Well, then you're just leaving her with something to be buried with.
Yeah,
it's a present.
It'll dry.
No, it won't. It's sitting there and ferment.
Instead, directing me to call a media line. When sheriff's deputies arrived at the scene on New Warrington Road today, the suspect was gone. The suspect's vehicle was found on Blue Angel Parkway at Alakai Drive, where
he was fucking a dead squirrel. God, this guy just really likes him without a pulse, doesn't he?
Oh my God.
The suspect was found dead after shooting himself. While we were at the funeral...
See, that's what I mean by a happy ending.
Well, now they can be together in death.
That's true.
And have ghost sex.
And he's going to have a lot of explaining to do.
He gets up to heaven. Why were you fucking my corpse?
Yes. Jesus, you couldn't just kill yourself and then come up here and fuck me?
I was waiting for you and everything.
You had to fuck my dead body? I mean, Jesus, that seems a little aggressive.
Okay, do you give him a pass if they knew each other before she died?
No. Not in the least.
Are you saying you wouldn't fuck my dead corpse?
I mean, I would, yes, but I wouldn't expect anyone to give me a pass.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be between you and I.
I don't think life's giving you a pass. Nobody likes you.
I want to ask you this now. If you die, do you want me as tribute to fuck your corpse one last time? Well, I see these.
I don't want you looking at me. I want me to be.
You just asked me if I would fuck your corpse, so I didn't know if you wanted that.
No, I want nobody looking at me after I die.
Really?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
That's a weird insecurity.
I kind of don't like the. Well, I don't know how I'm going to look.
You don't. You know what it is. You don't want them looking in the casket and going, "Oh, they did such a good job on her."
Yeah, there's something that freaks me out about a funeral home person, or a mortician or whatever the fuck it is, handling my dead naked body.
You're worried they'll finger your asshole.
Changing my clothes, and I don't know what they're doing.
Trying to eat your pussy, just all kinds of
I'm
weird
just getting
shit
it
on.
in the afterlife.
Yeah, nobody knows. Nobody has any idea.
That is, do you ever think about that though? People that
Try
die,
not to.
your grandmas and shit, somebody handled your grandma's dead body and changed her clothes.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
The whole concept of a funeral now, I'm thinking about it and I'm like, it's kind of gross.
It is, really.
You're staring at a corpse. Let's not stare at a corpse. Let's just set it on fire.
Have you ever touched one?
Yeah.
I have too.
Oh, isn't that the weirdest chalky
the
feeling?
hands or whatever. I've definitely touched a hand.
Oh, it's so disgusting. Let's go. Let's
call from
Ryan the Garbage Man.
Let's see what Ryan the Garbage Man has for us. Hello, sir.
Good morning. I got a question.
Yeah.
Heaven forbid April goes before you and you're staring at her dead corpse. Would you draw a mustache on it?
What a dick.
Would I draw a mustache on her? No.
April, same question.
No, I would mark him with the correct labels that he always loves in his real life,
I
the
would
German signage.
Yeah, I
what
would.
What about a soul patch?
No, I don't know what.
That's too innocent for me. If I'm gonna draw something on him, it's gonna be a hard thing.
I'll be.
It's gonna be.
Don't write that word on my corpse. You do not have my.
Well, where'd it go?
Oh, that? Yeah. Could you put it where Edward Norton has his in American History X?
I certainly will.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. All right. Thank you, Ryan.
Yep.
All right. He was going to keep going. I know Ryan phone calls and they don't get funny.
Does nobody know us? I'm not going to draw a mustache on you. It's going to be something offensive.
Well, here's the thing.
And I'm going to say that you did it before you died.
We talk a certain way about each other on the show that we don't do off the show. So when they say things like that, they're just going by what you've given them on the show.
Sure.
So if you go, oh, did people not know us? No, they don't. I mean, technically.
I suppose a mustache seems a little more show friendly.
Yeah. Nobody actually thinks we draw anything on each other after we die. That would be a horrifying experience. Your significant other dies. You'd just be heartbroken and crestfallen.
Yes.
You're not drawing any. The idea that people think we would just be on all the time and that even in death we wouldn't feel human emotion.
Somewhere in the sorrow, I found time to make a mustache.
Right.
On his face.
Yeah.
Looks like Charlie Chaplin.
I expected us to be together for a long time and just be, this
Give me a
funny.
second.
That kind of hurts my feelings a little for people to think that we're just sociopaths and not doing a show.
Oh, we're subhuman.
Yeah. The fuck?
Home, we saw 2 sheriff's deputies and a crime scene unit leave the scene. The sheriff's office couldn't tell me what happens now, only saying it's
The corpse is pregnant with a zombie child.
an ongoing investigation. The suspect's name is not yet being released. Staff inside the funeral home wouldn't tell me if there were cameras inside.
Why is Mike Ehrmantraut there? I don't understand.
Or comment on his employment history.
Oh, Ron Gardenhire.
So I
never
called
mind.
the Division of Funeral, Cemetery, and Consumer Services, which regulates licensing at funeral homes, but I have yet to hear back.
Could you two get out of the way? I'm trying to take a look at that sweet minivan.
With a turtle sticker.
Fucks yeah.
What's your take on having cameras in a funeral home?
Let's not.
I'm torn.
I don't want people taking pictures at funerals.
No, it's not about that. It's like security cameras, I mean.
Oh, yeah, that should happen.
You thought people are bringing cameras to
Yeah,
a
I don't want
funeral?
people filming and shit at a
No,
funeral. Knock it off.
I'm saying security cameras because they just said like they wouldn't comment if they had cameras or not.
Absolutely. I would say you should have.
I think you should,
I think you
too.
should have cameras in funeral homes. That way, if
Because-
someone accuses you of something, you can show them the tape and go, see, no, that never happened.
Exactly. And it's not like you're in a locker room where somebody's alive and
Right.
naked.
We did talk to Tim Brown, who was at the funeral home
Raider receiver, Tim
finalizing
Brown?
plans for his father's burial. He saw the deputies and was stunned to learn why they were there.
That does give me second thoughts, but I think he's already been cremated, so I think he's safe. But it
It's because somebody's going to rape your dead dad.
Wait, he?
No.
Oh, he's a client. I
So
thought.
this
okay.
guy's a client because he's planning his father's funeral, and he was going there and saw the deputies, and he's like, "What's going on, guys?" And
I don't know.
he's making jokes about his dead dad getting.
I don't know why I was more comfortable with heterosexual necrophilia, but there's something about
know, I
gay
was too.
necrophilia that made me a lot more grossed out.
That hole would be a lot tighter once you're
I
dead.
know, yeah, that's no bueno. No bueno.
is disturbing.
In fairness, all
but
the
it
shit's
wasn't
been
my
cleared
mom
out.
That was here.
Yeah, your dick will smell a lot better when you
It has been flushed. The whole system.
see you guys on Rumble.
The funeral home told me off camera that they want to be transparent. They are notifying clients of what happened, hoping to ease concerns.
See, and I would have taken that one, no pun intended, to the grave with me. If I'm the funeral home,
Yeah.
you're sitting there and you're going, all right, we're going to call all of our clients and we're going to make sure they know that this happened. It's like, I feel like some people are going to be taking their dead relatives out of there when word gets out that one of your employees was fucking the corpses.
Imagine that though. You're thinking about your mom or your grandma or your sister or someone in their dead, like a female.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not happening to men. You know, it's always going to be the female corpse.
I guess it depends on how much they were loved, is what it boils down to.
This chat went wild.
Yeah, they did go. They liked that story, boy. I tell you what. Still 250 away from today's goal. If we knock out that goal, we'll do an extra half hour of overtime. Looking to get under 200 by 9 o'clock, and we're about 33 minutes away from that mark. Also looking to get to 300 likes by 9 o'clock. Let's do a quick like check before the next story. Where are we at, boys and girls? 246. All right, everybody hit that like button. If you feel like chipping in, there's the Streamlabs and PayPal information for you. Otherwise, super chats and memberships count. 250 away from today's goal. Pyramid 7 says if her nose is running, she's full. That's, of course. So we're at 246 likes. Let's get to 300 likes by the end of this hour. Keep us up to date. Hit that like button. And thanks for having some fun with us today. Pyramid 7, don't you ever apologize.
No,
Ever.
that was very funny.
That was a very funny line, and you deserve all the credit in the world for it. I loved this. I love when, like, the world of the influencer is kind of exposed, and, like, the phony behind-the-scenes part of the influencer or the YouTuber is exposed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to me, I've always liked the form of entertainment of, you know, people making jokes, people being funny, but there was a level of realness to it. Like, they weren't being phony or anything like that. There was nothing contrived. It was just genuine reaction to what was going on in the world. There is this whole Zoomer culture of, like, creating the perfect content, and it's this this crazy OCD obsession of everything has to be right about it. Like, I've watched their YouTube videos about, like, here's how you create a thumbnail. The color scale has to be like this. And then if you have one person like this, then don't have another person like this. And make sure you have the right framing for your back.
That is psycho to me.
It's
I remember
psychotic.
There was a time, I don't know how long ago it was now, but you said that somebody kept sending us like tips on how to make our thumbnails and shit. I'm like, I could throw together a nice thumbnail for you.
Decent enough thumbnail, right?
This seems obnoxious that somebody would send you this shit.
Well, this Alexandra Botez, and I don't know who she is. I'm sure she's famous or whatever. But she accidentally went live. She accidentally hit the live stream button when she was recording herself making faces for her thumbnails. So instead of like doing the video and taking a screenshot of yourself when you had a natural reaction to something of like, what the fuck? Like that, this chick goes on her computer and like a 3-year-old makes funny faces into her camera.
She's recreating them.
So that she can use them for thumbnails at some point. I mean, this to me is just kind of weird and gross.
It seems extra and like a big waste of time.
Right. But I love that she accidentally hit live stream. So there's a funny 30-second video circulating on this chick making her own thumbnail poses.
Oh, no.
And honestly, it is like a child. It's like a child in a mirror.
It so is. This is so dumb.
Yeah.
Fuck!
Just realized she was streaming. So she just realized she was streaming. And see, now, I feel like the fuck reaction at the end would be a better thumbnail. It's a natural reaction to something you did.
Something that's artificial is never going to seem authentic, I guess. But, like, okay, so this makes me beg the question, have you ever accidentally hit stream?
No.
When you didn't mean to?
No, and I don't know how you can because that's the stream button. It's right there. It lights up blue when it's on.
I can maybe understand, though. Check it out, though. The streaming and recording buttons are right next to each other.
Yeah.
I could maybe understand accidentally hitting one over the other when they're right next to each other.
Okay, so like DSP had that thing where he jacked off on stream because he didn't know he was streaming.
My only thing is, could you maybe just not jack off at your workstation?
Yeah, let's
like,
not jack off.
Don't run the risk of jacking off at the actual work computer.
All we're asking is
Go to
that
the
you
personal one.
don't beat off in this particular area.
Go somewhere else, please.
Yeah, so but then you catch yourself live streaming it and you go, oh fuck, and you turn it off right away. To me, that's another thing I don't like is the phoniness and the fakeness. It's like, if you catch it, then stream a little bit. Talk about it. Laugh at yourself.
That's what I'd have to do if I accidentally did that. I'd have to sit there and I would laugh and be like, come on, guys. That's funny, right?
These people
I'm stupid.
are way too obsessed with their image and way too obsessed with how they look. You're a live streamer. It's live. You have no image. You have no predetermined character or anything like that. It's just you're live streaming. Anything can happen. You react to it as it comes. So the whole, like, oh, fuck, they caught me making. What you do is you go, oh, shit, guys, this is so embarrassing. Yeah, I pose for my thumbnails sometimes so I can use a crazy face so people will click on it more. I feel like an asshole.
I think it was Pyramid 7, though, had kind of a good point that it seemed a little intentional. Like, I can understand, like, a younger chick like that, if she wants some attention, maybe she accidentally streamed her doing something embarrassing.
Yeah.
And then just quick shut it off. Like, oh my God, I didn't mean to do that.
Nate Doggy X says, tell Aaron not to jack off at his workstation like in the Litchfield days. That was off business hours.
How dare you violate my KLFD?
That's true. I did.
How dare you do that?
I violated the Meeker County original.
How many times?
Too many.
How many would you say
it would make everybody uncomfortable?
If you're spitballing?
Dozens.
You jacked off at work dozens of times when your apartment was just down the street.
I didn't. Here's the thing. I was just starting out in radio, so I saved money by not buying internet at my apartment. I didn't even have cable for the longest time. I just watched movies and shit and like South Park on DVD. So I didn't have internet. And I would just go like a block and a half down the road. I had a key to the station, and I would go in the station, and that's where I'd go on the internet and stuff.
And there's just no cameras in there?
Nope.
Did you check first?
Nope.
Oh, God, part of me really hopes that there was one, and at least somebody saw you sneaking in there at like odd hours.
Well, I made sure that I did so many more offensive and terrible things in my actual career that coming out wouldn't matter. So, smart.
You have black shit on your forehead. I wonder if
I know
you've
you
got,
have
like,
black shit on your chin, too. I didn't want to point it out.
There must be... Well, can
Oh,
you
there
get
could be
mine
face
off?
paint
I
on
bet
them.
there's face paint on the mics.
I can't get yours off without embarrassing you. Yeah, there's a little right here as well. We've all probably got a little face paint. We've all got a little bit of face paint on us from our Juggalo night last night. It happens.
I don't see anything.
Could be shading then, maybe.
I'm just turning black, actually.
Yeah. Oh, no. God, my biggest fear. All right, well.
Will you still love me?
No, probably not. I mean, you're going to be a completely different person.
What, my excellent credit score might fall?
Yeah, I actually checked it last night. When you painted your face, it went down to 622.
Jesus.
I know, right?
Big ass fall from grace.
Yeah, that was not a good time. I didn't even want to tell you.
Hold on. Farron says, April, I started in radio. We all jacked off at the office. What is wrong with you people? Like, there's no part of me that I can understand maybe like the hotness or excitement of like having sex somewhere sneaky with someone at work. Like if you could get away with it and not get noticed. But like just the jacking off by yourself almost seems sad.
Jessica J says she's masturbated at work.
Really?
Yeah. Jacking it at work.
Okay, so for you it was just purely monetary restraints, right? Like you had internet at work but not at home, so you just did it out of like necessity.
This was like my first year, like within my first year of working there.
Okay.
And like, yeah, I was making $1,800 a month. Like it was a bad deal. Like the rent was like $300 a month.
Poverty.
So it's like, yeah, it was. I was making like, I think my first year in radio, I made like $22,000. And in Litchfield, I was able to live. I was okay.
So you didn't do it because your workplace gave you any kind of like thrill that got you off?
No, I was just purely trying to jack my wiener.
See, Farron and I are on the same page now. She said, well, yes, sex. Like I had sex, Aaron jacked off. I had sex for the thrill of it.
You go to Litchfield.
I can understand the thrill of sex at work.
You go to Litchfield, you find me someone to fuck. You were not. If it would have been you at the time I was doing this, you were 11. That would have been a whole new level of trouble.
I'm just using myself as an example. I came out of Litchfield. Was that
and
the rest of us?
You didn't fuck until after high school.
I understand, but it was still somebody from Litchfield.
I'm just saying. Find me someone I
can think of plenty of hot chicks in Litchfield.
Miss Litchfield wasn't sucking my dick my first year there. I mean, close, but she wasn't. So
teenagers.
There you go,
Aaron.
I was 19. They were 18. We were like the same age.
Well, then why didn't you go for it?
I did.
Oh, that's right. You did tell me that story.
Almost fucked Miss Litchfield my first year there.
What an honor.
We used to go out drinking because it was Litchfield. Miss Litchfield and I are getting shit hammered at
which place?
Kickers.
Fucking Kickers.
Yep.
Oh my God.
And sometimes the Legion on Main Street.
Both of them are oh my God moments.
You go to the Legion, you get
the farmer's
some
daughter was pretty lit every now and then.
That one
got sloppy.
That was a little too old people dinner clubby at that time.
Really? That's not my experience. I always went to weddings there, and it just
that's different. That's weddings, but yeah, we all fucked Miss Litchfield. Aaron, hold on, I got to read that one. Even the women, let's not kid ourselves. Well, then
who said that?
Out.
I need to know
Fair
who
and
that
Balanced
was.
said that we all fucked Miss Litchfield. Oh boy. Well, that was a fun trip down memory lane. But yeah, I was.
So you couldn't seal the deal, huh?
Nope. I mean, at 19, who was sealing the deal?
Plenty of people.
Yeah, you were striking out.
I was sealing deals at 19.
You were striking out a lot at 19, though. You're a girl. It's fucking different.
So mean.
I know that you have this idea that, like, one of the guys, you're not. Women are not one of the guys.
I didn't say I was one of the guys.
Women are not one of the guys. You can't look at guys weird when they go, everybody's striking out at 19. Women go, not me. Of course not. All you have to do is say yes.
Well, all you said was who is sealing deals at 19. That's what I answered.
No men are sealing deals at 19. They're swinging and missing until they finally get one pity yes. That's about it. And then you have awkward, weird sex, and then you try to figure out what the fuck is going on afterwards, and it usually ends weird.
I don't know, your passion and that weird, awkward smile you just gave seems like projection.
I don't like it when women, like, go to men and, like, talk about, I don't understand.
No, I answered your question.
Like, I don't understand your sexual Of course you don't. Women don't have sexual plights.
I've gotten turned down many times.
That's hard.
We've talked about it on this show.
That's difficult.
But it does happen.
Down. You guys get turned down as often as we get laid. We get laid as often as you get turned down. Meaning, like, it's the inverse for men. Like, you guys don't get turned down very often. We didn't get laid very often in comparison to how many swings we took. I mean, in fairness, we took all the swings.
Yeah, I feel like all my swings are pretty calculated.
So you could bat 100. You could bat one hit for every 100 attempt, but still get laid every night.
I hear you. I didn't make that many swings.
Yeah, you had to take your cuts if you were a guy. It's the power was in the numbers. To be fair, Aaron also fucked the prom king. Well, no, I'm not a homosexual. Elias with $5 says, did Miss Litchfield help with eye holes? Yeah, Miss Litchfield's, I think clan robe making was one of the categories.
Won't you besmirch her like that?
In order to make it. I think. I could be wrong.
Your daughter wants to be Miss Litchfield one day.
That's true.
Watch out.
Brittany says, guys were annoyed with me at 19 because I wouldn't put out. I got called a tease a lot.
That happened to me in high school.
April, you were turned down for relationship or for sex? Because I doubt any guy turned you down if you just said, let's have sex and not talk again. I mean, that's true.
No, you're right. Like, because I'll be honest, like, any guy I had sex with, I would have considered dating. Like, it was on the table for me, and it's obviously not the same.
Yeah, you got turned down for relationships.
The flip side,
that's a whole different animal right there.
No, that's a correct statement.
Yeah. 245 away from today's goal. Looking to get under 200 by 9 o'clock so we can be on a path to not fall behind for the first time in 2 months. It would be the first time in 2 months that we've had any kind of carryover. So if you feel like chipping in, there's the Streamlabs, there's the PayPal, and of course, Super Chats and memberships count as well. Yeah, okay, D. Gulag, this is a cheat code. He says, I was a singer in a band. I got very few rejections. That's true.
Right. I guess you were small town radio guy, but doesn't that give you like a little bit of small town like fame too?
Only when I got here did that get me any offers or anything. Like only when it was
I know about.
Only when it was St. Cloud did I, and then I could give out rejections. Like when I got to St. Cloud, I got to give out rejections.
Humble brags.
Yeah.
Then I had just pussy flying at me from everywhere.
Well, look, let's not exaggerate here. But yeah, in Litchfield, nobody wants to fuck the... First of all, people my age, you got to remember, I was 19 to 26 when I was in Litchfield. There was nobody my age to have sex with. They're all gone.
That's because once we get to 18, we all want to leave and go somewhere bigger.
Right.
Like
exactly.
I did. I think I moved out of Litchfield when I was 19.
Yeah. So there's nobody my age. They either marry off or they leave. So there weren't many options. Farron with $4.99 says sealing deals, more like sealing your Ziploc bags for your lunches by your mom. Let's be real. Jesus. That got hostile very quickly.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus. Maury Memento wants me to shave my head. They say set it and forget it. Shave it all off. Come on, do it. No, I've still got enough left.
You kind of, when did we shaved your head? I shaved your head in the garage on an evening show back in 2020, I believe. Yeah. You kind of enjoyed it for a little bit.
I don't mind it. I don't like the growing back part where it starts to get a little like fuzzy. I don't like that part of the thing because, you know, it just kind of looks like you're trying to grow a white afro for a little bit. And it's a little off-putting to me. All right, there we go. 240 away from today's goal. Where are we at on the like aspect of things? Are we getting close to that 300 we wanted to be at by 9 o'clock? Because we're falling behind on both of those items. for the first time in a long time today. Sorry if our show is not up to snuff. 265 is the like number. Go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. And again, if the show content isn't good enough, don't lie to us. We'll know you're lying. So 240 away from the goal, and also 266 for likes. Police in Ohio are being investigated after an officer punched a woman who was complaining about not getting enough cheese on a Big Mac.
Well, I mean, play stupid games, get stupid prizes. I mean, stop complaining about cheese.
Stop making think about it. You've got to be a giant asshole if a McDonald's feels the need to call the police out because of your complaint.
Yes, they've seen it all.
So, like, while you hear the story of a cop punched somebody in the face because they were complaining about cheese on a Big Mac, that's just what got the cops there.
Yeah, there is additions to that story.
Yeah, so let's see what happened here, and let's see if maybe we can glean some information that will be helpful.
Oh.
All right, so she's fighting. Shit, right there. I was just going to say, I don't understand all the struggling with police officers. Best case scenario, they wrestle you to the ground and throw you in the car anyway.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, you get shot and killed.
Yeah, I will say, like, once you're in police custody, you're in a no-win situation. Give up for a little bit.
Yeah. And you know, I see this a lot with, I'm sorry, but black women in particular. Don't you touch me. Don't you. I'm sorry, lady. I know you're big boss bitch everywhere else in the neighborhood. You're not in charge here. This isn't going to go well. Nobody's impressed by your Queen Latifah sassiness in this instance. You're going to get punched in the face, tased, maced, maybe worse. Why don't you just calm the fuck down? No, it's not like they wear these cops out and then the cops go, oh, well, God, you know what? You're too much trouble. You're free to go.
No, and I think that's what they think will happen or something too. And I feel like a punch is really personal, so I kind of feel like she probably was saying some shit you can't hear.
Or you just get fed up and you just lose it. You lose control for it. Even cops, especially cops, just lose control for a second. You're like, shut the fuck up, and you just hammer them.
Oh.
What are you punching her for?
He's trying to cut. Oh, he did?
She started complying a lot more right after those punches landed,
Sure
though.
did.
She wasn't
Stood
talking.
still.
Yeah, she wasn't talking any more shit after the punches landed. She may have not gotten a Big Mac, but she got some quarter pounders.
How many wrong turns does your life have to take that you complained about your quarter pounder?
Big Mac.
It's your big,
How
your
dare
Big
you?
Mac.
Yeah, she likes carbs, this one.
God, too much bread.
I know. And then you got to do that thing where you have your hand in the back of it because all the guts
So,
fall out.
yeah, you almost have to keep the wrapper on,
Yeah.
like as a sandwich diaper.
But it doesn't. Do they have wrap? I haven't had a Big Mac in a long time. Do they have wrappers?
Oh, I don't know. Do they come in a box instead of a wrapper?
I always thought it was boxes. For
I don't
Big
order
Macs.
Big Macs. I'm not fat.
I don't want a Big Mac. I was actually going to ask you want a Big Mac today? I don't.
No.
I don't.
Camera skills.
Oh, this is funny. So they see the woman get punched in the face by the cop and they're like, ooh, I'm going to go outside and get as close as I possibly can.
Yeah, but then you're not helping either.
No.
Why you punch her in the face, man?
I think even that cop is kind of like, I fucking lost it for a minute there.
Yeah. I mean, you can't give cops a whole lot of pass because you're supposed to be able to
restrain them.
Restrain the person, but like have some restraint yourself. Like a little self-control. Like, no, I can't just get out of hand and start hitting people.
Like, see, here's where I always fall on these situations. And I get yelled at by both sides for this. Is on one hand, I go, yeah, if someone just keeps talking shit and being obnoxious while I'm trying to detain them, I'm going to get pissed and want to punch them in the face. But that's also why I'm not a cop.
Right. And want to is one thing. You can't just do it.
Oh, I'm sure it felt good, though. Like the way she was just going, no. I'm sure once his fucking hand connected and she started behaving, he was like, good.
I'm sure it felt good until he realized there was a camera on him.
Yeah, and then he's like, oh, shit, I shouldn't have done that. And forget that this woman is bigger than both of them.
Right.
Hey, why you punch her?
It'd be funny if he turned around like, because she was black. Like, whoa, that's... Wow, that I did not see.
He's expediting his firing.
Yeah, he's just like, look, I don't want to go through a big, long investigation. I just like to be able to go try to get a new job. So
At this point, he's just trying to get fired so he can hope to get some benefits in the meantime.
If I quit, I get nothing. If they fire me,
I get it all.
I get my stuff. Yeah. Why did you punch her? Did you see how lippy this Negro broad was being? And they're like, whoa, dude, what the fuck? You can't just say that.
She looked at me wrong.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. No, I can't say that and keep my job, but I certainly can say it. So that's okay. So that's the end of that one. I will point out, though, she went from talking a bunch of shit and resisting to shutting her yap and crying and whining pretty fucking quick, right?
It was effective.
It was effective. So
would you rather take a punch to the face or a tasing? Pick one.
I'll take the punch to the face. I don't like being electrocuted.
I think I'd take the punch to the face.
Yeah. Why Dat says, Aaron, I will send you $30 for a haircut. You're starting to look like a monkey fucked a hamster. I do need a haircut. That is accurate. I'm not going to shave it off, but
Okay.
I could use a haircut.
Ooh, question. We have some time today. Would you like to go get a haircut?
I just thought about it. It's a possibility. I'm not ruling it out.
We could crisp you up for the weekend show.
Also, wasn't it Sage or was it Zen who sent us that lovely gift to Granite City that we may use today? I think it was Sage. So I'm looking forward to maybe using that today as well. Thank you, buddy. 225 away from today's goal after Ryobi with $20, and he says, "Pay up, pores." We are behind today, that's for sure. I do have confidence. Our audience is very supportive. We usually knock that goal out just a little slower than usual today.
Yeah.
Wanted to get under 200 in the next 10 minutes to kind of keep us in line, but it'll happen, especially with Ryobi shaming people. 225 away from today's goal. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal link in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page if you'd like to do that. So yeah, as far... Oh, we're also at 281 for likes. All right, keep it going, guys. Hammer that like button. We're 10 minutes away from 9 o'clock. I'm going to start opening up the 7 o'clock hour stories. What I want you guys to do, start hitting that like button and start updating me on what the like count is. Let's knock it out to 300 before we start our next story. Like. And, oh, man, we don't have the Dukes of Hazzard theme song chase story anymore. Did it go away? Man, I hate that. I hate that when you copy a link and then overnight it disappears on you.
Why would that happen?
Well, because
a chase?
I don't know. There was a guy who was like riding. You would have loved it.
I love the Dukes of Hazzard.
Riding either a tractor or a combine.
Okay.
Running away from the police. I want to.
That seems like something. Yeah. You know, if I were in a pinch, I might do.
Right here it is. Okay, we've got it. Oh no, it's gone.
Why?
I don't know.
That seems so wholesome.
I wonder if it ended up being fake or something. Tractor police chase. Guy on a John Deere tractor started a police chase and it was caught on video. All right. This is, all right. This is the story. All right. We've got it.
Oh, she's a hot anchor, huh?
We're about to show you guys a piggy. Will you both do a shot for 50? No, first of all, I don't think you can do that on YouTube.
I don't
think you can do stuff like that. I know you can take a shot. I don't think you can do it for money.
I think we have to do it of our own accord.
Yes. Fettuccine El Pupu says we're at 292 likes. All right, let's fire off a couple more likes, 8 more, and we will get to 300, and then hopefully 400 by the end of the show today. Fettuccine El Pupu with $294. Thank you, buddy. Or not $294. He says we're at 294 likes.
That'd be cool.
I was getting PayPal notifications, so I was going to thank the PayPal people.
Yeah.
But then I was also reading the like count, so I got my CTE brain all screwed up. All right, there you go, guys. You are at 300. Very, very cool. 300 likes. Awesome. Scuba with $50 and Emilio with 60. Says, show is always great. Much love for the work y'all put in. All right. That was, that's a huge bump.
Big
we are
old
now
shot in the arm.
115 away from today's goal, so that's going to get knocked out definitely. in the next hour or so here, guys. Very cool. Thank you very much. And on we go. All right, so we've got Tractor Guy. I always check my DMs to make sure nobody's sending me. Oh, boy. We got a new drop. Stevie Lou sent us a clip here.
What happened?
He says, new drop for you. Would go well with the shorned puss one. Uh-oh. All right. Of course, everyone's aware of this drop that we have. Not this one.
Homeless people are fucking assholes.
This one.
I like a nice shorn puss.
Yep. There you go. This is the one that Stevie Lou got for us. Let's see.
I can appreciate a nice set of tits.
That is a good one.
And people are always calling you gay.
Victor, if you'd like to get to work on that one, buddy, thank you.
I can appreciate a nice set of tits.
You were angry about it, too. Like you were hostile. Like, I can appreciate a nice set of tits, goddammit.
Show amnesia is real because I'm sitting here and like I would have never remembered that I said that.
That was during the model story.
I know that now, but you know what I mean? Like once the show's over, I would have never thought about that again.
Fauci's Pangolin with $10 says, why do you rich people hoard? Tony, guy, it's fine. We always, like I said, we always get there. Thank you, buddy. Cardiff says, if I click like, what's in it for me? Subreddit surfing plug? How about this? Everyone go follow our buddy Cardiff Electric. That would be wonderful.
Oh, we should send Cardiff a hoodie or something. Do they make potato sizes?
It's something worth looking into. That's for sure.
Okay.
Josh says Steel Toe was featured on Red Bar last night. No, we weren't. I heard from someone already that we got a slight mention. Just like always, Mike, just kind of a subtle little Steel Toe thing and then moving on quickly.
I tried to listen to Mike's show last night and I couldn't even get on his website. It kept crashing.
Yeah, there were some issues for a little while. Yeah, so I don't know what... I didn't get back to that other person who wrote to me just before the show today. He said, oh, you guys got a little tiny Red Bar mention yesterday. I'm sure we did. He's very well aware of our show. He's very well aware of... look, he tried to... Here's what happened.
I bet it was regarding Kumia.
Perhaps. But if anyone knows, please let us know. That would be very interesting. Here's what happened with him, for people who don't know. He went on his Bring Back group and somebody mentioned Steel Toe and he just goes, everyone's banned from watching them. You're kicked out of here if you watch him. So I'm like, oh, well then I know enough about Red Bar being a fan all these years that I know you've got to punch him right in his fucking head so that he doesn't think he can, push you around or anything like that.
He's so frail though.
He's very frail. So we did that to him and it obviously bothered him because one show he dropped like little subtle Steel Toe things like 3 or 4 times. You can always tell when something's bugging him. We noticed this on one drive when he was mentioned like other channels, not ours, but he would mention it like 4 or 5 times or like haters in the chat.
Yeah.
He like subtly mentioned it 4 times and you're like, oh, Mike's bothered. But he doesn't. He's got too much of a cool guy attitude to admit it bothers him.
That to me is always a time like if you're derailing your show for a little bit over something, maybe you just talk about it.
So yeah, I would love to hear that. Fair and Balanced with $5 says April is GOAT. You need to have her permanently just for the appreciation for a great set of tits. Well, you do. You appreciate a good set of tits.
Thank you, Farron.
Yes. And Lip Ripper with $20 says, I can appreciate them too, April.
See?
Everybody appreciates.
Should all appreciate tits more.
Some nice tits. All right. That's putting us only 90 away for this morning. Yeah, obviously, nobody knows anything. Oh, he made fun of you for begging for donations? Oh, that old hack line? See, I would think he could do better than that.
That does seem like low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, we kind of smacked him in the head, and then I don't think his heart's in it. I don't think he wants to lean in to anything Steel Toe related.
He's complained anytime, like, he loses Scars Club members.
Yeah, I mean, we're not sitting here sending our audience a bill if they listen to us on Discord, Mike. I mean, so I don't know if you're the right guy to be talking about begging. I don't think you're the guy. It's kind of pot calling the kettle black. I mean, he's the one who goes, all right, you guys need to start re-upping your Scars Clubs right now because I've been looking into you guys and you haven't been. Come on, Mikey. I got to ask again, what's really bothering you?
He's sick and alone.
Oh, sorry.
He's sick and alone.
Jesus.
That's going to bother anybody.
All right, fair enough. Man on stolen tractor leads Boone police on wild, slow-paced Slow speed chase. Chief said, I can't fucking read today. All right, here we go. This is the story that for some reason is gone from Not the Bee.
How do you have a wild slow speed chase?
Yeah, it's maybe wild in concept rather than wild in pacing, I suppose.
I would love to be running from the cops
in
a tractor.
Boone, a man is facing a slew of charges after he's accused of...
Hey, have you ever fished for gar in Boone?
I can't say that I have.
I haven't either. I hear Boone is very nice this time of year, but not for gar fishing. You can't find a lot of gar in Boone. I've known that for years. I don't know why. Some weary traveler told me that tale one
Maybe you
time.
should look harder.
I will.
In Boone, a man is facing a slew of charges after he's accused of leading police on a slow-speed chase on a stolen tractor. The tractor reportedly hit several vehicles.
You know what? He's fucking moving.
He's hauling ass. That's funny.
He's got the throttle down on that tractor. Good for him. And he stole it, too. So it's not even his tractor he's getting in a high-speed chasing.
He's just taking it for a test drive.
Yeah.
It's a church and a dumpster and rammed into a police vehicle.
Oops.
Police finally stopped it by shooting the tires out.
That's old school.
Those are some spendy tires.
Yeah, no spike strips, nothing. Just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to discharge. That's how you know that this was a very small-town thing. They're like, I'm just going to discharge my firearm in public, shoot out some tires.
Well, what are you going to do? There's a tractor on the loose. God forbid.
Yeah, what are you going to do? A goddamn
farm
tractor
town.
won't stop. Yeah.
Police say the driver, Ronnie Hicks, jumped off the vehicle while wielding a knife. An officer used a taser and took Hicks into custody.
It's a fitting name.
Yes.
Took Hicks into custody.
Yeah, it all seems pretty on brand, doesn't it?
God, I'd be mad though. Whoever's tractor that is, somebody's paying for them tires, right?
Yeah. Somebody said, what was it? They're $8,000 tires.
Yeah. I was sitting here thinking like a truck tire, like let's say for my truck is hundreds of dollars. That's thousands.
Jesus, $8,000 per tire.
So if you're shooting out the tires, you better be paying.
Well, think about it. It's another guy's tractor. So it's not the guy who stole its tractor, it's somebody else's. So now are the police on the hook?
That's what I'm saying. I'm pissed if I'm the owner because now some crazy knife-wielding man named Hicks stole my tractor and I have tires that need to be repaired. Nope.
Someone says was the driver Chad. No, I don't think he's graduated to
Chad's not man enough to drive a tractor.
Yeah, I don't think he's graduated to what do you call it? Grand theft tractor, as it were.
GTT.
Said the guy. Yeah, Triple N said the guy who charged people for Scars Club when he wasn't doing a show. Yeah, like I said, there are many people who could go, oh, they beg for money. Sure we do. Absolutely. We are a crowdfunded show. But I don't think the guy who got sick and took over a year off and then kept taking people's money can really say anything about charity. I don't know.
Yeah, then when he comes back and he's mad that 138 people didn't renew their payment forms, like for his Scars Club.
Right. I mean, you've got a pretty loyal cult there that's been brainwashed pretty good if they're sticking around to that level.
Dude, I would say losing only 138 people is almost impressive.
Yuichi says it was a light mention, nothing serious. Exactly. I like I said, people say, oh, Red Bar mentioned you. You guys want to start a thing way worse than even Mike. You guys want to start something way more than Mike or I want to. Mike goes, oh, I'm going to take a little needle shot at these little fucking assholes who say shit about me. And then I go, oh, I'm not going to let Mike get away with being a cunt. And then guess what? We'll probably check out the next episode.
Right. I would wager a guess that neither host cares really.
Here's what I will do. I will defend myself from any charge. Then I will make a he's sick joke, and then I will probably go watch the episode. There. That sounds about right, doesn't it?
Do you think he'd make fun of you if you wore diapers?
Oh my God, yes.
Then I think we're having a good time here.
The only reason we did a very long live stream on that Sven diaper call is because that was monumentally fucking good.
Because it takes away from the entire shtick that Red Bar has going on.
Exactly. The Mood says, did not mention the Dukes of Hazzard theme song. I think that on the Not the Bee story, I think they maybe said that they should have played the Dukes of Hazzard theme song. That might be where I fucked it up. Continuing on here, there are we covered the World Economic Forum a bit yesterday, and I have to tap out of World Economic Forum shit after a while. Like, people in the chat were saying, oh, look at how red-pilled Aaron's getting. Aaron is relatively black-pilled or clown-pilled or red-pilled or whatever on this shit. I just don't like to delve into it too much because the more red-pilled you get, the more fucking depressing it is.
I think politics in general are extremely depressing.
Right. So people go in and they're like, oh, Aaron, you're talking about the World Economic Forum? Oh, Aaron, you're more fucking based than I thought you were. No, I just don't like diving into it because I get really bummed out. And I go, well, here's why I get bummed out.
Don't.
I'm not like the Crowders of the world where I think I'm going to make a difference or that we can fight back. When I watch the World Economic Forum, it's a confirmation of what I kind of already think is going on.
It's unfortunate.
So I don't want to watch it. It's like, oh man, it's like going, oh, I think the orderlies at the nursing home are fucking my grandma. I don't want to watch them do it.
I don't want to check the cameras just in case.
Right, exactly. I just want to accuse them. I want to have the police do all the investigation, and they can update me on it later.
Just let me in on the things I need to know.
Exactly.
Please.
And before we dive too deep into this story, he is one of our personal VIPs. Bob Levy says, morning, Mr. and Mrs. Toe and the gang.
Morning, Bob.
Yeah, I was listening to an episode of MLC not long ago. Kevin's starting to get really bitchy and cunty with Steel Toe. I don't know if Kevin's seeing the numbers go up or what it is, but oh boy.
I only quit watching MLC after Chad turned into such a freak. That's all. I haven't listened lately.
Dude, I'm going to tell you this.
I prefer Bob's other work.
Bob's still very funny on that show.
Of course he is.
Kevin, here's the problem. Kevin doesn't know it yet. Chad's rubbing off on him. Like, everyone thinks that Kevin rubs off on Chad and Chad tries to be Kevin.
Oh, no.
I don't think so. I think Chad is such like a dark, unhappy sack of shit that it makes an already miserable guy in Kevin worse.
Well, don't be tainting my Bob Levy.
Yeah.
He's a funny guy. Leave him alone.
But fucking Bob somehow, and it's like a magic trick the guy pulls off. He's just almost like he's floating above them.
That's because he knows better. I feel like he knows things.
Bob goes on that show and he's shitting on everybody. And then Bob will be honest. Like, Chad tries really hard to hate everyone like Kevin does. Like, he tries to do a Kevin impression. And then Kevin is happy that Chad's being hateful because Kevin wants to be hateful.
Yeah.
So they'll like start talking shit about somebody and you can tell how forced it is. Like, they have to say something negative about somebody and Bob will go, oh, I like them. They're very nice. Oh, shut up, Bob. You like everybody. Like, no, he's just being honest. Like, he's not
so
trying.
Mad. It seems to me like they're so mad that he could possibly have like a good, like balanced life and like mental stability over everything.
It's almost like Kevin and Chad can't make fun of someone without hating them.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, if you put Bob on if you put Bob and Shuli, they do the BS show, which is on after this one. It's very good. Go check it out. If you said, hey, Bob and Shuli, Steel Toe, go. They could talk shit about us and bust our balls for 15 minutes.
But it's funny. They don't lose the funny.
It's funny. We like each other, and we'd all know it was a joke.
Mm-hmm.
With, like, Kevin and Chad, they have this weird thing where, like, it's not that they don't know where the lines of hate and busting balls are. They have to purposely blur them or they can't do it. It's very odd.
Okay.
Triple N says Kevin is absorbing Chad's gayness by osmosis. A little bit.
That's true. He thinks he has him on there as a goof, but he's becoming the goof. Is that what you're saying?
But like,
I haven't seen it.
Anthony and I talked about this, and obviously I talk about this with Carl when I'm on Who Are These Podcasts and stuff. But like, everyone thinks that like if they're Kevin, they're using Chad as a whack packer. No, Chad is a very good parasite and barnacle. He latches on and takes what he needs from you.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Kevin knows that yet. But it's fun to watch. Yeah, Kevin is getting increasingly more and more unhinged about Steel Toe, which I find very entertaining.
God, you see, and I don't know that any of this happens. He
doesn't want anyone to think he might like us. I listen to the things
that I enjoy and make me feel good, like the BS show is very funny, or like the Anthony Cumia show with Bob and Kevin, I think is still very funny. And I don't notice that stuff.
The fact that he shits on so many people makes him shitting on you like not matter to you because you don't feel special. Like when Bob talks shit about Steel Toe and yells about Steel Toe on Misery Loves Company, I go, oh, Kevin. Oh, Kevin, what is it today, young man? Oh, Kevin, why are we yelling? Why are we so upset, Kev?
You almost don't hear him talk in like a calm voice ever.
Yeah, people are saying Bob is very funny with steel toe content. Of course.
Bob is great.
Fucking jokes are hilarious. Shuli's very funny with steel toe stuff as well. All right. So anyway, back to the World Economic Forum.
Okay,
shit.
the depressing things.
Bob says, I don't think he is. I think he's just playing around with you guys. I think so. That's kind of the vibe I get too.
I personally don't care.
That's why I say, like, when Kevin yells at you, you don't really go like, oh, I'm going to fuck this guy up, but I'm going to go. I don't feel the need to talk shit about Kevin Brennan.
I've never had an interaction with Kevin personally. I don't know what to say about him one way or another, I guess.
I talked to him after our episode of MLC, so I kind of know the real Kevin Brennan. And it's just, you watch his show, and that's what I mean. You're just like, oh, Kevin. Oh, would you take a nap? Would you just relax,
Does he need a nap?
Kev?
Is that the answer?
A lot of the time. I think he's in his 60s now, and you gotta keep up on, you gotta keep a nap schedule at that point, or you're just gonna get cunty and bitchy.
I don't like naps. I'm gonna have a hard time when I'm that age.
Well, maybe you'll be dead by then. Oh, that's not a good. Oh, I thought. Let's see. I was trying to help.
You know what? You're right. Maybe I should die before life gets that miserable.
Exactly.
Where you just have to sleep it away to be better.
All right, let's. Someone raising a good point. He's like, Kevin doesn't dislike you guys. He doesn't talk about you like he does Gino. That's accurate. If every episode you start hearing, Steel Toe's gay, like they have gay chairs. And they sit with they have gay legs and feet, and they're barefooted. That's gay.
He probably would think we have pretty gay chairs.
Our chairs are pretty gay. That's true.
They're kind of ultra gay.
All right. Back into the World Economic Forum. So they're starting to show the clips of speeches that people have been making at this thing. And again, the reason I say diving into this stuff and being all red-pilled or black-pilled or whatever just bums me out is because I know this is how these people talk in private. So to watch them do it in public just goes, oh, it's the grandma thing at the nursing home. It's like, I didn't want to watch you do it.
I didn't want you to tell me I was right.
Right. Don't tell me you want me and everyone who's like me dead so you guys can have more food. I know you're already talking like that. See, that's the difference why I can't.
Was that you talking?
Yeah. I can't do a show like that, like a Shapiro or a Crowder or a Glenn Beck, because those guys think they're going to make a difference and you're going to win. No. These people are in control. They're in charge. All we can do is laugh and have a good time with it, because otherwise you'll watch them say, we should have a massive extinction starvation event so that we can get the population under control. And you go, stop. You're talking about me.
Verbatim? Is it pretty close?
It's pretty close. Wow. So let's go ahead and watch some of this. This is we've got a bunch of clips here. They're having the big World Economic Forum, which if you're like an Illuminati guy, this is basically the Illuminati meeting.
Okay.
This is what all the rich people in the world want to do to you so that they can make a better life for themselves. But then pitch it as helping everybody.
Got it.
Here we go.
Dear friends, scientifically, this is not a climate crisis.
Again, no more German accents at these fucking things.
They do sound nefarious.
We can't have any more Germans talking about death and destruction and rebuilding and shit like that. It doesn't work.
The German guy's maybe not the one to bring in here for that.
No. If you want to talk about a mass extinction event, find me anything but a German or a Russian, because they can talk about anything and sound depressing.
A nice Swedish person.
Yes, what we're going to do is watch the ice caps melting, and it's going to flood the coastal areas and probably kill a lot of people.
Perfect.
Bork, bork, bork. I think that's how they
Are you
end
making fun of my people?
Gersta climate change or Dursta. Dursta fossil fuels, Dursta burning the coal, Durst. Durst electric vehicles, the bursters.
We don't sound that way.
Dursta bork, 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 Durst Tesla, Dursta bork, bork.
We don't bork.
That's my meeting. That's my World Economic Forum speech about climate change if I'm Swedish.
Somebody just stands up. Fucking bravo.
Yeah. Oh, you nailed it. Very, very good. Ersta borsta rainforest, dursta disappear and dursta bork. It's a good
No, it's
presentation.
Not. No.
I think so.
No.
There's to Ukraine, there's to wheat fields, there's to Burke, to Bork, to starvation event, to Bork, to Durst. You don't think that would be a good speech? That's how you people
only
talk.
Only if they serve lutefisk after.
Oh, God. That's how you poison the whole
that
audience.
room would smell so bad.
Ugh.
We are now facing something deeper. Mass extinction, air pollution, undermining ecosystem functions.
He looks terrifying.
Really putting humanity's future at risk. This is a planetary crisis.
So basically the way these guys sell this shit to you is they go, climate crisis, it's a planetary crisis. And what it will do is it will kill all of us. So let us kill half of you and then we'll be okay. Like, they hard sell you on the disaster. And then the solution is like, hey, our plan will only kill like half of you.
Yes, that is the thing. They have to make it sound like just world devastation, like we're all doomed.
So then their plan doesn't seem so evil and nasty and terrible.
If we can save half of us, why should that half be doomed too?
They really are just real life Thanoses.
This is a safety crisis, but above all, it is also a justice crisis.
Oh, boy.
Many areas in the world are uninhabitable. This uninhabitable zone is increasing. If we continue with our greenhouse gas emissions, then by 2070, as many as 3 billion people will live in uninhabitable zones.
Well, no, then they won't live there.
No, we just can't live.
Yeah, right. That doesn't make any fucking sense. They're going to live in uninhabitable zones. Well, then they're habitable.
We'll try to go live there and the jungle villages will just eat us.
Be the red waste. There's nothing there but Karth. By the way, every time I see these people talk about shit like this, I just want to see their financial holdings and see how much of it is in electric cars, alternative energy, shit like that, and just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, but then there's people out there that would hear you say things like that and be like, oh, what, Aaron? Are you just afraid to believe they could be true? They could be being honest?
Yeah, that's got to be it. It's not you guys going, we tried climate crisis and you guys didn't do what we wanted. Now it's a justice crisis. We don't give a shit. Justice is a gay word. All right, it's a planetary crisis. I know, but you guys are going to make me buy a new car, and I don't want to go to the dealership and go through all the paperwork.
It's a pain in the ass.
Well, then it's an everything crisis. Then why don't I feel it?
I don't even like getting a new phone for a couple hours.
Well, April, this woman says that the climate crisis is a spiritual crisis.
Oh.
At the World Economic Forum.
You know, that could be. I would always trust somebody wearing that hat.
Yeah, exactly. Praise the Lord and pass the electric cars. That's what I say. It's a spiritual crisis. Well, then meditate about it, you goofy-hatted bitch.
And also our faith leaders. They know that this crisis is much more than physical and environmental schisms. We have
schisms.
Yeah, it's not schism.
It's not schisms. That's what you put under the entertainment center here in the basement when you want it to be even. It's a schism.
Schisms. We have a deeply wounded spirit as a people.
Well, I found your spirit.
Well,
look, it's in your hat.
Yeah, it is hiding in there. You just got to take the hat off.
Worst magic trick ever. The rabbit was already in your hat. God. You call yourself an illusionist.
Why are you wearing that?
Because she's a fucking asshole.
She's got like a semi-nice suit on.
But see, like, this is the people at the World Economic Forum that make me not want to watch this shit because they're in charge, they're making all the rules, they want me dead, and then they taunt me with a ridiculous hat.
They're insufferable.
Yeah. The fact that you already want to kill me and my family should be enough for you to feel like you're superior to me. But then you go and taunt me with a gay-ass hat that I can't wear.
Look, if you sled it up a little, maybe we'll watch more.
Exactly.
It says on your chart that you're fucked up.
That is in desperate need of healing and restoration. And we must look to our Almighty Creator to find our proper place in humanity.
In comes Klaus Schwab. I'm here. I heard my name. No, sorry.
Our proper place as that one strand.
Okay. Well, I'm glad they cut her off.
She is awful.
She is not good. So that's what's going on at the World Economic Forum so far. They're really beating the drum on climate change again because that's like the big topic now. That's like the big crisis they're going to use to do all the stuff they want to do. That's why, people like Citizen M get upset with me.
Mm.
But I'm sorry, when you have a thing like climate change and then you tell me that you have the solution. And the solution, ironically, just happens to be all of the things you've wanted to do for the last 60 years.
Everyone.
And none of the stuff you didn't want to do, like nuclear. I have a hard time believing that you're genuine. I have a hard time believing that what you're feeding me isn't a bunch of bullshit.
It's true.
Yeah. Oh, Aaron, come on. What about the climate scientists who 90% of them say that it's a serious man-made crisis right now? Yet that's the scientists they'll allow to have an opinion. That's because the ones who publish studies that don't say it, they don't get published.
Yeah, I don't want to have somebody up there preaching me about how we now it's a justice issue.
Yeah.
Like climate change is a justice problem now. And what did she say? Like, and by 2070, something like 3 billion people will be living in inhabitable zones. That means clearly we can live there if we're going to be living there.
Right. So again, like a guy like Black Ornament goes, Aaron, you know nothing about climate change. I'm not talking about a judgment on the actual issue of climate change. Climate is always changing. There's no such thing as just a set, steady climate. It's always changing. It's always adapting. We don't have temperature information for going back that long. We have core samples and we have a general idea, but we don't have enough data to know if this is just a transition or it's man-made, like Zen Rhino says. But I will tell you this, anytime I see people who have an agenda tell me that it's settled science and there's no more debate and we can't talk about it anymore, I get nervous about that person.
Yes, because they're clearly not willing to have a conversation.
Right. If I see someone and they go, hey, asshole, quit arguing with me about this. Just do the thing I'm telling you to do. I go,
don't ask questions.
Right. And the thing I'm telling you to do that's going to save the planet just so happens to be the agenda I've been pushing for since I was 15 years old.
I trust that person that tells me to not ask questions just as much as like, oh, don't tell your parents that we're doing this. Like,
right.
You seem sus.
Yeah, Citizen M, I'm saying we don't have enough data to know if it's man-made or transitory or what degree of each that it is.
If it just happens.
My personal belief, it's both. First of all, the planet has been warming since the end of the last ice age. It's been warming, and it's been warming at a pretty consistent clip. So is there also, humans interacting with their environment that can change that? A little. But the solutions are absolute horseshit. They're not based in science. They're not based in climate change. They're not based on what you're talking about. What they're based in is people's agenda for what they've wanted to do, and they're not advocating doing anything that won't make them a fuckload of money. So I'm sorry. You can believe that the climate's changing. You can believe that the environment is important. Of course it is. But if you think that the current political rhetoric on what to do to solve climate change is anything more than a dollar grab for wealthy oligarchs, you're ignorant. That's all it is. And you're right. It's very depressing to talk. See why I don't do the World Economic Forum stuff very often.
It's a little bummed out.
Let's talk about dead Indian kids. It's a good transition because that's what the World Economic Forum wants anyway.
What did we do? Pass them smallpox blankets?
No, they went out to fly kites.
Oh, kites.
And kites.
Oh, thank you.
KITES.
Okay.
If you will. Also, $90 away from today's goal. There is the PayPal and the Streamlabs if you feel like chipping in. Also, super chats and memberships count as well. We're also trying to get to 400 likes by the end of the show and 40 minutes until the end. Well, 40 minutes or an hour and 10 minutes, depending on how that goal goes. Victor, yes, I did get the Men in Black drops, and they are on the soundboard.
Thank you.
So where are we at for likes, by the way? How far away from 400 are we? I know about 20 minutes ago we crossed over to 300. Give me the quick count, and then everybody hit like right after that. And we'll get to 400. 325. All right, we're in good shape. Everybody hit the like button, and we'll get to 400.
Everybody in here.
All right, this is like a really happy event gone horrifically wrong. You ever see one of those events where everyone's laughing and smiling and having a good time, and then instantly that all shuts off?
Yes. It's like pulling an e-brake.
Yes, this would be an e-brake.
Okay.
Kite strings reportedly slit the throats of 6 people at a festival in India, killing them, with 3 of the victims being children.
What are you making your string out of?
What's that movie Ghost Boat where like a line snaps and it cuts off everyone's head who's dancing on the deck? Ghost
I don't
Ship?
fucking know.
Isn't there a movie called like Ghost Ship or something, and like a cord, like a wire snaps and it cuts everybody's head off?
I have no idea.
Ghost Ship heads. People
Ew,
cut
God.
by a wire. Yeah.
Oh, fuck that.
That is.
Oh.
Do you want to watch this or no?
Yeah, I'll watch it.
We can't show it.
It's
but
uncomfortable.
Here, guys, go. People get cut by a wire. Ghost Ship. Yeah, so they're all on a nice cruise.
Looks like the Titanic.
Yeah, they're having a dance. Yeah, this is the beginning of the movie.
How old is this movie?
Oh yeah, this is gross because there's little girls in it and everything. They're all dancing on the deck of a ship.
Everyone's dancing with small girls.
Yeah, everyone's having fun. There's a nice woman dancing, but wait a minute, April, you see that wire? Uh-oh.
This feels like the movie Rubber to me right now.
What's going on with that wire, April?
It's wiring. I don't know.
Uh-oh. Oh no!
Oh God,
no! Oh no, it's tightening up. It's seizing. Oh, it snapped. Oh shit. Oh, there goes the wire. Oh no!
What the fuck?
And the wire just shoots through everybody. And then you see everyone just kind of looking around. And everybody's all intact and they're just all standing there frozen. And then all of a sudden, there goes the blood. The little girl's okay.
This is gross.
His champagne glass. Oh, they're all cut in the midsection and they all start falling down. Oh, yep, they start splitting in half. Oh boy, that's no good. The wire cut them all right in half. There's his torso crawling around. That woman's trying to grab her own legs. That's no good. I don't think they're gonna make it, April. And the only person left is the little girl and the captain. Uh-oh, but what uh-oh. The captain got cut right in the mouth and now the top of his head's gonna fall out. Oh, no.
How did it do his mouth, though?
That girl's gonna need some therapy.
How's everyone else cut in half?
I don't know.
This isn't lining up.
April, it's a horror movie.
He would have had to duck in that case.
It doesn't have to make sense.
And she's taller than everyone's waists where they were cut. This movie's not right. My autism's freaking out right now.
Wait a minute. You mean the movie where a metal cord snapped and it just had enough force to slice everyone in half isn't accurate?
Everyone's sliced right here and the girl's head's like up here, which would mean her head's getting cut off.
I agree with Joe the Toe. That girl's going to need a Zoloft or two.
A Xanax. Get her a Xanax.
She's gonna need to calm the fuck down a little bit.
Why do you know of that movie?
I don't know. And you know what's funny? I've never seen the movie. I've only seen that opening scene.
I've never heard of that. That to me really screams like the movie Rubber. Like, you know, where the stupid tires rolling around the desert makes people's heads explode?
I have no idea what Ghost Ship is about. Oh, they're saying it's a shitty sci-fi movie. Okay.
No shit.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the movie other than I saw that scene one time and I just shut it off.
Okay, but doesn't that just seem like the movie start to finish right there? Like, how do you continue that movie?
Well,
because that wire is on that particular reel on that particular boat.
That girl now has to deal with that shit. That's the rest of the movie. She's on a ghost ship by herself. How is she supposed to get help? She doesn't know how to work the radio equipment or anything else.
You're telling me everybody that was running that ship was right on that deck?
I don't know. I haven't watched anything other than the opening scene.
I have so many angry problems with that movie.
They're saying it was Carl Urban's breakout role. Oh, it was not Billy Bedlam. Oh, God, why can't I think of the guy's name? The guy who says cunt all the time in The Boys. Billy Butcher. That's where he got his start. Okay.
Have you finished that show?
No,
every time I walk in on you watching it, I'm like, God, it just seems gay.
Yeah, I'm through
it's a gay show.
I got through the first season. I'll start the second one. I'm not very entertained by it, but it's one of those shows that it's like Rick and Morty, where if you say it's not bad, but it's not for me, the fans get all mad.
You.
Yeah, they're like, oh, how can you say that?
I don't watch Rick and Morty for that same reason.
Right. It's like, oh man, how can you say that? I don't know, because you and I are different people with different tastes and they just don't align on this particular subject.
Right. Different strokes, man.
Want to watch Fargo together?
I'm going to have to watch that movie now just because I'm so mad at it. I have to see the rest of it.
You want to watch Ghost Ship?
I don't like how any of that starting scene worked out because it seems like that's just the end of the movie now.
Yeah.
What is the wire going to do? Reattach itself to the other side of the boat and kill more people?
The wire isn't the bad guy. It's a ghost ship. There's ghosts at work. I don't fucking know. I haven't watched the thing. I just know that the metal wire isn't the... Actually, you know what? You're right. I don't know that. I'm saying the metal wire can't be the villain. That would be retarded.
No, it's literally the villain. It just killed everyone but the girl.
You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
Who knows?
Thanks, babe.
But it's the movie.
Oh.
You're just... hey, April.
Now, there are plenty of tards out there living really kick-ass lives.
Where's my second wife was tarded.
Can I ask you something?
Azang essay.
Low. I'm hot today.
So anyway, back to the Kite Festival. The other one's called the Daily Wire.
The other one would be fun.
Kite strings reportedly slit the throats of 6 people at a festival in India, killing them, with 3 of the victims being children. Along with the fatalities, a total of 176 people were injured at the festival over the weekend. Jesus Christ, we all can't get together and fly some kites without everybody pulling hamstrings and shit?
Either we're making the kite wires out of razor wire or something dumb like that. What kind of wind speeds do you have over
I know. Guys, reel it in on the really windy days. What the hell? Right? Officials said that those who died bled to death after the glass-coated or even metal-lined kite strings dug into their necks. So they got ghost shipped.
How serious do we have to take our kite flying?
I know. It's got to be a string or nothing.
Just get the normal cotton string, and if you lose your kite to the wind, it wasn't meant to be.
Right. Although you never want to lose your string. That would be terrible. Right? That's a terrible... you lose that string.
What are you referring to?
The kites. If you lose your string, it's gone, and you got to find it again, or you got to accept that it's gone and just leave it.
Are you saying you have to fish your kite out of something?
Well, you might have to fish your kite out of a swampy bog, or you might just have to accept that it's gone and that maybe you'll run into it someday.
Swampy bog full of blood?
Well, it depends on what's been in there. But
getting a little...
Yeah, who knows?
Crossed lines over here.
Yeah, well, so did they.
It's devastating.
Didn't work out so well for them.
Oh.
One young girl, only 2 years old, was killed when kite string cut her neck. All right, if we're going to have 2- and 3-year-old kids at these events, could we not go so hardcore with the string, please?
This does seem weird. It seems like a weird cult, kind of like the ICP, juggalos.
Yeah.
You went too hard in the paint on some shit.
The juggalos never kill anybody.
Yeah, they're good with their hatchets.
They're not like Indian kite flying kids who are just out there whacking 3-year-olds.
Why are we metal or glass lining our strings?
Exactly, because they take their kite flying way too seriously.
How do you have a glass lined string?
Because you don't want the wind to take your kite and snap the string. Have you ever had a kite string snap? Doesn't happen.
I have.
Doesn't happen with the metal or glass coated ones. They're nice and taut.
What I'm saying is glass seems like it would break. I'm very confused.
It does, right in your neck, and then you die. Joseph Stalin with $5 says, Aaron, you need to watch Dead Snow, Nazi zombies in Norway terrorizing a group of college students, and the zombies have snowmobiles. Wow, that sounds like there's a lot going on in that one.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Holy shit.
I only want my zombies having snowmobiles.
Yeah. $85 away from today's goal, and about 25 minutes until we rattle the can and do the, as Obnoxious John would say it, or Dabblers Anonymous would say, the super chat music.
Oh, thank God we're not rattling the clan because they kill people when they're rattled.
Yeah, you don't want to rattle the clan, that's for sure.
Oh, my God.
All right, guys, there is the link to the Streamlabs and the PayPal, $85 away from today's goal. April?
What?
They were having a debate on Fox News the other day, I think on the 5, and they were talking about guns. They were talking about firearms and the need to control them.
Oh, because the guns are really bad.
They also wanted to talk about those assault rifles, these semi-automatic rifles, these AR-15s. They wanted to talk about these big, bad, nasty AR-15s. You see, to me, I feel like if you're going to talk about guns on a news show, you should have to pass like a basic firearm safety course.
Yes, and that shouldn't be questionable. Like, that should be just assumed.
If you can't pass a firearm safety course, I don't think you should be talking about guns. And if you don't know the existing laws on the books, you shouldn't be on TV, on the news, giving your opinions about guns because you're informing other people. You're informing the public. If you don't know what the fuck you're talking about and you go out there and babble about guns, now you're giving dumb, dipshit, stupid ideas that don't make any sense to people who don't know any better.
Yes, there's people out there dumb enough to buy everything you're selling.
Right. It's really funny that at the World Economic Forum, they had this big speech, this big forum about disinformation in the media and misinformation. But it's funny, they never talk about misinformation and disinformation about guns. Nope. Even though every time I watch a conversation about guns on the news, they get 5 things wrong in 30 seconds.
But from their side of things, it's like, no, that's my story and I'm sticking to it.
Right. It's not misinformation when they do it.
No.
But when anybody else says something they don't agree with that may even be factual, well, then that's misinformation.
Oh, you're just misinformed. Why don't you listen to me instead?
It really is just... I wish the Orwellian shit they were pulling was smart, because then that way, at least I'd be tricked.
Okay.
This way, I'm just like, wait a minute, you're dumber than I am, and you're pulling my... I don't like this. So here's Geraldo Rivera talking about AR-15s. Geraldo doesn't like AR-15s. He thinks they should be gone.
And I always get my gun advice from Geraldo.
I do. The guy who opened Al Capone's vault is my muse. Well, they give him a chance to, just totally level all these gun people. Mm-hmm. Show that he knows what he's talking about and he's not one of these idiots who's just babbling. He does not pass the test. Let's watch Geraldo.
If that's a word, it makes macho the people who possess it. Oh, look at me, I'm a big deal.
It's a rifle,
and it's not a rifle.
Yes, it's
Greg.
a rifle.
It is a machine.
What does AR stand for?
It is an automatic rifle.
Oh no.
No, that's not what it is.
Well, all I know is that AR-15s have no place in American society other than sport clubs, and I agree with them on that. I also think, ironically, that we do need more IRS agents if they say we need more.
If they say, wow.
We need more IRS agents.
Old statist Geraldo, that's the end of the clip, by the way. Old statist Geraldo, I also think we need more IRS agents if the government says we need more IRS agents.
You mean the armed IRS agents that are going to come get you?
Probably with AR-15s.
With AR-15s.
You know what's funny about this is Greg Gutfeld just asks him right out in the open, what does AR stand for? Automatic rifle.
It's just zombie brain. Just they all think alike.
If it were an automatic rifle, if that's what it stood for, barely anyone would own them because they wouldn't have a license to. They wouldn't have an endorsement to own an automatic weapon. You have to have a special license to own and possess automatic weapons.
Right.
It's a tag. There's a name for it. I don't think it's a tag. You buy it. Endorsement tag, something like that. And then you can have automatic weapons. Certification, whatever. But AR stands for Armalite Rifle. You don't need to be... This is a quick Google search. All of these fucking assholes on the news who think it stands for assault rifle or automatic rifle. It would take you 3 seconds to unlearn that bullshit and know the right answer.
They don't want to do that, though, because then it blows their cover.
Exactly. And then a guy like Geraldo, if you go on TV and you don't pass the question that Gutfeld just asked him, you should be fired from television, or at the very least, you don't get to have gun talks anymore.
It is true. Don't be preaching to people that are going to buy your lies, frankly.
Right.
It's not the gun's fault in the first place. I never liked this argument.
Here's, let me give you another example. Let's say we're talking about cars. April, ask me what the D in my shift means. Go ahead.
Aaron, what does the D in your shift mean?
Dark. It darkens the vehicle.
You have a dark vehicle.
You see, I don't get to talk about cars anymore because I don't know that means drive. I don't get to talk about vehicles anymore because I don't know enough about them to be qualified.
Not good.
Why isn't it the same way with firearms? If you don't know shit, you don't get to say shit. I'm not even saying...
Oh, because get this, Aaron, cars don't kill anyone.
Yeah. Cars have never been used in the commission of a crime.
Not even once.
We don't need to talk about it.
Cars can't just up and kill anyone on their own.
$85 away from this morning's goal. If you feel like chipping in, there's the Streamlabs and the PayPal. Super chats and memberships count as well. We're very, very close. We're also very, very close to our likes goal of 400. If you want to hit the like button, if you're enjoying today's show, subscribing helps as well. I am going to peek real quick and see if we've knocked out 8,100 because we're very close. No, we're about 10 away.
God, that's fast though.
From 8,100. Right? Yeah, look, it's moving very, very quick. That's for sure. So thank you very much for that. Again, 85 away from knocking out today's goal and extending the show. Otherwise, we got 22 minutes left in regulation. This is a funny little story out of, I think this might be another Florida one.
Of course.
A woman, Lee County, this is Florida. A county commissioner's assistant was arrested for DUI. Mm-hmm. And instead of just, hey, I got pulled over, I fucked up, let's get on the path to making this right again. She decided to name drop county employees. It's never good. The only thing worse than name dropping county employees to try to get yourself out of trouble is pulling the, do you have any idea who I am?
Right. Do you know who you're speaking with?
Yeah. I mean, the mayor in Sauk Rapids, Minnesota did that years ago. He had just gotten elected. He got shit-faced on a Sunday. He got pulled over and he was like, "Do you know who I am? I'll have your jobs for this, blah, blah, blah." And he actually did a really good job as mayor. But 3 years later, when it was time for re-election, people don't think about the job their mayor does. That's not something people in a city think about.
They're going to remember the headlines.
They remembered the DUI, so then he was voted out and somebody else came in and immediately he was already worse than the other guy.
Yeah.
But he didn't get shit-faced and drive around town, so people were gave him a little more leeway, if you will. Let's go ahead and check out this story and see how bad this woman fucked up.
It appears to be back in the office after she's accused of dropping who she works for, his name, during a DUI arrest. The Lee County Sheriff's Office says 35-year-old Christine Duramo claimed that she worked for Cecil Pendergrass and, quote, didn't want to put the deputy in a difficult position when she was pulled over.
Now, wait a minute. No. First of all, you're his assistant.
Yes.
There's no difficult position you could put this officer in.
Cecil's over here like, don't bring my name up in this bullshit.
Right. That was my second point, is now Cecil's going, oh, fuck it, no. Now I have to fire you. It was a maybe before when you got the DUI. Now you're making me look like a dumb fat dick.
And now poor Cecil has to look for a new assistant.
Right. You can get a younger, cuter one now, though.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Well, look at him, though.
That's true. All right, look, he's getting one
Poor
that looks
Cecil.
like Al Borland from Home Improvement.
We News anchor Emma Heaton live downtown in Fort Myers covering this today. Emma, have you heard from either of them, Duramo or Pendergrass?
Chris, not a word, and I've been here.
No, but I'm way too fucking good looking to be stuck at this shitty TV market.
I was just thinking she should be the assistant or something.
I can't wait to get to a bigger market where they'll have better wardrobe and better makeup for me. Very excited.
I like how they have her, the camera angles, kind of from under her,
tits,
too. It's looking up at her tits.
All day. I was hoping to catch Cecil Pendergrass at the commissioner's board meeting this morning, but he ducked out about 10 minutes before that meeting.
How'd you miss him?
I know, he's so big.
He's built like a mob boss villain in a Batman movie.
Takes him an hour to get down the hallway.
Yeah. He looks like Colin Farrell in The Batman. I mean, how did you miss the guy coming out the door?
Your water shakes when you know he's coming.
Ended. I hope to ask him if Christine Duramo is still employed or does she face any consequences on top of the criminal charges she faces. No one with the Lee County government will answer those questions either.
I gotta say, my autism's kicking in. Why are you just filming the shrubbery and cobblestones outside?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
It started for me when she was sidestepping down the stairs. I'm like, what does that even do for us?
Quit moving.
The arrest of a Lee County employee is not usually news, but Christine Duramo is no ordinary Lee County employee. She's Commissioner Cecil Pendergrass's executive assistant, and the deputy who took her into custody for DUI mapped out in the arrest report some serious allegations.
Well, she doesn't necessarily have any extra rights.
Criminal defense attorney Lance Dunford makes his living representing people charged with DUI. So I asked he look at Duramo's arrest.
And he has the largest house in Florida.
Look at her, though. She kind of does have that look about her, I'm You know, she got like almost like a smirk on her face, like, I'm not going to be here long.
Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble with old plain Jane over here. Oh, God forbid. I love that. He makes his living as a DUI attorney in Florida. He owns all of the salt and silver mines as well.
Report, specifically how the deputy says she name-dropped after being stopped for swerving on Alico Road. The deputy said Duramo told him she worked for Pendergrass and, quote, didn't want to put the deputy in a bad position. Later, the report says she asked the deputy if it was too late to call Carmine, a reference to Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino. For days, and without explanation, her mugshot did not appear on the sheriff's office arrest page. That changed Tuesday morning.
A lot of times people
I love that. You want me to, is it too late to call Carmine? First of all, the Lee County Sheriff will go, hey, this woman says she could put us in a tough position. He's like, I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about. Like, he knows some county commissioner's assistant.
Yeah. Cecil forgets her name sometimes.
Yeah, Cecil's like, who? Oh, yeah.
No, you can put her picture up there. Like, it's no big deal.
I don't give a fuck. Was she driving drunk? Yeah, shit, we're going to have to find a replacement anyway now.
Fuck that bitch.
Fuck that
kind of
bitch.
heightened positions of power are held to a higher standard, right? You've got a situation where people look at them and say, well, you should have known better. They expect more from people in a position of power.
So now even the DUI guy who defends the person who was drunk is like, oh yeah, she fucked up. She's going to get in a lot of trouble for this one.
All right, people look up to this person.
Yeah.
Interestingly, from this spot on the sidewalk, I can see into Commissioner Pendergrass's office. And earlier today, I saw a woman who looks like Duramo with the commissioner making phone calls. Now, in addition to the...
She was just ordering him pizza. He was getting hungry.
A little hangry, actually.
It was a meeting day.
Name dropping, Duramo also refused a field sobriety test and a breathalyzer test once she arrived to the jail. Live in downtown Fort Myers, Emma Heaton, Wink News.
Yeah, anytime, look, if you get caught and you're like a city person or anything like that, and you get caught, driving drunk or anything like that, it's best to just take your medicine, serve the DUI, shut the fuck up, don't make a lot of news, don't make a lot of waves, and then hopefully your boss will just let you slide and be like, look, you got to pay your debt to society, all that shit, but, it didn't make big news, it didn't get out there, so, we'll keep you on. But if you go out there and you go, do you have any idea who I am? Right. First of all, no, I don't. But second of all, you're the fucking assistant. So now these people...
Not that important.
That's going to go down in their report. And the news is going to be like, ooh, that's a fun, juicy story. Mm-hmm. Some lady who works for the county made an ass of herself. That's an easy one for tonight's news.
She started thinking who the hell she was and, like... Don't do that to get out of something as gross as like a DUI. That's like a dirty crime, I feel.
Exactly. More Crowder content says you would have met your goal already if you were doing more Crowder material. Oh, absolutely. You're still very bitter from something we did 3 hours ago. Jesus, man. I would say let it go. But at any rate, yes, $85 away from today's goal. Very, very close. The show will end in 15 minutes or 45 minutes, depending on whether or not we knock that out. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal link in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page if you'd like to contribute. That's just $85 left for this morning's goal. Thank you very much. Super chats and memberships also count. Cops say Jay Briscoe's 2 daughters injured in fatal car crash. They're in critical condition. So we have no idea what happened with Jay Briscoe. It's just car accident. We don't know if it was like drinking, if it was just on the road and he lost control of the vehicle.
Am I supposed to know who that is?
No, he's like one of the most famous wrestlers to never go to like the big company.
Okay.
Yeah, he's one of the biggest names that didn't jump to WWE, basically. So he's like a big fish in a little pond. Well,
Got it.
Was a big fish in a little pond. April, do you remember going to high school basketball games when you were a kid?
I mean, if I had to.
Yeah, you'd go, you'd have a good time. Your basketball team was very good when you went to school.
They were very good. Yeah.
Did they win the state title or did they come in second?
And I tell you what,
they got to the state finals.
I was at that game because I was in the pep band and the whole pep band got to go for free for the whole tournament. And it was
at
awesome.
Target Center?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was really cool. But yeah, I don't.
Did you get the shit kicked out of you in the championship game, or was it close?
I don't remember what the score was. I just know we didn't win, and all the guys were crying.
You got to the state championship game on a last-minute jump shot from Zach Kinney. I remember this. It was big news.
He was a stud, that's for sure.
Very awkward kid, though.
Yes.
Kind of a goon.
I don't
know.
Nice
kid.
He was a really nice kid. He was really smart. Always great with the ladies, of course. And
see, he wouldn't strike me as great with the ladies because he was kind of a goof.
No, I think he was like on like the lowdown good with the ladies, but didn't talk about it.
Well, because you're all a bunch of Jersey chasers.
He married a girl from our class, like high school shit.
It's not uncommon.
You know what I mean?
In those
I
areas.
missed that boat.
Yes, you did. But you found a much bigger boat, right?
I found a whole cruise ship.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
It's my little dinghy over here.
So you went to high school basketball games. You generally had a good time. You know, a game would happen. Somebody would win. You'd move on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not how they do it in Oklahoma. This is how they do high school basketball in Oklahoma, my friends.
From the John Smith Fieldhouse tonight, where the Millwood Falcons fall. We'll go to break.
We'll go. Wow, that's a pro, first of all. I got to say, as a radio guy who's done play-by-plays, that's a great, great pro move when you're scared shitless.
Yeah, he looked solid. Like, this dude next to him just ducked immediately, and he's over here, like, wondering, what do I do? I still need to say something.
No, I think it's the guy under the table saying that. Saying we got to go to break.
No, the guy in the red did that.
Did he? So gunshots break out, and the radio guy's like, First of all, he didn't swear on the air. That's pretty amazing.
Right.
Second of all, he goes, we'll go to break. And then he got really scared.
And this is a little kids game, by the way.
This is halftime of a high school basketball game.
Never mind.
Or no, at the end of a high school basketball game. I'm sorry. It was the end of the fourth quarter.
Tonight, where the Millwood Falcons fall. We'll go to break.
Oh, you're right. It is him.
He's like looking still.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home.
Oh, no, and then you had to do a my sister and brother-in-law died suddenly ad. Oh, shit.
From a coincidence, of course.
Oh, no. So you've got a shooting inside a high school gym, and you got to go, we'll go to break. And then the break is...
dying.
A couple of people died suddenly.
Oh, that's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer.
You can't time that better.
By the way, can't figure out, is there anything about this high school that might indicate why shots broke out?
I see nothing.
I've seen nothing so far that would indicate why this happened.
Good, I'm glad we're on the same page.
Offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19.
This guy's trying to pretend he wasn't scared shitless a minute ago. He's trying to play it cool now.
I feel like his eyes were going different directions. I feel like they were trying to find each other.
That might happen in a situation like that.
A month. A savings of $369 a year.
Nice ad, though. You got a nice ad in there on TMZ.
Oh my God, just a life insurance.
Yeah. It's,
oh my God.
There was...
wait, do we know why the shots were fired? What happened?
I don't know, but I'm guessing scuffed shoes.
Probably Air Force Ones.
I'm going to guess there were some scuffed shoes involved. David Chandler, of course, the owner of this program, with $50 over there on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. $35 away from today's goal, which means we are doing overtime, as they say, on credit, and we won't do the super chat music, as it's called, until 10:25, unless we hit that 35 beforehand. So thank you very much, Mr. Chandler. Always nice.
Thank you.
To have your support. $35 away. There's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. They all count. All right.
Did you see, I think it was Monkeypox had a very funny comment. Did you
What was
read
that?
it?
Go ahead.
I don't want to read it out loud. Just in case.
Really?
I don't know if it's kosher or not.
Mr. Monkeypox.
Yeah.
Little white kids are usually a shooting deterrent, but I get... Wow. That second part is certainly something I can't read.
Is he wrong? I'm kidding. Jokes.
Are you?
I didn't feel good saying that.
Are you kidding?
I'm sweating now.
I ask you, how much of you was kidding?
Ooh, I have a question for you while you're opening your stories.
Yes.
How's your face feel after last night?
Raw. I rubbed it raw, getting all that face paint off.
Fuck.
Yeah.
My face feels like sticky this morning.
Oh,
I
that's
feel like
my fault. I jerked off on you while you were asleep.
I've told you a million times.
I know.
You have to stop doing that.
Look,
what if you clog my nostrils at night and I don't wake up?
I get it. I understand. I've tried to keep it more on the tit level like you asked me to do. But it's just, look, sometimes the shot goes further than you intended for the shot to go.
I think that the Juggalette paint really screwed my skin up, though.
Thank you, David. And thank you, Ryobi. And thank you, Farron. I got to make sure. Oh, and thank you, Daniel Hudson, with 35 Super Chat. There you go.
Thank you.
Very nice of you. We take, of course, 70% of that. That would be 25. So we're down to 10 for the rest of the day. I think we're pretty good there. I'm not going to really worry about that. If we hit it, we hit it. If not, we reset tomorrow. 10 is a pretty fungible number, if you ask me.
Thank you.
So thank you guys very much for knocking that out, and we will do overtime today. Oh, there's Robert becoming a Yeehaw Club member. I appreciate it.
Nice.
That hits the goal. We'll go 350 away from tomorrow's goal already. So we've knocked it out today. Thank you guys very much. We'll get that all updated for you, and there you go. Yeah, you can't be shooting people at take that shit outside.
Could we just not shoot people at a high school?
Look, I'm not even asking for that. All I'm asking for is that could you at least shoot people away from all the children in the gym? I have very low standards. Thank you, Scott, for the $10. That's from Kraken Slappin'.
Thank you, buddy.
I appreciate that. Wait, is Kraken different than Kraken Slappin'? Or Kraken and Kraken Slappin'?
Kraken Slappin' is
Kraken was being a little cunty.
No, Kraken Slappin' is our original fan. He's a good one. Good guy.
Okay.
I don't know who Kraken is.
All right.
So that's a totally different person.
Kraken is cunty. Kraken Slappin' is a cool guy. All right. There we go. We have a bunch of stuff still left to go. Riz Digga says, kind of difficult when the kids are the ones shooting. Yeah, I guess that's...
I was kind of going to get there, too.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of a problem as well.
Again, at a school, you have to assume there's just kids everywhere, so stop shooting.
Black residents of San Francisco may soon be eligible to receive a $5 million reparations payment and total debt forgiveness. Oh, Lord, I was leaving the Steel Toe Show and I'm getting on to San Francisco. I'll be eating rice-a-roni on a trolley train in a minute, y'all. Shaka's going to be leaving pretty soon. He doesn't want to stick around.
Can I move to San Fran and identify as black?
You can give it a shot. San Francisco is one of those cities that might actually let you get away with that.
You're right. And then I'll just move back later.
Exactly. The San Francisco African American Reparations Advisory Committee, which exists, recently recommended that financial reparations be made to qualifying black San Francisco residents, including a lump sum payment of $5 million.
So that's not even, that's after taxes?
Is that per person, or is there going to be like a $5 million pool and then every black person is going to get some?
You just throw them all in the pool and let them grab for cash.
Yeah, like the white people in San Francisco, even though they're guilty white progressives, they still try to make a game out of it so they can be entertained by the black folk.
I want to watch them compete.
San Francisco city data. I want to know how many people there are in San Francisco.
Too many is the answer.
Jesus.
Half of them are homeless.
Did I say how many black people or did I say how many people?
How many people?
Oh, I thought I said how many black people, and April was like, too many if you ask me.
No, you said people.
All right, so black, 46,000 black people. That seems like that's way less than I thought.
Still quite a bit.
All right. Let's go $5 million divided by 46,000 people. Whoops.
This is so interesting. It says white alone, Asian alone, Hispanic, but they don't want to say alone for that one. Black alone, 2 or more races.
See, now 46,000 people, that's only $108 a piece. So I'm thinking they're going to $5 million to each person. All right, times 46,000. They can't afford it. That's $230 billion. There's no way the city of San Francisco can afford that.
So we can afford that apparently, but not fix the homeless problem. That's good.
That can't be $5 million each. I guess because the other one's $108 in total debt forgiveness. That's like a little. Here you go. Thanks for coming.
$108.
Yeah. If it's $5 million divided by every black person, it's $108. But if it's $5 million to every black person, it's $230 billion. Such residents who qualify for the payment must meet at least 2 criteria from a list of requirements, which include applicants be at least 18 years old at the time. So that'll cut down on a lot of the people.
Quite a bit.
Have identified as black or African American on public documents for at least 10 years. You're fucked.
Well, then I got to start documenting shit.
Yeah. And prove they were born in the city between 1940 and 1996. Okay, so they're
screwed.
Look, they're only giving it to people who were born there. But why should that matter? If slavery is the sin that you're paying for, why does the black person have to be born in San Francisco? As a matter of fact, if they were born somewhere else, like in the South, there's a higher chance they were descended directly from slaves.
I'm sure the slavery was just awful in San Fran.
Yeah, for Asians. Other requirements from the report include residents that have lived in San Francisco for at least 13 years or personally been incarcerated or the direct descendant of someone imprisoned during the war on drugs, which U.S. President Richard Nixon declared in 1971. So wait a minute. They just have to be incarcerated during that time? It doesn't have to be for drugs?
I guess.
So you or a relative could have been a rapist or a murderer, but as long as it was during the war on drugs,
right.
You're
home free.
The report reads that African Americans with less than the area median income reflecting $97,000 would also receive supplements for at least 250 years.
Is that a good median income now? That seems high.
Okay, that's an amazing median income. It's terrible if you live in San Francisco. Because you can't, $97,000. What's the average rent there? Let's take a look. City Data will have this too.
Again, it's going to be too much.
The average rent. Oh, look at all their crime numbers. It's all just double red arrows. Let me put that up. Guys, this is their crime. We can't. Oh, why won't it let me go over? That's too bad. There's no side scroll here. But yeah, look at it. It's just in the last 15, 20 years, just double red arrows, double red arrows.
Will it let you grab the page and pull it?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, look at that. Double red, double red, double red, double red. Holy shit. That is
ugly.
That's a nasty, nasty chunk of city data there.
Isn't that one of the cities where they gave you safe places to shoot up and clean needles and shit?
Oh, they were like the inventor of it.
Ugh.
Oh, their poverty rate is 9.5%.
I told you, it's pretty bad.
Median household income, $123,000. That's double the national average. Estimated median house or condo value in 2019, over $1 million is the median house or condo value. So you're asking me, isn't $97,000 a lot? Not in San Francisco. It's not.
It's not enough. Apparently.
You're not going to be able to live on $97,000 a year in San Francisco. Oof. It's also a sausage fest.
Oh, really?
More dudes than girls in San Francisco. So
then you just choose the gay life, right?
Yeah, that's what they do. So theoretically, your entire resume could be that you are a 27-year-old convicted drug dealer that would be sufficient qualification for the government to pay you $5 million. So they're going to give individuals $5 million. If they're black, they've been in jail, they've been identified as black for over 10 years, were born in San Francisco, and are over 18.
Okay, well then, is it unreasonable for me to hope that any complaining about slavery or not being treated properly in those shoes
that should be the trade-off? Yeah, that should be the trade-off, shouldn't it?
The complaining has to stop.
Oh, in April, they're telling you that $97,000 is not a lot of money.
Okay, what is?
Well, $750,000 is a lot.
What?
So you're going to give them $5 million and pay off their debts. In my opinion, if you get $5 million, you pay off your own goddamn debts.
Yeah, why do I have to do it now?
Right.
That is pretty dumb.
And by the way, I hope they do it actually, because it would prove a point I've been making and a lot of people have been making for a long time, that wealth and homelessness and poverty and all that is a choice.
Oh, yeah, it is.
They're going to give a lot of these people $5 million. They're going to fuck it up. They're going to go broke in no time. I mean, half the athletes who get a shitload of money end up broke, and they actually receive some kind of financial instruction.
Right. They have managers and shit, financial.
Yeah. So they'll give these people $5 million, and it'll get back into the hands of corporations and rich people in no time.
So the whole point, though, of this money is to make good on the things that have been done wronged in their families and stuff in the past.
Slavery, incarceration.
All that.
Yeah, all of it.
And to me, in my opinion, though, the complaining doesn't stop. Like, the money never fixes anything.
Well, they never taught them how to handle the money. So it's not their fault.
It'll be the next
they went
complaint,
broke.
yeah.
Timothy, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. That's very nice of you, sir. 3:30
Thank you.
away from tomorrow. You guys are already into tomorrow. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I don't think that this is going to fix anything. I don't think it's going to solve anything. If anything, it's going to, again, prove a point that I think a lot of people have been making for a long time, which is you can give anybody millions of dollars. Most of them will go broke.
That's, yeah, like the show, The Lottery Ruined My Life or something like that. That's the truth, because people get all that money and then they get in over their heads. They don't do the right shit with it.
I was going to start this bit, but it seems the audience is already starting it for me. N-Word writes, going to be tons of Rolls Royces soon. That would be a lot of millionaire crack-addicted people, one person says.
Drugs for sure, because you can afford it now. Hopefully not crack, though. Can you pick something classier
Yeah,
than
do
that?
coke. Joe Berger says purple drank will be flying off the shelves, or can they just still steal it? Mr.
I think
Monkey,
you can steal in California.
Yeah, they can't call the cops. Mr. Monkeypox says this just in: a bucket of chicken in San Francisco has skyrocketed to $15,000 per bucket. See, now,
they'll still buy it.
Yeah, what about the inflation rate? You got to worry about that, don't you? Chevrolet JB says, all I'm hearing is buy Nike stock.
How much are your Black and Milds going to cost now?
By the way, did you see our, what I believe is our drug dealer pal at the gym yesterday?
Yeah, I paid a little more attention to him yesterday after.
Did you see him pick up a weight?
I saw him one time. I saw some other stuff.
I saw him on his phone a lot.
So when I was in the sauna right before I started my workout, he walked in and he just kind of loitered in there for a while on the phone, like you said.
Yep.
And then he came out and he was talking to the grunter at the gym with all the tattoos and the beard.
Okay.
He was just sitting there talking to him for the longest time, and then that guy took his shirt off to show him something. And then they like handed him the shirt and like something else, and now you've got my brain stirring.
Did you watch a deal go down?
I wasn't sure, but
so the tattoo grunter guy handed the other guy his shirt, and that clearly had like money or something in it. I'm guessing.
Know. Yeah.
And then you're saying the chubby guy handed him something? Oh yeah.
Yeah,
April.
but
how many guys do you know before they get into the sauna, take off their shirt and hand it to another dude?
It was pretty gay if that's not what it was.
Yeah.
Sure.
I know the guy's name now, too, because he came in while I was talking to Scott, and Scott said hi and said his name. I don't want... Here's the problem I find myself in. To me, I find it funny, but I also don't want my gym guy getting in trouble.
Yeah, but you don't want to be that guy who ever accuses somebody of that, and then it's not really what's happening.
Plus, you rat on drug dealers. That's not a good thing. That tends not... That could go poorly.
That one probably moves slowly, though.
Yeah. So Johnny 1.0 says, who wants to go halfsies on a custom shop in San Francisco? The price of gold chains is going to skyrocket, one person says. Cosmetic dentists will be rolling in cash. Pawn shops are going to clean up.
Pawn shops, yeah.
Jewelry stores are going to be making bank. Buy stock in McDonald's, says Maury Memento. Mr. Monkeypox says 100% there will be a shanty town made completely of rims.
Oh, man. A lot of really cheap Buicks with huge-ass, more expensive rims on them.
Yeah.
Exhibit reopens a shop. Just kidding.
Henrik Levy says this is a ploy by big jewelry to stop getting robbed and to get increased profits from skyrocketing sales. What if they get the $5 million and keep robbing jewelry stores, though?
That's what I brought up the stealing thing for. Like, you can still steal. You can be rich and steal shit.
Johnny 1.0 says, isn't the gym the dumbest place to make deals? That's what you'd think. But
you would think because there's a lot of people around. And to me, you've got to be paying for a gym membership just to be in there doing your deals. So what's the point?
Maury says, wouldn't the whole thing be on camera? We got an old school gym. Oh, no, there's a camera in the locker room.
Yeah, I was going to no, that's the place there wouldn't be cameras. Why is there a camera in your gym or in your locker room?
Isn't there?
There's not
above the sauna, I thought.
Well, I'm going to take a look.
Oh,
then.
no, you know what? I'm thinking of the entryway when you first come in.
Because that's the one place that they're not supposed to be able to have cameras because everyone's naked.
You're right. Riz Digga says, just mind your business. No, it's too much fun to gossip.
No, see, that's how I feel when I'm right next to this guy upstairs. Like, he works out next to me. And like yesterday I was using a bench and he was on like the leg press. That's the only thing I saw him do the whole time. And he just kind of loiters, and I don't know. I was looking at him. I'm like thinking about the things you've said. And I don't want to make those assumptions about.
No, I'm not going to tell anybody, but it's fun to watch. And like now that I know what's going on, it's fun to kind of keep an eye on him. I like it.
I do find it questionable how you could get a good workout in when you're just walking around on your phone.
Right. Some people are pointing out he could be selling steroids. You wouldn't sell them like that. Like steroids aren't.
And do people do that? Is there like a is there a market for steroids?
People get a hold of steroids and they sell them to people. Yeah, it could be steroid sales. That's true.
Interesting.
I would, but
that would make sense why he's dealing with the grunter.
But you can buy steroids on the internet. You know?
I don't know what's going on. I do agree with you though that there's something off about the guy. Even just when he's around me, like the way you know how somebody comes around you and kind of looks at you like they're about to start talking?
Yeah.
And there's always a lot of that when he comes around, and I don't think it's a hitting on me thing or any of that. I think he's about to start talking, so I like make it a point of like looking away to go do something.
Okay.
There is something off about
some
him.
people, you know what? Somebody said pills would make more sense. There's most of the people who work out at that gym are kind of college aged. Mm-hmm. I wonder Adderall might be
I was going to tell you this much. When he walked in 2 days ago when we were at the gym and I was downstairs lifting, so by you, I saw him walk in. I walked by to the water cooler to do a sniff test, and it's definitely not weed. You would know right away.
Okay.
So there's no weed going on.
All right. Pills might be...
something that doesn't smell.
Brittany says the Liver King goes to your gym.
This guy isn't.
He's not the Liver King.
Not Liver King.
He's
It's a very short little bowling
the
ball.
Donut King. Maybe more appropriate.
Krispy Kreme King.
320 away from tomorrow's goal because thank you, Mussy, for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate that very much. Maybe he is trolling for little white country girls. Says why dat.
He does wear a camouflage jacket while he lifts.
Yeah.
Another red flag. Nobody wears a coat when they're lifting.
Yeah, and a hat.
He's
got a hat on.
He's very lax.
Bundled up, yeah. So big, you would think he'd want to wear less clothing.
No, maybe he's got some stuff on him at all times in the coat.
Oh, good point.
I don't know.
I've got more George Santos news.
What did he do this time?
He keeps upping the I'm a giant piece of shit ante quite a bit. This new one, if true, and why wouldn't you believe it at this point?
Right. We have no reason to not trust any of these things.
If I hated George Santos, you just start making shit up about him now because everybody's going to believe
Fan
you.
fiction.
Yeah, you just start making shit up about George Santos. Like, I told that son of a bitch I'd get him one day. You just make shit up about him because everyone's going to believe it. Well, here's a guy with a pit bull, so right away I don't like him.
Well, and those glasses.
But I probably believe him. Yeah, don't wear glasses that are too small for your head.
That's worse than like the Matrix things.
Yeah.
Ew.
Here's a guy with a toddler eater, and he's going to make some pretty hefty accusations against America's congressman.
Did he
George
have sex
Santos.
with him?
We're not there yet.
I'm not there yet.
No,
Shit.
I like where your head's at, but no.
That dog saved my life at least 2 times. When I first got out of the service, I was depressed. I was having nightmares, bad memories about some things that happened. Not war-related, but other things that the military does to you. I started drinking too.
Okay. Already, I'm starting to get some red flags about this guy.
A lot of red flags.
I'm starting to get a few red flags because I'm starting to think like some harp machine or shit like that. Like this guy's like, they ran tests on me in my butt.
Too much. I was doing reckless stuff. My father even told me he thought I had a death wish at that point. And I probably did. I was very suicidal. I would start crying for no reason. And if I didn't have that little princess with me, I probably would have not been here to...
Stop it. You can love your dog, but the overcompensation of people who have pit bulls, you're just tipping your hand that you know they're monsters.
Yeah.
And you're trying to salve people's fears about pit bulls.
They always name them like the softest, greatest names of all time.
Look, if you want to have a pit bull, have a pit bull. Absolutely. Treat it right. Hope it doesn't eat anybody. It's not really in your control. It's either going to happen or you'll be one of the lucky ones. People always go, it's how they train them. It's how they train them. No, it's not how they train them. Either your pit bull's going to go pit bull or you'll be lucky and it won't feel the need to eat anyone its entire life. But stop saying that it's just the owner, it's not the dog. Then why do you feel the need to over-compliment the dog and like over-accentuate its sweetness unless you in your mind are in the back of your head guilty about something that you find to be true about the dog?
I've known owners of pit bulls that are sweet and the dogs are still monsters.
I would never, like in a million, we have a Chiweenie. I would never call Gordy a little prince. Like, oh, if it wasn't for that little prince. But like, if you have a pit bull and you go, oh, and this little princess here. It's not little, it's not a princess. It's a snarling death machine. And the only reason you're calling it a princess is because deep down you know that. Pit bull owners can be so full of shit sometimes. I would respect them more if they went, yeah, I bought a death machine of an animal and I'm white knuckling the shit out of it, hoping it doesn't eat a kid.
Right. Like, you know how he said that his father accused him of wanting or thinking he had a death wish?
Yeah.
Like maybe that's like the dog takes care of that for him. So now he doesn't have to do this stuff.
He doesn't have to do drugs. He just bought a killer dog instead.
Yeah.
Speak to you right now, at least 2 times. I would think about her and I said, nobody else is going to be her daddy. That's my dog. And I'd go and I'd cuddle her and I'd snuggle up with her and all the bad stuff went away.
Oh, yeah? Well, then you know what I'm thinking.
You talk like a fag and your shit's all retarded.
And at what point did you all realize that Anthony DeVolder
you're fucked up.
is George Santos, an elected?
A week ago.
A week ago?
A week ago. I started seeing his face on
and to be clear, obviously
news.
you're not following politics, you're not, right? So it's just like you kind of stumbled across his face in a news story.
Right. I mean, I watch the news all the time.
One of your first mistakes.
I love that the lady's like trying to set him up. Like, so you don't watch the news at all. So this is an innocent thing. Oh, I watch the news all the time. Oh.
Don't do that.
We're trying to lead you, asshole.
YouTube news. But I saw his face and I knew I sort of recognized him a little bit because we had been Facebook friends while the campaign was going on. Mm-hmm. So I knew what he looked like, and I knew his voice, and that was the only thing I knew about him. And I saw him on TV, and I was like, I got a feeling in the pit of my stomach about this guy. Who is he, and why do I recognize him? And then that was in December, right around Christmas time. Just about a week ago, he was in the Capitol, and there was a bunch of reporters following him around, asking us questions. Like, that's about the only thing you see him, anymore. And one of them said, "What's your name today? Is it Anthony DeVolder or is it George Santos?"
So it's so you had the pit in your stomach. And
so he lied about his name before, and this guy knows him from the old name.
Yeah.
Ooh. Now you've probably seen from the Chiron. This guy's accusing Congressman Santos of taking $3,000 from a GoFundMe that was meant for this guy's dog
when it was dying. That saved his life.
Jesus.
In December, and then when that name was said,
correct,
a week ago, then you realized.
I was sick. Yeah, to see that somebody like that could do something that dastardly could raise to such high position, that shouldn't be.
You were in the military. You know very well that really shitty people can rise to high levels. It's as American as apple pie, my friend.
This guy stole GoFundMe money from a veteran.
I know that seems like something you would make up to call a guy a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like that's like a scenario. Low. It's an exaggeration scenario you would make up because you know it could never happen.
It's like one of the lowest of low scummy things.
You know what it is? It's going, George, what's next? Are we going to find out you stole money from a dog that belonged to a veteran? You'd be like, oh, you guys have heard? What? Nothing.
Somebody raises their hand in the audience. Yeah, I have a story like that.
Although when he did it to me, his name was Anthony. Like, what?
Right, that shouldn't happen.
So let me ask you each. Don Lemon reached out to George Santos, and got him to respond.
Touch his butt.
And he told me, he said I was fake and it didn't Yeah, I read that.
Let me read it so if everyone can hear, and I want to give you each a chance to respond to it. He said, I have no clue what he's talking about. And the crazy part is that anyone that knows me knows I'd go to hell and back for a dog, and especially a veteran.
And you can take that to the bank because he's a trustworthy guy.
Take that to the grave with me.
Yes.
So this is just more of the pile-on effect. I have dozens of people reaching out to me in support, sharing their stories about their dogs and cats that I helped save and rescue. What do you each say to that?
Prove it. Show us. He should show us if he has all these people that reach out to him and that love what he does and stuff. It's not. No.
I'm coming here staking my name of our charity on this. I back Rich 100% on this. There's no doubt in my mind that this was done, and it's horrible.
This guy's the head of the Veterans Network that ran the charity thing for this guy and his dog. So he's because this guy comes off as a little unhinged. Like he's gone through some shit. Clearly, he's got some mental problems.
He needed someone here to back him up.
He needed this guy in a red coat to go, look, I know this guy looks like a crazy fuck and all. I understand, but I can tell you he stole the money from us.
He's co-signing.
Yeah.
Well, maybe George stole the money to save the other ones.
This is like if Lil Wayne was on a show talking about astrophysics, and he's like, I brought Michio Kaku with me. It's like, I can absolutely co-sign on what Mr. Wayne is trying to say here. He's absolutely... Then you trust it. Once Michio Kaku said it, you'd be like, okay, cool, because Lil Wayne just sounds like he's all dried out like a raisin. Like, I don't really know if he's telling me the truth about the cosmos here, but now that Michio Kaku said it, it's legit.
This veteran has to go through this. Veterans, we lose them 22 a day, and our charity does whatever we can to prevent that from happening and work with other people and really rely on other charities. When a charity does something like this, another one, it just causes more problems for us to get the mission of saving our veterans' lives, and it's disgusting, and it's unfortunate that this happens in 2023 still to this day.
Would it be better if it happened in 1823?
Miles, what's your reaction to Marjorie?
Sorry.
People take that charity shit seriously. Even like at our gym, like our owner, like they're involved with things like pull tabs for different charities and stuff like that. And the drama that surrounds pull tabs for charities is insane. Like, I don't know if he's ever talked to you about that.
Oh, yeah.
But they get heated if something's not done just so, or something didn't get allocated to like a certain thing.
Yeah.
They are livid.
They take that very seriously.
Man.
There was one other person I had to thank during that break. We're 310 away from Friday's goal now because somebody else threw in $10. I'm sorry for putting the show on hold here, but I always like to make sure we say thank you to everyone who keeps this show on the air. Chris says, haven't had to do this much. Keep up the great work. Yeah, I mean, the David Chandlers of the world and everyone else, and obviously, the people at Partners Pub yesterday, Fred, Jason, have all been very great, giving a lot of people a nice little break from chipping into the show. So it's nice to see that when we needed it today, a lot of different people came in with $5-10. That's very cool, guys. We appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
And it's just a dabbler that likes super chat music. Yeah, you didn't get it today, unfortunately. Sorry about that. They came in hot and heavy right in the last half hour or so. And knocked it out for us. Where are we, before we get to our last couple stories for the day, where are we at on likes? Where are we close to 400? Can we go on a late rally here and get to 400? Throw a number in the chat as to where we're at like-wise. Make sure you hit refresh. Oh my God, 360? Oh, that's doable. Easy. Guys, let's go on a run. Everybody listening right now, just hit the thumbs up button on the video there, and we're going to get this thing up to 400 right now. We're going to do it right now. 365, says Shane M. Keep pumping that number up.
Let's get to 4.
Let's get it to 400 and call it a successful day here on Steel Toe. I saw that we were in the 600s, which is great. We knocked out the goal and started chipping into tomorrow. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
370 is now the like number, says Freaky Cat. 30 more. We're at 400. Beanie Urza says, what's left for Saturday's tickets? I think about a couple dozen are left.
Yep.
For Saturday. So go to eventbrite.com, Steel Toe Comedy Show, and get your tickets for, oh my God, actually probably about 20 now. We had a big bump today.
You guys make sure if you're VIPs and you plan on coming, please make sure you're messaging me still.
Yes. If you're a VIP and you want to make it, absolutely get in touch with April. 380 likes, says Just a Dabbler. So we are getting very, very close to that number. Everybody hit the like button. Let's get her up to 400. And you guys keep me up to date on what that number is in the chat. We'll knock it out now, and then we got a couple more stories. I honestly don't know which one to do.
Well, give us
only
some
one
options.
left.
What do you guys want to talk about?
I've got the Eric Swalwell story about them not putting him. Oh, no, let's do this one. Man found drinking motor oil, arrested, assaulting an officer. We can do that. But right now, 385. We're very close. Everyone hit the like button. We're going to get to 400 before the end of today's show. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If you go in the ditch, if your car gets stuck, you need somebody to pull you out in central Minnesota. Nobody quicker than All Care Towing. And Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. Of course, use the promo code SteelToe, and we'll get you, they'll set you up with a great discount. Order online at midlandarmory.com or visit Midland Armory in downtown Foley. If anyone has the Eventbrite link, go ahead and put that up in the chat where people can go to get their tickets for Saturday. Thank you, Brown Candy. There you go. Oh, and your question about the gym? No, it's not that person. I meant to answer that a little. Yeah, I meant to answer that a little earlier. So there we go. Eventbrite.com. We're also looking to get to 400 likes. Let's do this final story, and then we'll see if all of you hit the like button before you head out today. Looking to get to 400 by the end of the show.
Yes, please.
Officers in Connecticut responded to reports of a 20-year-old man acting erratically while walking in the middle of Center Street. Cameron Baker was found to be drinking a liquid, later identified as liquid fuel additive, on October 28th, 2021. Do you know how far past meth you have to be to start chugging motor oil?
Like, how high is your tolerance?
Pretty high. Although, I hear that his system doesn't break down as quickly and it stays well lubricated. So there is that. All of his parts run in great harmony.
Well, I'm happy for him. Yeah. That's very good. Got to
make sure he changes it every 5,000 miles, though. That can create viscosity and buildup.
I heard he smells great.
Yes. When the police attempted to approach Baker, he started fighting with them, as you do when you're high on motor oil.
Yeah, I do.
It revs your engine.
Fuck off with those. They hurt.
Baker punched the officers' heads, causing one to fall on the ground and breaking his wrist. You lost a fight to a guy drinking motor oil? I guess guy with nothing to lose.
Now you kind of look like a bitch, though, huh?
Yeah.
Never lose a fight to that guy.
You look like a real passive, soft, religious person. You were in a Quaker state. Sorry. He hit you.
When are we going to the gym today?
He hit you so hard that you kind of went this way. You valvolined.
I'm going to have to do some punching today.
It's fine. That's fair. When he was subdued, Baker was sent to the Norwalk Hospital. For what? He'll be fine. Leave the guy alone.
Seems like this is like a normal thing for him.
Yeah.
You don't just start drinking motor oil, I feel. Right?
He was drinking motor oil. You know why? He needed a social lubricant.
You're so lucky the show's over.
Ryobi with $5 says CNN.com reports 25-year-old soccer player dead of coincidence. I bet. I got another one. I got a family whose 14-year-old daughter dropped dead to cardiac arrest. And the news is reporting how they're turning it into a triumph for,
triumph?
Yeah, they're raising awareness and shit like that about like taking care. It's just such horseshit the way they're reporting
14.
These deaths. It's awful. Yeah, I would say this, April.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, since it was aided by motor oil, I would say that his rage was synthetic. That's all. Oh. Yeah, the police were trying to catch him, but he kept moving around very quickly. He was a very mobile one.
I like that one.
Thank you.
Whoever that was. Was that you or somebody else?
Somebody. Well, Jeezy's Tall says he uses mobile one on his salad, so I kind of took the mobile one concept and made it my own. Also, I mean, they were fighting him. They were having a hard time subduing him, and like the mood says, he's just a well-oiled machine, that guy. That's all. 394 likes. 6 more. You guys can do it. What do we got? 4 minutes left? 6 more likes in 4 minutes. You've got it. Damn it, Aaron. At least he wasn't a castrolated male.
Castrolated.
Oh, there you go.
It's very good. We all hate castrolated males.
I I burst out laughing at Quaker State. Thank you, Sandy.
Quaker State.
Turd Ferguson saying his behavior, not real conventional.
For fuck's sake.
He was trying to figure out what time it was. It turns out it was 5:30. 5 with 30.
Yeah.
Or 5W30. Yes,
Thank
of course. I'd say when he started hitting those cops felt like they were pretty tuned up. See, because he was drinking motor oil. April.
I heard the Quick Lubes put a sale on him.
Oh, SC Motorsports says, how old was he? He was a slick 50.
Fucking hell. I'm in pain.
You didn't have to stick your thumb up his ass to give him an oil check.
Just touch him.
You stick in your dipstick. The cop was on patrol, not petrol.
Based on his behavior, I'd say he was a quart low.
Oh, man. People, the very mixed reviews on these jokes. 399. Oh, we just hit 400 likes. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
He was very crude.
Oh, I didn't catch that one. Yes, he was very crude. They're saying this man had no filter, says Loaded Wrench. April's turned on by this guy so much she needs a drip pan.
It's very true, actually. Yes. I love that smell.
Well, and they were so mad at him because he went so nuts. They're like, hey, man, you're not supposed to blow a gasket. Oh, man, those cops got hit so many times. They were real pistoned off.
Jesus Christ.
Mr. St. Caesar says prosecutors in New Mexico have reportedly announced that Alec Baldwin will be charged with involuntary manslaughter.
I don't know how he can't be. I guess I'm in a bad spot on that case. Did you ever have any concrete feelings about how that case should be settled? Because I don't know.
Yeah, if he didn't know it was loaded and he was doing his job, I don't know.
Who loads the damn gun though?
Right.
I feel like, you know what? I feel like whoever loaded that gun.
Oh, by the way, that oil case, before we get going on the Alec Baldwin thing, from what I hear, it was over very quick, like in a jiffy. Lube. Yeah. Anyway, your thoughts on Alec Baldwin?
Fuck him.
Okay. Just
God damn
checking. Yeah, he was real excited. He was a real pep boy. That guy. Oh, after it was over, though, he had to take a Napa. He was very tired.
Oh, he took a Napa? That's probably good.
Thank you.
It's for the best.
Oh, man, and he did this in traffic, too. The traffic was bumper to bumper.
I heard when he has to piss, he takes it to the proper recycling facility.
Well, on that note, we're going to head out of here.
Fuck you.
Did we hurt your ribs from oil jokes?
Yeah,
it's
popped.
I feel terrible about that. Oh, man. He went and stayed at his Irish buddy's house.
Yeah.
O'Reilly. All right, now we'll go. Thank you guys very much for joining us today. We really, really appreciate it. April, thank you very much.
Ooh, thank you.
Sorry for your injury with those great oil jokes. I apologize.
I'll pay it back in a couple hours.
We will talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Central. Be sure you subscribe to the channel and check out all of our clips as well. See you soon.